What is going on, you guys? This is your boy Rebirth, and before I let you into the video, I want to preface it by letting you know that this is the compilation of the Ichigo Kurosaki series I had on the channel a few months back. I did not start the analysis series from the first arc of Bleach, so the series picks up from the Soul Society arc, and please do forgive me for any production lapses. That was when I was only beginning to find my niche on YouTube, and you actually see the quality increase as you go. And so enjoy the video, like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you on the other side. Soul Society Ichigo is a monster. You see, I'm currently on somewhat of a Bleach rewatch, because I want to prepare for the anime as well as give you guys in-depth reviews for canon Bleach episodes. During my rewatch of the Soul Society arc, I have fallen back in love with Soul Society Ichigo, and it made me want to make a video specifically dedicated to him, because Ichigo in the Soul Society arc is undoubtedly one of the most likable main characters in shonen, and it is one of the best examples of a meteoric rise to popularity within the shonen story. In this video, I want to share with you exactly why Soul Society Ichigo is so special, and I hope you come to appreciate this perspective as well. I'm going to approach Ichigo from a very unique perspective, one I haven't tried before. So, I'm a big sports guy, and for whatever reason, as I was rewatching this arc, I observed the arc from a sports perspective. Allow me to explain. So, typically, in the NBA or whatever sports you're watching, general managers can draft players coming out of college into their team. And the fun part about that stuff is that if you pick the right player with the right potential, you could groom him into the ultimate weapon. In a way, I look at Rukia giving Ichigo her powers as the drafting process. Rukia's selection of Ichigo makes him a rookie Soul Reaper, and all the major events that happen till the end of the Soul Society arc happen within a very short time. In the same way a rookie breaking into the league has to be ingrained into the way the league functions, in his rookie year, Ichigo goes up against many obstacles that should be way beyond his pay grade. One of the biggest reasons why Soul Society Ichigo is so impactful is the odds he's up against. If you've seen Bleach, you know that Ichigo storming into an unknown world and taking on their advanced military in an attempt to save one girl is not only extremely difficult, it's borderline insane. It's actually crazy when you stop and think about it. He, along with 4 other allies, enter a world they know nothing about to take on characters centuries old with no guarantee of success. It's maddening, and it's because the odds stacked against him are so high that we as audiences resonate with him, because we're rooting for the underdog. We know it's hard and we want him to win, but where are we going? What are we going to do? Who are the allies and who are the enemies? What are their abilities and what are they like? There is so much information that Ichigo does not know, and I wouldn't argue against anyone who cited this as a negative for Ichigo, just charging into the jaws of the enemy. But in the same way it seems insane, it makes the triumph that much sweeter. This is an underrated reason for Ichigo's awesomeness in this arc. Now, there are many reasons why we as anime fans love disrespectful characters. It's great, they're just savages, and they make for awesome moments. We were really lucky, because Soul Society is in that sweet spot where Ichigo's naivety allows him to be extremely disrespectful towards other fighters. He loses this disrespectful attitude as Bleach goes on, because you can't be that cocky fighting against some of the most powerful beings in the world. Ichigo learns really quickly to keep the showboating to a minimum, but in the Soul Society arc, he's all the way with it. I just want to share some of his disrespectful moments in this arc with you. Of course, this is my idea of disrespectful, so if it doesn't match up directly with yours, I totally understand. The first one, Ichigo versus Jidambo. He destroys both of Jidambo's axes. He then attacks Gin Ichimaru and calls him a stupid freaking ass clown.
You want to tell me just what the hell you think you're doing? What's the big idea showing up now and trying to butt in? You stupid friggin' ass clown.
Gin Ichimaru, a captain, and Ichimaru himself is like, oh, you're not scared of me? And Ichigo's response, hell no, I ain't scared.
You're sure a funny kid, and you're not scared of me?
Hell no.
Against Renji, before they clash, he tells Renji that there's a mountain of payback he's gonna extract from him, one of the best lines in the entire arc.
Oh, you'll be gone and forgotten soon enough. But first I've got a whole mountain of payback I'm gonna extract from you, Renji Abarai.
I could go on, but there's so many. Facing off against Byakuya on Repentance Cell Bridge, telling Yoruichi that if the execution has been moved to tomorrow, then the only option is to finish training today. Telling Rukia to shut up and watch as he destroyed the Sogoku scaffold. Asking Byakuya to use his Bankai on him.
Attack with your Bankai now! I'm gonna destroy you completely this time!
And a miracle only happens once moment with Byakuya, along with everything else I missed. It's just great, and it adds to the reasons we love Soul Society Ichigo so much. There was nothing like him at this point in time in anime. Resilience and stamina within this context refers to the ability of the person in question to press on from battle to battle, with every step along the way being a life or death experience. A good example of this is Luffy from Impel down to Marineford. The dude started from the top, went all the way through all levels to the very bottom, to go back to the top, losing many battles along the way, damn near dying multiple times, and then from there, without ample time to fully recover, he goes to Marineford to fight in a war. I know he had a lot of help, healing, and steroids to assist him, and I know it cost him many years of his life, but it's very easy to cheer on a character when they are trying so damn hard. Ichigo does this in the Soul Society arc. He fights against Jidambo and low-diffs him, straight into a clash with Gin Ichimaru, who pushes Ichigo and the gang out into the Rukon district. By this point, Ichigo isn't really damaged all that much, although Gin's attack does do a number on him. He fully recovers and they enter Soul Society and he fights Ikkaku Madarame. He's wounded in this fight, and after defeating Ikkaku, he uses Ikkaku's healing ointment to do the little he can, but as he's leaving, he has bandages on his body already. Without fully getting back to 100%, he fights against many Soul Reapers until he meets Renji, and here, Renji inflicts some serious wounds to Ichigo. The 2 slashes on each shoulder were especially gruesome to watch, and Ichigo luckily has Hanataro, who heals him as best he can, but he's still not back to 100%. This isn't Orihime's healing, this is different, but they gotta keep moving. Kenpachi also does a number in Ichigo, cutting him straight through the chest, and the final clash they had really injured Ichigo, causing him to collapse. Yoruichi saves him and nurses him back to consciousness, but he's bandaged up everywhere. Even with his injuries, he rushes to Repentance Cell Bridge and fights Byakuya before Yoruichi knocks him out and retreats. While Bankai training, Old Man Zangetsu isn't holding back. He cuts Ichigo multiple times, and even though they have the healing water springs, the damage Ichigo is taking is just piling up as we go. Time was so little and his damage was so great that when he actually gets to Sogoku Hill, in one of the most iconic sequences in anime, Ichigo is bandaged all over. His neck, his arms, and his chest. He's obviously not 100%, but he has no choice. He has to keep fighting. The battle with Byakuya deals tremendous damage to Ichigo. He takes a Byakudai to the chest and a sword stab to the foot. But after fighting Byakuya, he still comes back to clash with Aizen, who almost snaps him completely in two. The dude is a monster, and it's even crazier when you realize that he's a rookie. The man had to go from one battle to the death to another battle to the death until yet another with no recuperation time. Every step was a fight for his life, and he kept moving forward. He kept fighting. He kept swinging. And we as viewers, we love that. It's engaging, it's inspiring, it's captivating. Soul Society Ichigo is a resilient monster. The final aspect of Soul Society Ichigo I want to highlight is the wins and losses record. Some wins mean more than others, and some losses aren't as bad as others. What do I mean? Because characters of varying strengths exist, who you lose to, if you lose at all, matters. For example, there is no one, and I mean no one, who should fault any character ever in Bleach who lost to Aizen. If you notice, the anime community tends to keep a close eye on who's getting their asses kicked in Bleach. But when you lose to Aizen, we're all like, yeah, it's Aizen, you were never gonna win that one. All this is to say, context matters. So, Ichigo vs Jidambo? Win. Ichigo vs Ichimaru? Inconclusive. Ichigo vs Ikkaku? Win. Ichigo vs Renji? Win. Ichigo versus Kenpachi. I want to say it's a win, but it's a draw, but Kenpachi did say you won, so you know what, I'm going to give him a win. Ichigo versus Kenpachi is a win. Ichigo versus Lieutenants, Isane, Omaida, and Shojiro, win, win, win. Ichigo versus Byakuya, win. Ichigo versus Aizen, loss. So, rookie Ichigo Kurosaki, in a new world with new foes to battle against, went 7-1. That sounds like it's worthy of the Rookie of the Year award in my eyes. Absolutely stunning work from the young rook. So, I hope you enjoyed that little video. Ichigo Kurosaki in Soul Society is one of the most effective, resilient, driven, and accomplished main characters in shonen history. The odds he was up against, and how he managed to pull it off, with help, of course, but still, it's great to see and I loved every second of it. A few days ago, I made a video entitled Soul Society Ichigo is a Monster. In that video, I took a thematic look at the character of Ichigo in the Soul Society arc, and presented you all with the reasons I believed Ichigo in Soul Society to be so compelling and popular. That video was great, but I'm not content with stopping there, because when it comes to the character of Ichigo, there's something new in every arc. And by the time this Ichigo series is done, you'll notice the thematic arc Kubo had in plan for Ichigo, and then you can decide if it's an overall positive character arc or a negative one. In today's video, I want us to cast our eyes to Arrancar Arc Ichigo, because if Soul Society Ichigo is the first year rookie Soul Reaper full of hope, drive, and a strong determination to win, much like a first year college student full of bright optimism and naive positivity, Arrancar Ichigo is the reality check. He's the realization that things aren't going to get easier. He's the student who thought he had things figured out until assignments started piling on and life began to get tougher. He's the young adult who felt that they had their life under control until they ran into heartbreak, failure, and desperation. In short, Arrancar Ichigo is the depressed young adult who feels like the world is crumbling onto him. And I want us to observe Kubo's unique message about desperation as told through the character of Ichigo Kurosaki. I want to be very clear about the timeline I want to focus on. When I say Arrancar Ichigo, I'm only looking at the point in Bleach from when Ichigo returns to Karakura town up to when Ichigo, Chad, and Uryu enter Hueco Mundo. If Ichigo entering Hueco Mundo to save Orihime is the Hueco Mundo arc, I consider the events prior to that as simply put, the Arrancar arc. That's what I'm focusing on for this video. We'll head to Hueco Mundo next. But everything changes when Ichigo encounters Shinji Hirako, who wants Ichigo to join his elite group of Soul Reapers with hollow abilities, the Vizards. Ichigo initially declines Shinji's offer, but in the quiet moments after that, Kubo takes you into the mind of Ichigo and how he's coping with this problem. In chapter 190, as Ichigo is lying in bed, we find out that he already knew that his hollow was slowly becoming stronger. Ichigo knew that his hollow was creeping up from within, trying to take control of his mind and body. But the question I ask myself there is, if Ichigo knew about this from the start, why did we only see him start to be emotionally affected after his encounter with Shinji? If you've known from the beginning that your hollow is getting stronger and still acted normal despite that, what is it that changed? I thought about it, and I think this is a classic case of something we're all guilty of. How many times do we run into an issue and think, it's probably nothing, it'll go away? How many times have we ignored a legitimate issue because we were too lazy or too afraid to face it head on? I think Ichigo felt confident that this entire hollow situation would blow over one way or another and decided to run from that confrontation. But when Shinji, a man who appeared to have been in Ichigo's very shoes, appeared before him and gave him that warning, suddenly, Ichigo could no longer avoid it. His sanity was in danger, and Ichigo began to do exactly what most people do when their emotional stability is threatened. He retreated into his shell and shut himself off from everyone. Keigo tries to get him to hang out and Ichigo says no. Ishin tries to cheer him up by having a brawl with Ichigo like he usually does, but Ichigo just takes the hit and goes to his room without eating dinner. Kon tries to find out what's wrong, but Ichigo turns him away as well. His actions were so anti-Ichigo that Karin comes to his room and confronts him about his Soul Reaper adventures. That is no small detail. Karin has known about Ichigo from an early stage, being someone who could sense spirits herself, but she always felt that Ichigo had things under control, so she never spoke up about it. Ichigo always seemed fine, so she let her brother just do his thing. But now, his family can see that Ichigo is going through a tough time and she tries to help her big brother. Their conversation is cut short by the arrival of the Arrancar, and Ichigo has to go confront them. He arrives just in the nick of time and saves Orihime and Chad from Yami. He unleashes his Bankai and slashes off Yami's arm. He's got things under control at that point when White tries to switch with Ichigo. The unstable focus caused by that internal conflict allows Yami to take control of the fight, and he brutally beats down Ichigo and smacks Orihime across the face. Luckily, Kisuke and Yoruichi come in for the save, but the damage has already been done. Ichigo is sinking deep into depression. At first, it was the fear that his hollow would overtake his mind and take control of his body. But now, it's escalated to the point where Ichigo is unable to properly defend himself the way he usually does, and other people are getting hurt because of it. This compounds the negative emotions within Ichigo, and he sinks even deeper into his shell. Things got so complicated that he couldn't even look Orihime in the eye. Let's let that sink in for a moment, because way too often, I see people undermine the struggle Ichigo is having during this time, and I think certain segments of our communities have simply become numb to terrible fictional situations. It's almost like right now, if you want to truly shock and awe your audience, you have to get really freaky and crazy, or else most of us will just not emotionally react. I fully understand you if that's how you feel about certain manga, but I must implore you to take a step back and understand what these moments mean in this context. Yami and Ukiura arrived in Katakura Town, and Yami immediately sucks out the souls of hundreds of people in the area. They died. Chad tries to protect them and he fails, getting his arm crushed. Orihime tries to fight Yami with Tsubaki and loses him. Ichigo finally arrives at the scene and he too gets beaten by Yami, watching as Yami strikes Orihime so hard that she gets knocked out. People died here, and some were gravely injured. I don't know about you, but if I'm in that situation, I'm freaked out and I'm scared out of my mind. That is why Ichigo takes this so seriously, and that's why he can't bear to look Orihime in the face, because he feels like he failed her. In what was a very welcome sight, Rukia and other Soul Reapers come to Ichigo's aid, and Rukia takes Ichigo off somewhere to fight a hollow. This is one of the more controversial scenes in the Bleach fandom, because many Ichiruki fans cite that when Ichigo needed to be cheered up and set on the right path, it was not Orihime who helped him, but Rukia. And I'm not here to fight in any shipping war. I'm here to analyze the story as I see it, and in this situation, Rukia is 100% the right person to help Ichigo, because Ichigo just risked his life fighting an entire society to save her from unjust execution. Rukia drags Ichigo to a hollow and he fights against it. It's clear that the hollow isn't very strong, but Ichigo is hesitating because of his emotional instability. As he hesitates to draw his blade, Rukia tells him, and I'm quoting, "Chad and Orihime got hurt. So what? Is that what you are? A coward? A quitter? Are you that afraid of defeat? If you're afraid to lose, then get stronger. If you want to protect those you love, then do what you have to do to protect them. If the hollow inside you is so terrible, then get strong enough to crush it. Even if no one in the world believes in you, stick out your chest and scream in defiance. That's the Ichigo I know." And hey, everyone claps because yay, inspirational speech, but let's pump the brakes here. Pump the brakes and let's just think about this for a second. I know Rukia means well, I know she does, but all she's done here is give Ichigo weightless lip service. She doesn't say anything wrong, but she offers no tangible solution. It's like this: you're in school taking a test, and let's say you really tried on this one. You didn't slack off and you did your best. Days pass and the grades come through. You expectantly siphon through your papers or website to find your grade, and you find out that you failed the test. You're sad. You're distraught. Maybe you needed to ace a test in order to pass the class. Maybe you needed to do really well in this class to pursue some graduate level course and you failed. Now, let's say that one of your friends who didn't fail comes up to you and speaks to you. This friend of yours still means well. He's not trying to be fake or dishonest. They genuinely care and they try to make you feel better. They say, "So what? You failed one test, so what? Get the next one. They say, if you're afraid to fail a test, then get smarter. Study harder. If you're that afraid of failing, then get so smart or study so hard that you crush and ace the next test. If no one believes in you, believe in yourself and scream in defiance. Do you see the off thing about this? All of these sentiments are good-natured and in theory, they're the key to fixing the situation. What they lack though, is actual solutions. These vague sentiments appeal to emotion but lack any coherent plan of realistically overcoming the obstacle before you. That's what Rukia gave Ichigo. He draws his blade and he cuts down the hollow. Now, he feels rejuvenated. He goes to Orihime and promises that he'll protect her. He feels better. He's the same old Ichigo again, having fun banter with Rukia, but allow me to ask you a question. Exactly what changed? What changed? Does Ichigo now have a plan? Or did he expect it to solve itself once he decided not to run away? Did he intend on speaking to Urahara? We don't know. Did he want to speak to his father about this? We don't know. What exactly did he expect to happen after being inspired by Rukia? Because nothing has been solved. Absolutely nothing. And when Grimmjow attacks Karakura Town, Rukia gets hurt and Ichigo battles Grimmjow only to be manhandled by Grimmjow. I mean, Grimmjow put the beat down on Ichigo like no one else in the series has. It was downright embarrassing. And his hollow was still there, creeping up from within, trying to attain control. So I ask again, exactly what did Rukia's comments do aside from making Ichigo feel better? This is the reality of depression in many of our individual lives. And Kubo is masterfully making a comment on the gravity of the situation. People around you who mean well might try to say things to help you and make you feel better. And maybe you feel better after hearing it. Maybe it inspires you to try again. Maybe it prompts you to do better. But without an actual solution for the problem, you're just going to fail again, as Ichigo did. So after having a reality check for the second time, what does he do? Same thing he always does. He retreats back into his shell yet again and stays there. He doesn't come home and no one knows where he is. He doesn't speak to anyone and he doesn't tell anyone where he goes. That is the reality of Ichigo's current situation. But amidst all his mistakes, Ichigo does make one good move here. He recognizes that the key to making the situation better isn't fancy lip service like Rukia gave him. It's not sitting at home feeling sad about his sorry state. No, it's action. Calculated action with the intent of coming up with a realistic solution to the problem at hand. And in this situation, the Vizards held the key to the solution. He meets with Shinji, and after a display of power, they decide to teach Ichigo how to control his hollow. It's now that we're actually progressing towards getting Ichigo out of his depressed state, because we've identified an actual solution to work towards. Emerging in his inner world, Ichigo faces off against the source of his despair, his hollow, White. We know from later chapters that White is in fact not Ichigo's enemy, but be that as it may, he is still the source of Ichigo's trauma at this point in time, and Ichigo has to find a way to overcome him. From White's perspective, he wants to make sure that Ichigo has the proper tools he needs in order to survive the battles that lay ahead, and wants to make sure that Ichigo has the quality White believes is most important in battle: instinct. Ichigo before this point lacked instinct. He lacked that cutting edge that drives warriors to slaughter and dominate their enemies. I mean, think about it. Against Ikkaku, Ichigo heals his wounds. Against Byakuya, Ichigo decides to take his sword away from Byakuya's throat because he's trying to prove a point. White isn't wrong when he says Ichigo lacks warrior instinct, and we can have a discussion as to whether Ichigo listens to White or creates his own version of instinct. But the point still stands that Ichigo lacks instinct. But after struggling within himself, after hearing the words of Kenpachi Zuraki, Ichigo adopts this instinct and dominates White, reclaiming control over his psyche. And therein lies Kubo's commentary on depression through the character of Ichigo. It starts as a problem Ichigo wants to avoid and ignore until an outside factor gives him a reality check about his situation. His first reaction is to retreat inward and disconnect from everyone on the outside. Kubo uses Rukia to give a warning about positive sentimentality and the limit it has. Nice words will only go so far, and unless it addresses the root of the problem, it's nothing but a temporary relief method. Ichigo himself consciously makes the decision to seek out the Vizards, which is Kubo basically saying, you should ask for help, but not help that does nothing but make you feel better. Seek out help that will enable you to confront the root of the issue, and that's what Ichigo did. He asked for help from Shinji, and Shinji gave him the means to combat the source of his depression. And just like it is in real life to all of us, more often than not, our greatest enemy is ourselves and our lack of certain mental qualities. But Ichigo faced his fears, and he prevailed. And that gave him the victory he sought. Ichigo was no longer depressed. He became full of life, full of confidence, and full of energy. Not because he believed the road would suddenly become easier, but after that mental switch, he could feel the progress he was making, as shown in the amount of time he could remain hollified. Every step was a step in the right direction. And you might be thinking, well, wait a minute, Rebirth. Ichigo still lost after this point, so does any of this even matter? And you'd be right, Ichigo does lose to Grimmjow when they fight for the second time. But the difference between the two clashes is that one is a battle fought by a man who doubts his sword and is fighting while looking over his shoulder. The second is a battle fought by one who is now focused on a singular task, and even though he was still a ways off from perfecting this new ability, his progress was evident. We knew it, Ichigo knew it, and Grimmjow knew it. So at this point, Orihime is abducted, Ichigo wants to go save her, and he along with Chad and Uryu enter Hueco Mundo. That is a separate Ichigo video that is yet to come. But for now, I hope you enjoyed my analysis on Arrancar Ichigo, Kubo's message about depression. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below, guys. If you liked the video, please do like, comment, and subscribe. Share this with your friends. Tell someone about your boy and let's grow this community. This is the road to 15K. It's your boy Rebirth, signing off. Peace. Continuing our journey analyzing Ichigo Kurosaki's character in Bleach leads us to his adventure in the Hollow Land called Hueco Mundo. If you've missed the two prior chapters of this Ichigo series, please be sure to look at the tagged videos and they will lead you to my Soul Society and Arrancar Ichigo videos. As you would know if you saw my prior video on Arrancar Ichigo, the Arrancar arc was a very intimate internal arc for Ichigo where he struggled with extreme depression. By the end of that arc, Kubo had positioned Ichigo in a place where his mental psyche was as strong as it's ever been so far in the show. Ichigo was confident in his skills and abilities and felt very comfortable in his own skin. The Hueco Mundo arc functions as a litmus test for Ichigo. Having undergone his training with the Vizards and overcoming depression, it's time for Kubo to put Ichigo to the test, and that is what Hueco Mundo accomplishes for Ichigo. You will find that when you observe Hueco Mundo as a series of character tests for Ichigo, the trajectory for Ichigo's character direction becomes incredibly clear. His is a series of deconstruction and construction of his character arc catered towards crafting Kubo's idea of a perfect Ichigo. And in this arc, Ichigo perfects the art of logic and instinct. When Ichigo, Chad, and Uryu enter Hueco Mundo, they are very relaxed about their entire journey. Some would even accuse them of not being smart enough about the situation. Surely there should be some kind of meeting to discuss a plan. The last time Ichigo and the others entered a new world in pursuit of another, they had Kisuke and Yoruichi to come up with a game plan for them, and Yoruichi was infield throughout the entire process. But here, they're on their own. Fortunately, Ichigo's blind confidence does pay off when he meets the young Arrancar named Nell, who leads them to Las Noches and gives them valuable information about the dangers that lie ahead. The first thing I want to draw your attention to is Ichigo's battle with the Privaron Espada, Dordoni. Ichigo meets this clash and assumes that he needs to save his Bankai only for the Espada and Aizen, but as he quickly finds out, this mission will not be so easy, and he ends up taking needless damage against Dordoni when he could have ended the battle in a single swing if he Bankai'd and hollified. And we know this to be true because Ichigo proved that a hollified Bankai transformation would one-shot a released Zanpakutou Dordoni. And so, if he had done that from the start, he would have saved himself a lot of trouble. But ultimately, Ichigo passes this litmus test. There was no despair, only naivety and a lack of perspective. He moves further with Nell and runs into Ulquiorra Schiffer, who comes with news that Rukia Kuchiki is dead. This is one of the more unique opportunities in the arc because Ulquiorra doesn't just come with hearsay. He explains that all Espada have a link that lets them coordinate and that Rukia and Espada number 9 killed each other. Despite that, Ichigo does not believe Ulquiorra and seeks to verify Rukia's safety himself. This is yet another test he passes. Remember, the underlying theme between the Arrancar arc and the Hueco Mundo arc is that it is preparation versus testing. In other words, Ichigo has undergone mental and physical increases and this arc is putting his progress to the test. So not only does he wish to not waste his energy in useless battles, he also doesn't want to attack Ulquiorra since Ulquiorra has not hurt any of his friends. But as you know if you've seen or read Bleach, the moment Ichigo finds out that Ulquiorra is the one who abducted Orihime, he viciously attacks Ulquiorra. So let's tackle this battle next. Ichigo has learned from his mistakes when he battled Dorodoni, and not only does he go into Bankai immediately, he holifies on top of that. Ichigo is presented with yet another test when Ulquiorra overpowers him in this fight. He's slammed through buildings and has Ceros fired at point blank range, but as opposed to how he reacted back in Karakuta Town, Ichigo now is unshaken. If you remember, when Ichigo fought against Yami and the tide of the battle turned in Yami's favor, Ichigo wilted. When Grimmjow put the beat down on him, Ichigo shrunk yet again. Kubo set that precedent that when Ichigo was faced with an unbeatable enemy, he withered and shrunk into his shell. But here in Hueco Mundo, as proof that Ichigo's psychological state has indeed improved, he stands in defiance against Ulquiorra. Despite knowing the vast difference in power, Ichigo has not given up the fight. He's incapacitated by Ulquiorra, and when he's later revived by Orihime, he is challenged to singles combat against Grimmjow in what is yet another test. Consider this for a moment. The introduction of Ulquiorra and Grimmjow serve similar purposes in that they exist as a source of Ichigo's fears and despairs and are an obstacle for Ichigo to overcome. The first battle Ichigo had against Grimmjow was a battle fought without instinct, simply logic. You have invaded a town that is under my protection, and I am bound by my duties and my responsibilities to stop you. I don't know you, and I have no innate desire to fight you. I do so because it is my job. That statement is Ichigo's relationship with Grimmjow at the start. It's born from logic, and he loses. But then after battling White in his inner world, Ichigo learns instinct, the desire to seek battle, not for some logical purpose, but simply to seek battle in order to dominate your opponents and gain power. To reiterate, the first was logic with no instinct, and then after that was instinct with no logic. But what you find here in his battle against Grimmjow is a reconciliation of the two ideologies. You see, Old Man Zangetsu and White Ichigo have different perspectives on how they want Ichigo to be. Old Man Zangetsu is logical. If Ichigo continued to be a Soul Reaper, he would inevitably run into dangerous situations, and by aligning himself with the Soul Reapers, he would have to be killed by Yuha Bak. His motives are to protect Ichigo, but they are also enacted by his logical perspective. White Ichigo, on the other hand, is not interested in logic, only instinct. He wants to protect Ichigo as well, don't misunderstand that. He just believes that by developing instinct, Ichigo will become strong enough to defend himself from any opponent. These two different ideologies represented in the warring embodiments within Ichigo are reconciled here in this battle against Grimmjow. Grimmjow accuses Ichigo of coming here not to save Orihime, but rather to seek battle for himself. Grimmjow asks Ichigo, if this were truly about saving the girl, why didn't you grab her and run? This isn't about the girl. You're here because you want to fight me. Now, is Grimmjow wrong here? No, he's not all wrong, but it's only half the story. When Orihime calls out to Ichigo and her feelings reach him, Ichigo has a bit of an epiphany here. He tells Grimmjow that you're right, I came here to fight. I came here to defeat you, Ulquiorra, and Aizen. But it's not merely a pursuit fueled by instinct. It's also fueled by logic, in that I'm not here to only beat you, but to save my friend and make sure that all of us make it out of here alive. He reconciles these dueling perspectives into one that has the characteristics of the other. This is what allows Ichigo to be himself, if I can phrase it that way. Because at the end of the day, I don't believe it's worth it for Ichigo to live a life dictated by either White or Old Man Zangetsu. I don't think it would be right for his character either way, and it seems that Kubo understood that. Which is why he wrote Ichigo to take on the ideologies of both of them and merge them together, so that Ichigo is able to confidently combine logic and instinct, to be able to seek battle but still not fight for himself, to be able to seek power without being driven by selfish ambitions. That is the beauty of Kubology. He asks Orihime to heal Grimmjow's wounds, and after defeating Grimmjow, he makes sure to grab him in midair. When Grimmjow wants to continue the battle, Ichigo drops his weapon and convinces Grimmjow to stand down, telling him that he's willing to fight Grimmjow anytime he wants. And then, when Noritora tries to kill Grimmjow, Ichigo protects him. This is the unison of logic and instinct, and this is where Kubo was trying to go with the instinct subplot. But anyway, we fast forward and Ichigo runs into Espada number 4, Ulquiorra Schiffer. Ulquiorra is the biggest test Ichigo faces in Hueco Mundo for one simple reason. Ulquiorra is not looking at Ichigo as a person, but rather as an embodiment of an ideology he wishes to disprove and destroy. He's fighting Ichigo, but his true battle is with Orihime and her connection with Ichigo. And that makes things a little complicated. I'll explain why. Ichigo has overcome the depression caused by the fear of losing himself to his hollow and the troubles that come with it. It crippled his ability to simply function, and he wilted in the face of strong opposition. But because Ulquiorra's fight isn't really with Ichigo, but rather with Orihime, the success and failure of this battle isn't dependent on Ichigo as much as it is Orihime. Ulquiorra can try his hardest to get Ichigo to despair, to give in, and to give up. But it's not just about Ichigo, it's about making a point to Orihime about despair and desperation. So it's not about gaining the satisfaction of seeing Ichigo despair. It's actually about gaining the satisfaction of seeing Orihime despair at the sight of seeing the man she cast all her hopes and dreams onto crumble, fade away, and give up. And it makes things complex because to Ichigo, his success or failure is what decides if Orihime despairs. And so they battle atop the canopy of Las Noches. Ulquiorra unleashes his Murcielago, he unleashes Cero Oscuras, he unleashes Segunda Etapa in his Lanza del Relampago, all in an attempt to make Ichigo despair. But Ichigo stands his ground. To the very end, Ichigo does not give Ulquiorra the pleasure of seeing him despair, even as Ulquiorra held him up with his tail wrapped around his neck. Kubo has kept Ichigo consistent with the theme he laid down. Once Ichigo took care of his internal issues, it didn't matter whether he won the fight or not. Ichigo refused to give in. Ichigo does not despair unless his internal framework is compromised. But Ulquiorra blows a hole right through his chest and releases him onto the sandy dunes of Hueco Mundo. The moment that ensues after this is an extremely powerful moment. The one who comes to his aid here is not Old Man Zangetsu, it's White. But White isn't the same here. And I'm not talking about his appearance. I'm referring to his purpose. If you go back and look at every moment prior to this where White is taking over Ichigo's body, you will find that the trigger is that Ichigo's life is in danger, and his reaction when he appears is not one of anger. He's never angry. He's just here to promote chaos and thrive off instinct. When Byakuya asks him who he is, he says, "I have no name." Because what good does identity do between two people who are about to kill each other? Against Yami, when he speaks to Ichigo and says switch, he's not angry. In fact, he sounds cocky. Against Hiyori, who put Ichigo's life in mortal danger, when he awakens, he chokes her out with a smile on his face because he's here on instinct. But here against Ulquiorra, it's different. This entire video essay is permeated with the dichotomy of logic versus instinct. Old Man Zangetsu is to logic as what Ichigo is to instinct. But observe what happens in this scene. Even though Ichigo's life is in mortal danger, the trigger is him hearing Orihime's voice crying out to him. And you just hear his words resound within his soul saying, "She's calling me. I hear her. I have to get up. Get up. I will protect you." And White Ichigo responds to this call for help and transforms, but this time, things are different. There's no cockiness. There's no speech. There's no taunting. No laughter. No mockery. No chaos. There's destruction, 100% there's destruction, but there's no chaos. If anything, Vassal Ichigo permeates only one emotion: anger. Look, I have seen Ichigo training in the Dangai, and when White Ichigo showed up then, he was cocky. He lifted up his mask and he spoke. He was the White you'd expect. But here, White is angry and you see it in his eyes. He doesn't speak to Ulquiorra. There's no showboating, no cockiness. He simply destroys Ulquiorra. Why is a being driven by instinct, who has previously responded to mortal danger with cockiness and insanity, responding with anger this time? Ichigo's life was in danger back then, but he never acted like this. And the answer is quite simple: Orihime Inoue. But not just Orihime. It's not just the fact that you could draw a parallel between Orihime's relationship with Ichigo and White's relationship with Masaki. It's the fact that he's responding to a logical outcry from Ichigo. It's the fact that he's fighting not because of instinct, but because of logic. He's fighting because Ichigo wants to protect Orihime. Logic. He's fighting because Ichigo does not want Orihime to despair. Logic. He's fighting because another woman Ichigo cares about is about to despair at the hands of a hollow. Logic. He defeats Ulquiorra, restores Ichigo's life to him, and Ichigo now is shaken. When he witnesses the destruction caused because he lost control, Ichigo falters yet again. His internal balance is now broken and he's flustered, but it's not the same as it was previously before. Before, Ichigo had no remedies. He had no game plan to help him alleviate the situation. But here, he does retain the ability to holofy. He's just scared of what might happen if he flies off the deep end. When he saves Rukia from Yami and holofies, he immediately dispels the transformation and his eyes tell a painful truth. He's scared and worried about what might happen if he loses control again. This positions Ichigo to have yet another deep look within himself and continues the cycle of construction, deconstruction, and construction again, with every step tackling a different issue about Ichigo's mentality. This is Hueco Mundo Ichigo, a sole embodiment of logic and instinct. Hueco Mundo Arc Ichigo is thrown into the fires of enemy territory and tested to his very core. He makes mistakes and he learns from them. But within those triumphs and failures, Kubo is slowly knitting together a character who we can relate to, one we can understand. Human life is a life of preparations and tests. You mature psychologically, life tests you. Maybe you fail, and maybe you fall. And you were then tasked with analyzing your mistakes, picking up the pieces, and ascending to a higher level than before, only to meet yet another test, and another, and another, and another. And we, just like Ichigo, fall into this very human cycle of construction and deconstruction, with every failure being a building block for our inevitable triumph. Kubo's message about logic and instinct is that just like many things in life, the answer lies in the balance between the two. Dangai Ichigo is a tortured soul. What's going on, guys? Rebirth here to give you the latest edition in the Ichigo series on the channel. If you've missed the last 3 chapters on Society, Arrancar, and Hueco Mundo Ichigo, please look in the tagged videos to catch up. Today we venture into Ichigo's involvement in the battle in fake Karakura Town that saw the Gotei 13 clash against Aizen and his army. The fake Karakura Town arc places Ichigo under even more pressure than he had in Hueco Mundo, and his flaws are magnified to an even greater degree, buried beneath the weight of expectations that lie on his shoulders. When you peel back the layers of Ichigo's character in this arc, you find that Dangai Ichigo is a truly tortured, conflicted soul. Before we begin, please be sure to hit that subscribe button for me. You know, the one that's right there in the bottom right corner. Yeah, that one. Just hit that for me and everything's PG. Thank you guys, I really appreciate the support. But anyway, back to the point. Ichigo Kurosaki. Right. Ichigo heads to Karakura Town with Unohana Retsu after Mayuri Kuretsuchi manages to open the Garganta to the world of the living. As Ichigo and Unohana travel towards their destination, Kubo gives some much needed clarification on the details concerning Ichigo's Bankai. As we come to find out, Ichigo's Bankai does not merely change the size and shape of his sword. It also materializes a cloak that he wears, and the cloak in of itself is part of Ichigo's Bankai. Furthermore, he explains that the cloak is a representation of how much spirit energy reserves Ichigo has. This is just a tiny little detail that puts Ichigo's fight with Ulquiorra into perspective. When Ichigo lost control and White took over, he dominated the supposed strongest Espada, at least in my book. He did all of that, all the feats, all the displays of power, they all happened while White had access to only less than half of Ichigo's full power. Ichigo had one sleeve and barely any cloak left after his initial fight with Ulquiorra, and White was still able to completely destroy the 4th Espada. Unohana decides to heal Ichigo as they run towards the end of the Garganta. On the way there, Ichigo is thinking of what his game plan is going to be, and just to make sure his readers realize the scale of the burden lying on Ichigo's shoulders, Kubo has Unohana reiterate the stakes of the battle. Anyone who has fallen prey to Aizen's Kyoga Suigetsu is unlikely to be able to defeat him. The only one with a legitimate chance to defeat Aizen is Ichigo, and so he needs to be primed and ready to take Aizen down. Ichigo understood that and decided that he would strike first and strike hard, which he did. Only issue is, Ichigo did not holify and Aizen ends up deflecting his blast. Now, the outcome wouldn't have changed even if Ichigo holified. Aizen had measures in place to protect himself, but this is Kubo's way of allowing you to know the pressure Ichigo is feeling right now. Between the expectation that he is the only one who can defeat Aizen, he himself is reeling from his hollow's destruction. After parrying Ichigo's attack, Aizen and Ichigo have a verbal exchange that I think is very interesting to consider. An example of the criticism laid at the foot of Kubo in relation to the Aizen arc as a whole is how detached Ichigo seems to be from the main antagonist. To Kubo detractors, Ichigo and Aizen's conflict doesn't seem personal, and they believe that it takes away from what should have been an intimate personal back and forth between the two. And whenever I hear that, my reaction is always the same. Pump the brakes, and instead of thinking of how you think something should be, simply ask, why is it this way? Because for all you know, the author understands this and has a reason for writing the story this way. So allow me to ask this very straightforward question. Did Ichigo need to have a personal vendetta against Aizen? No.
And that's all, folks.
Okay, I know I should explain myself more, and I promise I will, but let's come back to that later. I don't want to get ahead of myself. Aizen battles the entire Gotei 13 by himself and destroys them all. He utilizes Wonder Wise to neutralize Ryujin Jaka, and it's not until Yamamoto uses Ito Kasa that Ichigo finally gets an opportunity to catch Aizen off guard. Ichigo holifies and fires a Getsuga Tensho right at Aizen, and he takes damage, but it's not enough damage to bother Aizen. Aizen continues to play his mind games on Ichigo, talking about how he orchestrated Ichigo's battles up until now, which he did, and he claims to know Ichigo's true identity and lineage, which he does know. Isshin ultimately stops Aizen from revealing the truth, and when you observe Ichigo's reaction throughout this entire interaction with Aizen, it's very clear that not only is Ichigo vastly unprepared to go up against a man of this level, his internal balance is making him even less competent than he actually is. I was rereading the arc, and seeing Ichigo burst out like a little child was very unbecoming of him. You may disagree with me on this opinion, but even though Ichigo is an extremely passionate individual, he never lashes out like a child. Not until now. When I think back to how scared he was to fight Kenpachi, he was 100% flustered, but it felt like the fear of a man who was up against a massively overpowering monster. Even when he was actually depressed, it felt like the depressed state of an adult. But here, he's made to look immature and naive when he interacts with Aizen, and I suppose that is cause to credit Sosuke Aizen because he had Ichigo in the palm of his hands without actually fighting. And it does serve as more proof that Ichigo right now is not prepared to battle at this stage. Maybe he has the spiritual power necessary, but his emotional and psychological state is falling painfully behind. We get a glimpse of the Ichigo we know when Isshin saves him and wants to discuss him being a Soul Reaper later. Ichigo tells his father that, hey, you probably had your reasons for not telling me, but whenever you feel the time is right, I'll listen. In what has been a very long spell of immature tantrum Ichigo, seeing the mature side of him was refreshing, even if it only lasted for a little while. Isshin and Ichigo rejoin the battle, and this time, Ichigo's opponent is the talented Gin Ichimaru, who is looking forward to battling Ichigo a second time. Ichigo, on the other hand, doesn't remember fighting Gin because, as Kubo explains to us, Ichigo has this innate ability to see into the hearts of his opponents. He can sense what type of people they are and feel what is in their hearts. Think about the whole Naruto Sasuke clash where they end up in a separate space and can talk to each other through their attacks, or, if you're a Chad like me, Magi. Magi had this idea in its story as well, where the clash of Rook saw characters speak into each other's heart. So Ichigo doesn't remember fighting Gin because he doesn't remember feeling what was in his heart. It felt blank and off-putting. Gin is mildly amused by this and activates his Bankai. I'm not going to break down the contents of this fight right here, but I will say that this was a very solid showing for both Ichigo and Gin, but the winner of this battle and the stronger individual here is very clear. Gin Ichimaru. Their battles spill over into Isshin's fight as Aizen is ascending and Kisuke and Yoruichi join the battle. As Aizen is clowning Isshin, Kisuke, and Yoruichi, Gin sneaks up behind Ichigo and doesn't want to fight. He wants to take a break and talk. What ensues here between Gin and Ichigo is fairly important for what will happen soon. So Gin's trying to convince Ichigo to give up because Aizen is going to be victorious. Ichigo tries to actually push back at Gin by insinuating that if Aizen gets any stronger, he might decide to turn on Ichimaru and kill him personally. This statement by Ichigo turns Ichimaru off and he starts to wonder if Ichigo has already given up in this battle. Ichigo can barely keep his mask on for extended periods of time and his willpower is massively waning. Gin believes now that a kid like Ichigo has no place fighting Lord Aizen, and so he tells him, just run away. You're not a warrior anymore. And the reason he's disappointed in Ichigo is that when he first met Ichigo in Soul Society, he wasn't the strongest. Hell, he was barely lieutenant level, but what he had was conviction and belief in himself and what he was there to do. And despite the massive gaps in their powers, Gina respected that. And he gave that Ichigo a better chance of defeating him than the Bankai Holified Ichigo that stands before him now. Aizen interferes before Gin attacks Ichigo, and he along with Gin Ichimaru open the Senkaimon and head towards the Soul Society. Aizen has successfully defeated Isshin, Kisuke, and Yoruichi. Ichigo is left in a pile of rubble to mull over his failings when his father grabs him and beckons him to head to Soul Society, and I want to stop here just to observe and analyze this interaction. I have found that most general audiences do not enjoy the deconstruction of characters, especially those who are expected to be the flag bearers of a much larger idea. For example, an anime protagonist who is massively deconstructed tends to turn most people off, because it's hard or annoying to see your main character have his weaknesses exposed to this level. Think of Natsuki Subaru in Re:Zero, who is constantly being deconstructed and his weaknesses are constantly being shoved right into his face. Some people don't enjoy that, but I do. The reason I enjoy deconstruction so much is because it's realistic. It grounds the character in ways other writing methods cannot. The more weaknesses and failings I see in a character, the more human they seem. After all, you all might know the popular saying, "To err is human." That's why I appreciate Ichigo here. But not just that. Even if you put my love for deconstruction to the side, look at the situation as Kubo presents it. Aizen has ascended by way of the Hogyoku to a level surpassing Soul Reapers and Hollows. They cannot sense his energy. They do not know how powerful he is. For that reason, it is easier for them to block out their natural bodily instinct to flee from overwhelming power. Ichigo is the only one on the battlefield who can feel just how powerful Aizen is. Isn't it a little naive and insensitive to call a man a coward when you yourself cannot feel the power he feels? It is not a simple black and white situation, it's heavily grayed. And this plays into the question I posed before about Ichigo lacking a personal vendetta against Aizen. Isshin tells Ichigo, think about what Aizen going to Karakura Town means. It means everyone you know and love in Karakura Town are about to die at the hands of Aizen. He tells Ichigo, are you going to sit there and cry again about how you can't save anyone? These words carry a lot of weight because Kubo is reinforcing the criticisms people have against Ichigo versus Aizen. There seems to be little to no personal vendetta here. It seems to be a responsibility placed onto Ichigo because no one else is able to. So Isshin opens the Senkaimon and they travel through the precipice world, and here we run into one of Kubo's biggest blunders. This is the advent of the final Getsugi Tensho. What can I say about the final Getsugi Tensho that hasn't been said before? I suppose I can give you a different perspective on the matter, but if it was of any concern to you, yes, there was no foreshadowing. Yes, this came out of nowhere, at least to me. Yes, Kubo probably dropped the ball on this one, and yes, it might showcase that Kubo did not have a clear idea of how to defeat Aizen without making it seem unearned. That is all true, but allow me to come at the situation from a different angle. Instead of thinking about how bad of a decision this was, what if we think about what positive possibilities came as a result of it? Yeah, I know it's weird, but let's break it down. I've always had a certain principle when it comes to power-ups in manga and storytelling, and it's very simple. For every power that is given, there must be a cost. For every overwhelming ability that is given, there must be something lost of supreme value. Imagine you had a character who gained a massive spike in power, but had no drawback or repercussion for that power boost. How legitimate would the power-up feel? This has always been the recurring problem with a show like Fairy Tail. Due to the powers of friendship, these characters gain massive spikes in power with little to no loss to themselves. But there must always be a pushback, a cost, and a rationalization. Super Saiyan Goku came at a cost. Krillin's life. But then they bring him back with the Dragon Balls and renders the price for that power obsolete. And you can go through many different popular shows and you will find that most authors understand that there has to be a price for power. Naruto, the price for Baryon mode is Kurama's life, and I hope it remains that way. If Kishimoto walks that back, it is going to be absolutely terrible to stomach. Monkey D. Luffy, during Impel Down, received steroids at the hands of Ivankov, which allowed him to push beyond his natural limits at the cost of his lifespan. The power came with a cost, and I believe Oda will not forget that fact. Gon Freaks gives up his nen in order to kill his enemy, and not only basically lost his life in the process, he definitely lost his nen and is now struggling to figure out how to retain it. Natsu Dragonil's Fire Dragon King mode gives him a tremendous power boost, but the price for it is the last remaining vestiges of Ignil's flames. For Eren and other Titan shifters, the price for that ability means you will only live for the next 13 years. A price for power. And so you come to Ichigo, and Kubo, for better or worse, introduces a massive power spike for Ichigo, and the cost for this power is all of Ichigo's spirit energy. That is the price to be paid. So essentially, as much as I agree with those who criticize Kubo for the final Getsuga Tensho, I recognize the good that came of it. And Ichigo eventually earns his power back, yes, but not before Kubo makes him earn it in the Fullbring Arc. So that's my personal opinion on the final Getsuga Tensho as a plot point for Bleach. It was a bad choice that yielded positive results. Okay, let's pivot and talk about Ichigo's battle with Zangetsu. First thing, Ichigo's world is submerged in water, and we know this to be the case because Ichigo's heart was overtaken by despair and sadness, causing it to rain on this lonely world. Tensa Zangetsu pulls out White and they merge to battle Ichigo. As I've explained in my other videos on the subject, Ichigo is able to feel what his opponents have in their heart, and Ichigo feels nothing but sadness emanating from Tensa Zangetsu's blade. That is indicative of not merely old man Zangetsu's opinion and feelings, but White's as well. Both of his inner spirits are very clear when they say, "What I want to protect is not what you want to protect." Ichigo eventually figures out how to win this fight and gets impaled by the blade. Witnessing Tensa Zangetsu shed tears of pain, Ichigo finally understands what his power will require in return. So back in Karakura, Gin has just betrayed Aizen, and Aizen has now struck the finishing blow onto Gin. As he prepares to finish the job, Ichigo Kurosaki emerges from the Dangai with long hair, a chain wrapped around his arm, and a Zanpakutou that is fused to his hand. This is the introduction of Dangai Ichigo. So, let us talk about Dangai Ichigo. Dangai Ichigo is Kubo basically telling all of us that the faults and failures of Ichigo's character are something that he knows about and deliberately writes into existence. Dangai Ichigo is who people expect Ichigo to be. Calm, cool, collected, analytical, unwavering, soft-spoken, and deadly. There's no showboating, no needless verbal jabs, no lashing out with emotion, no temper tantrums, and no immaturity. He is straightforward, definite, and lethal, as people wanted him to be. But the genius here, the Kubology in these moments, is that it's not Ichigo. Dangai Ichigo as a character, as a person, is not Ichigo. This being you see in front of you is a pained, tortured soul. He is suffering on every level except physical pain. And Kubo masterfully shows you this through expression and speech patterns, something you can sense even more of when you watch the voice actors. The look on his face, it's just bland. He's just there. He looks tired. Like seriously, look at him. He looks tired and completely done with the situation. Gin Ichimaru takes a look into his eyes and sees that his eyes are stronger. Yes, absolutely, they are stronger. But they are as tortured as they are strong. And as you watch or read Ichigo's battle with Aizen, I find myself asking, why is Kubo doing this? Especially in hindsight, we have seen Dangai Ichigo, a form born from Ichigo's understanding of his powers, not submission, but a reluctant concession to Ichigo. They did not want to do this, but were forced into doing so by Ichigo. On the other side, you have the final arc, Ichigo's True Zanpakutou, where he truly understood and resonated with his powers, and they willingly gave themselves up. The Ichigo that is born from True Zanpakutou synergy is different from the Ichigo born from forced Zanpakutou synergy. In one, Ichigo is happy, he's confident, and he's comfortable in his own skin and in his mission. But here, he looks sad, depressed, and uncomfortable the entire time. And I'm sure you can see why Kubo made sure to have that distinction. Power gained by force is different from power gained by willful submission. But it's not just that. It goes deeper. You know how at the start of the video, I asked the question as to if Ichigo needed to have a personal vendetta against Aizen? Well, now I can give you my answer with full context. The reason Ichigo does not need to have a personal vendetta against Aizen is because Kubo is attempting to tell a story of the self-sacrificial nature of a protector. At the end of the day, people can point to Aizen orchestrating Ichigo's battles and whatnot, but I believe that ultimately, Ichigo had more beef with Ulquiorra than Aizen. He had more beef with Grimjar and Byakuya than he did Aizen. That's just a fact. The reason this works so well here is that Kubo is using Ichigo kinda like how the Judeo-Christian Jesus exists in the Bible. And I know, what in the world is he on about? Just humor me for a second. As the story goes, whether you believe it or not, just humor me for the moment. Humans are sinful and for that reason unfit to enter heaven. In order for the gift of salvation to be given, there must be a price paid for the sins that were committed. God the Father decides that because he loves humanity so much, he will instead send his son, Jesus, to earth to live as a man, blameless and sinless, and then have this man, who is unfit to be punished, take on the punishment of those who are actually deserving and die in their place, so that they, standing on the principle of his sacrifice, can receive the eternal gift of salvation. That's basically the idea there. I'm not saying that Kubo is using Jesus as a template because I don't think he is. I'm just comparing them to make a point that what Kubo wants to do here is make it so that Ichigo doesn't actually have a huge gripe with Aizen. He doesn't hate Aizen. Aizen may have done some things that ended up causing Ichigo pain or whatever, but he has no desire to kill him. I mean, Ichigo beat Ikkaku and saved his life. He fought to the death against Renji and Byakuya and didn't fight them out of hatred. Even Grimmjow, who Ichigo had a personal grudge against, Ichigo made sure to grab him after the fight and protect him from Noitora. And he had a bigger bone to pick with them than with Aizen. And so Kubo is going to great lengths to establish that Ichigo really doesn't want to fight Aizen. It's not really his fight, but that's exactly the point. In the same way that Jesus, who actually never sinned, is tasked with taking on the punishment of humanity by another, Ichigo, who doesn't feel like he has personal hatred for Aizen, has this responsibility given to him without his consent. He did not choose to be in this position. It just so happened that because you have not seen a Shikai, you are the only one who can defeat him. And this massive responsibility is given to a 15-year-old. Like, here, you do it. You save the world. You defeat Aizen even though his crimes really have to do with centuries-old events. You're the only one who can do it, and oh, by the way, the only way to actually beat him is to give up your powers as a price. Do you see how unfair this is? Ichigo is a substitute Soul Reaper who hasn't been reaping for a year now. He's barely begun his life as a Shinigami. There's an actual organization whose task is to stop events like this. They're called the Gotei 13, and they all failed to do their job, and now a 15-year-old is being asked to give up all of his powers to defend a world that really isn't his responsibility. That's the point Kubo is getting at. It's not really Ichigo's fight to do this. It's not really his job, but that responsibility has been forcefully placed onto him. And on top of that, the price for the power you need to win is the loss of your own. Why wouldn't you be saddened by this? What's there to smile about? There's absolutely nothing to be happy about. And that's why Dangai Ichigo looks so tortured. That's why he looks so saddened and empty. Because he is having to make a sacrifice for the sake of the entire world when really, he should be nowhere near this battle. It takes a special kind of man to accept the wrong responsibility of sacrificing your powers, what makes you special, for the sake of the world. That is the kind of man Ichigo is, and that is what Kubo wanted to share with us. As labored and tired as Ichigo was, he finally becomes so done with the entire situation that he activates the final Getsuga Tensho and becomes Getsuga itself. I tend to think of this in a different way than others do. I've always looked at the final Getsuga Tensho as a form. He becomes Getsuga, and taking on this new form means that his next attack will be the last. So in other words, the actual attack is not a standard Getsuga Tensho, but rather a new move called Mugetsu, the Moonless Night. And I think it's fitting that the final move is called Moonless Night. The night in of itself casts a dreary, sad outlook on most things, but usually, the moon gives us just a little bit of light to help us through the long nights. But the darkest nights are those that do not have the moon, and that is what Mugetsu represents, the Moonless Night. Aizen somehow remains alive and Kisuke's healing Kido takes effect. Aizen is consequently sealed, and Ichigo tells Urahara that the only emotion emanating from Aizen's blade was that of loneliness. Ichigo's power leaves him, and days later, he says his final goodbye to Rukia. You know, Ichigo means the #1 protector, and I think he lived up to his namesake, going as far as to give up his powers in order to save the world, knowing that he might never become a Soul Reaper again. That counts for something in my eyes. Ichigo up until now, after battling Ulquiorra, has been plagued with negative thoughts and failures. He's really hurting on the inside, and Dangai Ichigo, with all his powers and badassery, to me, is an extremely potent, powerful, but ultimately tortured soul. Fullbring Ichigo is underrated. You know, I've been a passive part of the Bleach community for a long time, so I have a clear idea of what times were like when Kubo was writing the Fullbring arc. And as nostalgic as those days are, I have no interest in going back to those times, because the level of ignorance permeating through the anime sphere at that time baffles me to this day. If you're a regular on the channel, I've been taking you on a journey through Ichigo Kurosaki's character in Bleach, and now, it's time to cast our eyes to the most controversial arc in Bleach, the Fullbring arc. This arc, by definition, garners massive polarizing opinions from most of the Bleach and anime community, with some enjoying it and others hating it. And look, everybody has their reasons, everyone has their bone to pick, but for me, Fullbring Ichigo is by a long stretch the most underrated version of Ichigo, and I'm going to tell you why in this video. You know how when you're trying to learn another language, you are first taught the letters of that language's alphabet, and then the manner in which words can be formed from letters into sentences and into complex meanings? In those situations, the goal is not to teach you every sentence in existence. That would be a fool's errand. Instead, you are taught the fundamental principles. You need to know letters, and you need to know the meanings of words and how they relate to each other. But after you know the fundamental principles, you are then able to create any sequence of words to express any emotion and thought you want through a myriad of sentence structures. That's what I've tried to do in this series. As I break Ichigo down, I also try to convey the principle behind Ichigo's arc at that stage. I like to refer to these fundamentals as it pertains to Ichigo as cubology. And if you go back through most of my videos, you will see me name drop cubology all over the place, and it always pertains to an important fundamental principle. But the fundamental principle I want you to focus on for this analysis is the cycle of deconstruction and reconstruction. Death and rebirth, if you will. Kubo and other authors, for that matter, will isolate a weakness within their main character. They will then expose it, magnify it, and have their main character face it head on. After a struggle with this weakness, they will overcome it and move on to greater heights than they were before, only to meet yet another weakness to be isolated. The cycle repeats over and over, like a trial of fire, until the character, perfected by the fires of failure, achieves the level intended from the very beginning. The Fullbring arc acts as a trial of fire for Ichigo Kurosaki. And before we dive into the arc's content, it is important for you to recognize exactly what weaknesses of Ichigo is being magnified and what comes as a result of it. When we first met Ichigo in the first arc of Bleach, he hated the fact that he could see ghosts and wished he could be normal. At the very least, if he couldn't be normal, he had no interest in using his abilities to help people he did not know. This isn't something I made up. It is in the canon and Ichigo alludes to this on multiple occasions. Kubo then takes you through Ichigo's journey up until the battle with Aizen. Now, he's at an impasse. In order to defeat Aizen, he has to give up his Soul Reaper abilities. Kubo does not spend a lot of time showing us if Ichigo has mental struggle with this decision, but we do know his reaction to it. Sadness, apathy, and torture, as I explained in the last chapter of this Ichigo series. But now, going into the Fullbring arc, whether he wanted to or not, whether he was prepared to or not, or whether he was willing to or not, he is about to live a life without powers. Kubo is ready to deconstruct Ichigo's belief about power and protection, and that is the primary purpose of the Fullbring arc. So as we go into this, keep these ABCs in mind and walk with me on this journey. A journey where Kubo finally puts Ichigo's opinion about power and protection to the test. So, we pick up the story 1.5 years after the defeat of Aizen, and Ichigo is now devoid of any spiritual powers. He's been focusing on school, reconnecting with his family and friends, and working a part-time job with the beautiful, illustrious, jaw-dropping Miss Ikumi. Hashtag Ikumi Top 5. He's happy enough saving for college and deciding on his future when mysterious things start happening around him. The mysteries compound when he is approached by a strange man by the name of Ginjo Kugo. Now, the Fullbring arc is a deep character study / character deconstruction for Ichigo, but it also hinges deeply on the relationship between Ichigo Kurosaki and Ginjo Kugo. In fact, I think I can very confidently say that if you do not find their dynamic as interesting to watch, you're not going to enjoy the arc because there's a lot of that in here. Ginjo is one of my favorite antagonists in Bleach and a guilty pleasure of mine because in reality, I shouldn't like his character that much, but I do. I think he's great, but I'll save that Ginjo fanboying for another day. we're focusing on Ichigo for now. In keeping with this first phase where we're trying to understand Ichigo's psychological state now that he's devoid of abilities, Kubo neatly places a scene where Ichigo and Keigo are talking to each other. Keigo and Ichigo are speaking about their futures, colleges, jobs, and the like. He brings up Ruki and how she and the other Soul Reapers basically don't show up in Karakura anymore. They've literally ghosted Karakura town. Pun intended. What happens here is one of the few moments where Kubo literally feeds you what he wants you to know. Kubo doesn't typically do this, but every now and then he's like, here, take it.
Take it, Kata. Take all the nog. Yeah, you like that nog.
Ichigo says, I never felt superior for being able to see ghosts. I never thought I could make a living or save somebody's life with it. All it made me do was crave a life where I didn't have to see them. And now, I've got what I always wanted. See, this is very important for understanding the purpose of the Fullbring Arc. I'm going to use what is probably a bad example, but just humor me. My analogies are hit or miss these days, but I think this will sell the idea. So there's a couple, a boy and a girl, and they're like chilling or whatever. The girlfriend is super clingy and wants to hang out all the time, every day, all day, plus whatever is left of that. The guy loves her, but he kind of wants to have his own space because he wants to grab drinks with his friends or play some video games or just be lazy. It doesn't matter. Point is, she always wants to be with him and he's starting to wish that he had more time for himself to do all his personal wants and desires. So he doesn't break up with her or anything, he stays in the relationship, but deep down, he wishes she could just leave him be so he can have some personal time for himself. And as time passes, this emotion becomes stronger. Well, the two of them get into an argument and he very angrily expresses his feelings concerning wants and personal time. He wants to have his alone time to watch his anime, sports, games, and everything in between. The two of them break it off and yay, he finally has all the time in the world. He hits the gym, he plays video games, he hangs out with his friends, and he feels happy. He finally got what he wanted. But then, he still feels like something is missing. He still yearns for the relationship he had with his partner and wonders why he feels this way. He felt so strongly about a world where he could only work on himself and do anything he wanted with no restrictions. He craved that life, but now that he's got it, he feels incomplete. That is where Ichigo is right now. You see, the small little anecdote I gave is more complex than a one-to-one comparison with Ichigo. This boyfriend should have come to terms with his desire to have personal time and also romantic time with his significant other, and both should have worked towards finding a balance between the two. But it wasn't until he experienced the life on the other side that he was fully educated on exactly what awaits him on that end. The experience he just went through did more to ground his perspective than fancy lip service from anyone around him. That is where Ichigo is. All along, it's always been, save this person, save that person. Ruki is abducted, or Hime is abducted. Aizen's gonna kill us all, give up your powers and save us. Your hollow is threatening to take over your mind and destroy everything. There's always been something and Ichigo just wanted to be done with all of it. He wanted a normal life. But now, he's got it. He's got that normal life and he's had it for 1.5 years. But he's not happy. That is where Kubo is going with this, and he starts to slowly position Ichigo in a position of powerlessness, so Ichigo feels out of control. Uryu gets attacked by an unknown assailant and Ichigo is the last to hear about it. He tries to walk Orihime home, but Ryukin keeps her and Ichigo is not dumb. He knows exactly what Ryukin is trying to do here. He's trying to keep Ichigo out of the loop because he's powerless. Genjo Kugo approaches Ichigo and starts casting doubts about Ishin's true nature and Kisuke's eventual betrayal. Tsukishima begins to immerse himself in Ichigo's life and starts to turn everything upside down. All the while, Ichigo can only watch as everyone around him tries to protect him instead of the other way around. Is it fun to see Ichigo like this? No. But Kubo wants to have Ichigo go through the necessary arc to understand what he truly wants out of power and protection. Ichigo will come full circle, but he goes through multiple stages before he arrives at that end. The first of which is simply put, I want to fight again. I want my powers back. This concession leads Ichigo into 3 stages of training developed by Ginjo and the others to give Ichigo his powers back. I want to speak on each stage as they happen and comment on a couple of things for each. Stage 1. Dollhouse. For the first stage, Ichigo is placed into Ryuka's dollhouse and tasked with fighting this deranged teddy bear or whatever. His life is placed into mortal danger, and the purpose of this training is to find out what Ichigo's Fullbring conduit is. As Kubo explains, Fullbringers have the ability to draw out the souls of inanimate objects and use them to fight. Okay, I don't know what to say about this, but all I'll say is, cool. But I'm not a fan of this idea known as everything has a soul. If everything has a soul, then do inanimate objects have a soul society? Not sure. And if everything has a soul, how can manipulation on a soul level affect physical items? What I mean is, Ginjo apparently draws out the soul of the alcoholic beverage in front of him, and somehow, drawing out the soul draws out the drink itself. Like, if we drew out the soul of a human, the body would fall. But when we draw out the soul of a drink, the physical drink... Look, I don't know, bro. I have no idea. I'm just gonna have to fly to Japan, knock on Kubo's door, and ask him myself, because this specific concept is weird. And what does it have to do with being attacked by a hollow? Okay, Rebirth, stop. Anyway, coming back to my point. Ichigo needs a Fullbring conduit. Ginjo has his necklace, Chad has his skin, and the Fullbringers have their own. For Ichigo, he uses the combat pass. According to Ginjo, the soul of a combat pass retained spiritual memories of Ichigo's battles and stored them within it. Now, he's able to use it. How is Ichigo able to achieve this first stage of Fullbring? Well, the trigger for each Fullbringer is different, but luckily for Ichigo and Chad, it's the same. Pride. Pride in who he was as a Soul Reaper, and that emotional resonance of pride triggered his Fullbring into activation. He then fires a Mach Getsuga Tensho at his opponent to win. Cool? Cool. Stage 2. Dirty Boots. Ichigo's second training involved battling Jackie Tristan in her Fullbring called Dirty Boots. This was a one-on-one battle between he and Jackie, and Ichigo showcased the experience he had gained over the years, luring Jackie into a false sense of control and striking her when her guard was at her lowest. He also begins to subconsciously use Bringer Light. But the key thing to know for their battle is that his Fullbring, which by this time was still maintained in the combat pass, begins to pour out and clad his body in dark Ryotsu resembling a Shihakusho. Ichigo loses control, and when Tsukishima breaks apart the training ground they are in, Ichigo appears before him, clad in black, with some kind of reishi blade. The first training established Pride as the trigger, and his combat pass as the conduit. The second training established that Ichigo's Fullbring would most likely be armored. In other words, Ichigo would wear his Fullbring. When he encounters Tsukishima, they battle outside, and even though Tsukishima is clearly more powerful right now, Ichigo is showcasing tremendous progress. He gains more control over Bringer Light and shocks Tsukishima with how much power he's able to output. Yukio eventually steps in and prevents the battle from spilling any further, but Ichigo has now gained even more power as he attempts to regain his Soul Reaper abilities. Stage 3. Ginjo Kugo. Stage 3 of Ichigo's training is a battle with Ginjo Kugo himself. Utilizing Yukio's Invader's Must Die ability, Ichigo and Ginjo battle in a mock video game fight sequence. While they're fighting, Chad gets Orihime to come help Ichigo, and she arrives to see Ichigo bleeding from his chest after Ginjo struck him. She heals him and the battle continues, but Ichigo is starting to notice something different about Ginjo. Kubo takes us into the mind of Ichigo, and we come to understand what is bothering him. Ichigo has always had an ability to sense what is in the hearts of the opponents he fights. But here, fighting Ginjo, he cannot tell what Ginjo is thinking or feeling. As Ichigo puts it, there's a lid on his true emotion. Ginjo notices that Ichigo isn't focusing and slashes him right across the eyes. I kid you not, the man literally slashes Ichigo's eyes out. He then begins to antagonize Ichigo. He kicks him from different angles, drags him around, insults him, berates him, and really sinks into playing the role of a villain. There's one line I absolutely adore from Ginjo where he says, "Don't worry, Ichigo, I'll drag you back to the battlefield." Ginjo continues to antagonize Ichigo and threatens to kill Chad and Orihime. As you'd expect, this garners a strong reaction from Ichigo, but ultimately, without sight or his powers, he cannot hope to do much damage. After being stabbed through the stomach by Ginjo, Ginjo turns to walk away, and Ichigo finally catches a glimpse of his spiritual pressure. He lunges at Ginjo with full force as his Fullbring transforms yet again when Ginjo takes hold of Ichigo and suppresses the explosion caused by his Fullbring. As Ginjo explains, whenever a Fullbringer's abilities are completed, someone has to be around in order to contain the resulting explosion, and he needed to make sure that Ichigo attained Fullbring in his presence. With that, Ichigo's Fullbring is fully complete, and in a later scene, we get to see his true Fullbring, and all of its Power Rangery luster. I suppose it's important to explain this while we're here. When Ichigo sacrificed his Soul Reaper abilities, it didn't rob him of literally every last bit of his spirit energy. A little bit always remained. This is actually consistent with Bleach so far. When Byakuya shattered Ichigo's Soul Chain in Soul Sleep, Old Man Zangetsu mentions that his true Soul Reaper abilities hid themselves deep inside Ichigo, so Byakuya could not reach them. Yet again, that principle rings true. The last remaining vestiges of Ichigo's power gathered inside him and became dormant. By stimulating and awakening the spiritual pressure within him, and then using that energy with his combat pass, Ichigo is able to achieve Fullbring. Now that he's opened the Fullbring door, his Soul Reaper powers will merge and naturally mix with his Fullbring, and he will ultimately gain a power greater than a normal Soul Reaper. So these are the 3 stages Ichigo took to reattain his power. He goes home, and this is where the mind-bending mockery begins. As Ichigo has been training to regain his powers, Tsukishima has been going around Ichigo's friends and family and using his Book of the End ability to insert himself into their past, making him appear to be an ally and not an enemy. Ichigo lashes out at the sight of Tsukishima, but the horrors only compound from there. Everyone Ichigo knows, from Misukumi, his sisters, his friends, Chad, and Orihime, have been overtaken by Tsukishima's ability and stand with him. Ginjo is seemingly the only one who remains unaffected. He and Ichigo are invited to Tsukishima's home, and right now, due to the impact Tsukishima has had on his friends and family, Ichigo is determined to kill Tsukishima. A battle breaks out at Tsukishima's base, and Ichigo unleashes his full power against him. Ichigo now is seemingly faster than Tsukishima and is able to gain the upper hand over him, at least until Chad and Orihime come to his rescue. As you can probably imagine, this entire endeavor is tearing Ichigo apart. He feels like he did not go through all of this trouble to turn a blade on a friend. As his emotions wane, Tsukishima attacks Ichigo, but Ginjo takes the hit, and it is at this point that things begin to take a turn for the worse. Uryu arrives on the battlefield, takes aim at Ichigo, and reveals that the one who cut him is in fact not Tsukishima, but actually Ginjo Kugo. At that point, the gig is up. Ginjo parries Uryu's arrow and cuts down Ichigo. He laughs in Ichigo's face and stabs him through the chest, beginning the transfer of power from Ichigo to Ginjo. The Fullbring powers he had just attained begins to fade away, and Ichigo loses his powers yet again. Okay, so in keeping with the fundamentals we spoke about, deconstruct to construct, to deconstruct only to construct again, or to put differently, tear them down to build them up stronger, to tear them down again, to build them up even stronger, Ichigo at the start of the arc is happy and fulfilled, at least to him. Kubo tears him down by making him feel powerless and unable to protect anyone, not even himself. Deconstruction. Then, Kubo allows Ichigo to train with the Fullbringers and attain Fullbring. Construction. After that, Kubo tears Ichigo down again by subjecting him to the fear of losing his loved ones to the enemy. Kubo tears him down even more by having Ginjo steal his powers. That is where we are now. Kubo, as it pertains to the subject of power and protection, has robbed Ichigo of those he wishes to protect, and also robbed Ichigo of the power he once used to protect. By all accounts, Ichigo, as he exists as a person, is left with nothing. In classic Kubo style, the rain starts to pour, and in that moment, when the realization finally hits Ichigo, he cannot contain himself and the sorrow overtakes him. He weeps right before Ginjo and Tsukishima, who have been working together all along. And at this point, I gotta stop everything and talk about this. I feel that there is a strong bias when it comes to Ichigo's tears in this scene. I can only speak from my perspective, so I know this to be true for me, but I cannot say that it is true for others, and I get that. I remember when this scene, whether it be manga or anime, first made it out into the public. A ton of reviewers felt almost annoyed that Ichigo cried during the scene. It is one of the most hypocritical conclusions I have ever encountered in anime. At the time, Bleach's main comparisons came from One Piece and Naruto, the big three. And some of the accusations they threw at Ichigo was the so-called mood swings. If you've been following the series, you know exactly what I think about that rhetoric, so I'm not going to speak on it right now. I find it very funny that when you isolate these three characters, Luffy, Naruto, and Ichigo, you will find that Oda and Kishimoto have no qualms making their main characters cry for comic relief, especially Oda. Kishimoto did so sparingly and Kubo did not do it at all. There are so many instances in One Piece where Luffy burst into tears with snot running down his nose while making an incredibly ridiculous face. It happens a lot, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot. Luffy cries a lot, some for comic relief and some for sorrow. And then you have Kubo, who will not make Ichigo cry unless there is a definite reason to do so. Eliminate Kid Ichigo, who used to cry a lot. That's done. Ichigo has never shed a tear that a real human would not shed were they to be in his shoes. Ichigo has never cried at a moment that a regular human being would not cry. But somehow, through some strange concoction, people at the time and to this day feel that Ichigo's tears are wrong and indicative of weakness. This rhetoric is where deconstruction goes to die. This train of thought angers me to no end because you are robbing the writers of giving these characters a sense of realism and compassion. He began this journey with amazing abilities given to him by right of birth. He yearned to be normal. He yearned to live a life free from this responsibility he did not choose. He did not want to become a Soul Reaper. He needed to in order to save his family. He did not want to become a Soul Reaper in charge of Karakura, but needed to and so did. He did not want to sacrifice his powers to defeat Aizen, but he did because he needed to. And then, living the life he dreamed of, he finally realizes that this life is unfulfilling and the abilities he once saw as a burden was never a burden. He desperately reaches for a glimmer of hope that he can reattain his powers. He goes through the 3 stages of training. He does the work and regains his power, only to arrive at this moment, with the man who gave him his powers back laughing in his face with his sword in hand and his power stolen. Now, whether you were born with that power or given that power, whether you wanted to save others or wanted to live a normal life, it doesn't matter. He had lost it all. He had lost the right to choose, and in that moment, he broke down. I empathize with Ichigo. I empathize with Ichigo because I know what it's like to lose. We all do. I know what it's like to give something your all and have it not come to fruition. It stings, it sucks, and it hurts. And sometimes, the expectation of being strong does not mean devoid of tears. It's the action that follows that matters. And the anime gave a fantastic representation of this. A chained Ichigo is tossed into his inner world, filled to the brim with water. He lands at the bottom, unwilling and unable to fight back. But he resists the desire to give up and stumbles to his feet as the chains begin to break away. He defiantly demands Ginjo to return his powers. Ginjo is in the process of refusing when Ichigo is stabbed from behind by a reishi blade. He turns around thinking his father and Urahara to be subject to Tsukishima's ability when he notices the one holding the blade is Rukia. An explosion erupts and a rejuvenated Ichigo steps out with new Soul Reaper abilities. In what was probably Ichigo's lowest moment, I think it is fitting that Rukia Kuchiki, the one to whom he owes his powers to, be the one to return that power back to him. Rukia gives Ichigo words of encouragement, and the arrival of Renji, Byakuya, Toshiro, Ikaku, and Kenpachi compound his rejuvenation. With steeled resolve, he stands ready to battle Ginjo Kugo. He unleashes a Getsuka Tensho and splits open the sky. Toshiro tells Ichigo that Old Man Yamamoto was one of the ones leading the charge to grant Ichigo his powers back, that he ordered every acting, vice captain, and captain to put their spirit energy into the reishi blade Kisuke was creating so he could regain his powers. Ginjo reappears in a new form, ready to fight Ichigo, and this is when Toshiro informs Ichigo about the use of the combat pass. Just as Jushiro stated when he first handed him the combat pass, if a Soul Reaper is deemed to be useful to Soul Society, he is given the combat pass as a way to inform others of their authority. It also acts as a way for substitute Shinigami to transform into a Soul Reaper at will. This law in question was created for Ginjo Kugo, a man who was known to be the very first substitute Shinigami. Yukiya breaks everyone into fighting dimensions of their own, and Ichigo, along with Uryu, faces off against Ginjo. Ginjo tries to get into Ichigo's head on 2 different occasions, and he fails to do so twice. First, when Tsukishima is killed by Byakuya, he tells Ichigo that Tsukishima is about to die, and that all traces of Fullbringer abilities disappear upon their death, which means that the trauma Tsukishima caused to Ichigo's friends and family will be removed in just a few moments. He tells Ichigo this in the hopes that Ichigo's frame will be stunted to either give him an opening to strike or to convince Ichigo not to fight him at all. Ichigo cleverly says nothing, and Ichigo tries another method. He tells Ichigo of the enemy he should truly be fighting, and this is an extremely important point I need you all to understand. I will do my best to explain this properly, but I ask that you open yourself up to understanding a perspective that might be different from what you'd expect. According to Ginjo, Jushiro told Ichigo about the combat pass, which exists when Soul Society finds a Soul Reaper they deem as useful. The tricky aspect to this, however, is that Jushiro and no one else in Soul Society told Ichigo what happens if a substitute Shinigami is found not useful. If a substitute Soul Reaper shows up and is willing to comply with Soul Society's parameters, cool, you get the combat pass, everything's peachy. But if you do not comply, they will not allow a Shinigami to just exist in the human world unattended. They are dealt with permanently. The true function of the combat pass is monitoring and control. By having it on you or near you, Soul Society can keep tabs not only on your location, but on your Reiatsu. Ginjo explains that Ichigo's spirit energy usually spirals out of control whenever he's engaged in battle outside the human world, but whenever he's in the human world, his energy never spirals out. That's because of the combat pass. At some points during his Fullbring training, Ichigo could hear the voices of Soul Reapers from the combat pass, and that is because at the time, they were discussing if they should spy on Ichigo, something Rukia vehemently fought against. Toshiro explains that after Ginjo defected and was lost to time, the higher-ups in Soul Society always planned to use the next Soul Reaper that popped up as a way to smoke out Ginjo and kill them both. When Rukia woke up after being knocked out, she wondered why Captain-level Shinigami refused to destroy the dimension Ichigo and Ginjo were trapped in, and Byakuya explains that they merely came here to confirm what Ichigo's answer would be. So that right there is the fact of the situation. When you put all these facts together, this is the reality you get. Most of the people Ichigo refers to as friends knew about the combat pass's true function. Maybe not as detailed as other people, but they knew enough to know that Jushiro did not tell Ichigo the entire story, and they chose to keep quiet about it. There isn't much reason to believe that Ginjo was an inherently bad substitute Soul Reaper. I believe that while Kubo doesn't explicitly say what happens, Ginjo must have found out about the true function of the badge, and after learning of it, he felt used, betrayed, and lied to. That is what triggered his rebellion, Soul Society's dishonesty. Furthermore, Soul Society knew Ginjo would approach Ichigo, and when they learned about it, they decided to send 5 Captain Class Shinigami in Byakuya, Renji, Kenpachi, Toshiro, and Ikkaku. Why did they send these captains? You could say that they knew a battle with the Fullbringers might break out, and look, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. After all, they had no idea where Ginjo was. There's no reason to believe they knew about the Fullbringer group, but nonetheless, even if they predicted that a battle would ensue, I'm pretty confident that Kenpachi and Byakuya along with Rukia would have been enough. Kenpachi one-shotted one Fullbringer in mere seconds. If you want to throw Renji in there for Ichigo's sake, sure. My point here is, on the basis of there's an enemy that needs eliminating, they send way more firepower than necessary. The Fullbringers aren't the Espada, and each of these characters had increased in strength since the Aizen War. The real reason Soul Society decided to go above and beyond for this is because they knew that Ichigo was going to have to make a choice. He would either have to stand with Ginjo or stand with the Soul Society. If Ichigo chose to stand with Soul Society, great. Defeat the enemy and come back to base. But what happens if Ichigo maybe decided that he felt betrayed and wanted to side with Ginjo? Now you have Ichigo, the hero of the war, pointing his blade at Soul Society. That is the real reason this level of firepower was sent to battle with the Fullbringers. If Ichigo had sided with Ginjo, they had 5 Captain Class Shinigami on site to, if not kill him, at least reprimand him. They also had his close friends Renji and Rukia on site to help if the need arose. The reason I'm telling you this is because this entire situation is heavily layered with a lot riding on the decision Ichigo makes. And after activating Bankai, Ichigo denounces Ginjo and stands against him. Ichigo knew about how odd the situation was, but instead interpreted the situation to be, Jushiro could have deceived me if he wanted to, but he left things open so I could make my decision. This brings us to the culminating moment of Ichigo's reconstruction. Over the months I've been making deep Bleach breakdowns, I've gone through many different ideas of what Ichigo's goal and motivation is. I've tried to really dig deeper than anyone has, and I made a video on it. Some of you may have seen it. I think back to that video, and even though the idea of the video is accurate, I don't actually believe it anymore. I made the argument that Ichigo seeks balance. Balance within himself and balance in the world around him. And he does. That's what makes Ichigo compelling to me. It's not one thing. He wants to have balance in his inner world. That is 100% true. He also fights to attain balance in the world around him. 100% true. He wants to overcome the trauma of losing his mother to the Hollows by living a life she'll be proud of. Yes, that is also true. He wants to protect his friends. That again is also true. All of it is true. All of it is Ichigo's motivation and goal. He chose the path of the protector. Not merely the protection of his friends like people always demean it to, because that undercuts the meaning of Ichigo's sacrifice. Ichigo chose the path of protecting others. It doesn't matter who you are. If you need protection, Ichigo will give it to you. Embedded within this simple notion of protection lies all the complex origins of his motives. Within this will to protect others, you find Ichigo's desire for balance. Within his motivation to protect others, you find Ichigo's desire to live a life his mother can be proud of. Within his motivation to protect others, you find Ichigo's desire to protect his friends and family. All of it, that's Ichigo's goal. And now, in the Fullbring arc, he finally understands it clearly and definitively. Ichigo is Peter Parker. Ichigo is Spider-Man. He looks out for the little guys. The young, scared, wayward soul that is frightened of going to hell and being consumed by hollows. Ichigo fights for you. He'll find you. He'll put flowers in your grave. He'll come talk to you many days in a row before even thinking about performing a conso. He'll tell you that you don't have to be afraid, and he'll send you off to the afterlife with a gentle smile on his face. He's your friendly neighborhood sweeper. He might go off to fight terrible beings who are thousands of years old, but he'll always come back and look out for the little guy. He'll always come back and just exist as a silent, watchful protector of those who cannot protect themselves. When Kubo writes, "We fear that which we cannot see," that refers to the fear humanity feels because they cannot see the horrors of the spiritual realm. Ichigo stands between they and the fear that reaches for them. Ichigo stands as a defender for the undefended. He stands as a watcher for the unwatched. He stands as a protector for the unprotected. And now, after experiencing what a life without power looks like, after being taught different values like logic and instinct, after being burdened with the responsibility of protecting the entire world as we know it, Ichigo stands ready, with a clear conscience of what he wants in life and what he wants out of himself. He now knows that it's not only about using logic and reason to live. It's not about only living based on instinct and chasing battle in order to increase power. It's not about wishing you didn't have power so you could have a normal life. It's not about being sad that you're being forced to protect the world when you shouldn't be near the battle. Each and every one of these experiences he's had adds to the conclusion he's come to. A statement that says, I want power. I want to be strong. Strong enough to protect everyone. Strong enough to defend anyone. And if I have to sacrifice myself to save others, I will do so with a smile on my face. I do not see my powers as a burden. And I do not see people asking me to save the world as a cruel fate. I do so because this is a responsibility I have chosen for myself. And I do so in order to make my mother proud. This is Ichigo Kurosaki, a man who changed Soul Society for the better. A man who sent ripples through an entire society that once upon a time wanted to murder a woman for giving her powers to a human. That very same society now breaks its own rules to not only rely on a human, they gave him his powers back. You want to talk about impact? There is your impact. And as for Ginjo, Ichigo does not hate him. He looks at him with understanding eyes. He looks at him as someone who also needs to be saved. And he strikes him down with love and care. And Ginjo, looking into Ichigo's eyes, knows that Ichigo does not hate him. He knows that Ichigo is trying to understand him. As he takes his final breath, he looks up at Ichigo and asks, Say, Ichigo, if our order had been opposite, would our positions be reversed too? Would you have ended up like me, and I like you? The beauty of this moment is that Ginjo is actually asking for help. If Ichigo had come before, and just like right now, if Ichigo had understood Soul Society and refused to rebel against them, would his perspective have been different? Would he have worked with the Soul Society? Would he have befriended Ichigo as a true companion? Tsukishima tries to kill Ichigo and Riruka saves him. Ichigo heads to Soul Society and asks for Ginjo's dead body. Why? Because Ichigo wanted to bury him in the world of the living. That is the least he could do for his predecessor. The Fullbring arc takes Ichigo on a journey straight into the jaws of hell. See what I did there? Jaws of hell. Kubo breaks down the essence of his main character and beats him down until there's nothing left. And then from the ashes, from the remnants, from the bare bones of what once was, Kubo builds him up, brick by brick, step by step, until Ichigo attains not just power, but motivation, conviction, perspective, and maybe most of all, understanding. The spark that lit a fire over the entire Soul Society was almost burnt out and left to wither, but with the help of those around him, Ichigo now stands before the world, comfortable in his desire to be a protector of the innocent. And who knows, maybe if you have a tiny bit of spirit energy, you might catch a glimpse of the hero who once saved the world, jumping atop the rooftops of Karakura, battling monsters you cannot see in defense of the innocent, the unprotected, and the undefended. He needs no money, he needs no reprieve. It does not matter who you are, and it does not matter whether he knows you or not. He's a silent guardian, a watchful protector, a dark knight.
Nani?
What's going on, guys? Welcome to the channel, the #1 spot for the best Bleach content in the business right now. We've come a long way since we started this Ichigo series. From Soul Society, to Arrancar, to Hueco Mundo, Dangai, and Fullbring. The response to all of these videos have been great, and for that, I'm truly grateful. But it's time to cast our eyes to the next phase, the 1000-Year Blood War arc. More specifically, the part of the arc that focuses on the first Vandan Lake invasion. I have broken the arc into 3 main parts for the next 3 Ichigo videos. First is, as I've said, the first Vandan Lake invasion. The second is the Soul King's Palace, and the last is true Zanpakutou Ichigo. When you isolate and observe Ichigo Kurosaki's involvement in the first parts of the arc, you find that Kubo was handling Ichigo's character quite differently. What do I mean by this? Obviously, I'll break this down in more detail, but phase 1 of the final arc does a lot of work to make you and me believe in the legend of Ichigo Kurosaki. You will find that the circumstances within this arc are meant to feed into the larger-than-life legend of Ichigo Kurosaki, the young substitute Shinigami who saved the world from Aizen. And just as I always have, I'll be sure to give you your daily dose of Kubology. So grab your notepads and put on your thinking caps. It's time to earn that Kubology degree. But before we begin, allow me to shamelessly plug that guys, if you like what we're doing over here, please take a moment to hit the subscribe button and leave a like. It's the road to 15K and we're almost there. Thanks in advance, I appreciate it. The arc kicks off with the Department of Research and Development freaking out because hollows are disappearing. Why? You know why. Anyway, Kubo introduces us to these boring characters by the name of Shino and Yuki, and look, they are the definition of unimportant. The only value these characters have is establishing the tone and direction Kubo wants to take the arc in Ichigo's character in. They're here to take over Imoyama's job and patrol Karakura town. They decide to split up, and what do you know, they both get attacked by hollows. The girl, named Shino, gets wrecked by the hollows, and Yuki, who is established to be a bit of a weak-minded individual, struggles to find the internal strength he needs to try and save his friend. Credit to him though, he does try, but he's mauled by the hollows and on death's door when Ichigo Kurosaki comes to the rescue. Ichigo saves him in supreme style and introduces himself as a Shinigami representative. This is our first data point. I've explained that the goal of the first part of the arc is selling and establishing Ichigo's legend. Him coming in to save these 2 Soul Reapers is the first sign of Kubo's intent. What I want to do here is draw your attention to a couple of things. Firstly, this is a new arc, and back in the day, Kubo went on a little break before coming back with his final arc, so in a way, he kinda needed to reintroduce the characters to his audience just as a formality. Secondly, when a scene like this airs for the anime, it's not going to be a matter of a month's break. No, we're talking a decade later, and so I especially want to observe the reintroduction of Ichigo, and I think you'll find it quite interesting. The key components I want you to focus on for majority of this video, if not all of it, is body language and attitude. The one word I can use to describe Ichigo's attitude throughout this video is confidence. Ichigo is extremely confident right now, both in body language and in attitude. Allow me to prove it. So, he slices a hollow with ease, Uri and the others come to help, and the 2 of them start bantering. Orihime checks on Yuki, and Chad remains silent. In what is a badass double-page spread, Kubo depicts Ichigo and the gang standing before the hollow with their signature abilities activated. Even Chad looks cool here. After they take care of business, we see everyone hanging out in Ichigo's room, and you get more proof of Ichigo's newfound confidence. It's a breath of fresh air to see Ichigo comfortable in his own skin. It reminded me of early days Ichigo, who was a bit of a brash individual. You know, like he was a smack talker and his facial expressions were overflowing with emotion. This is the version of Ichigo I like the most. Another thing I want to mention here too is that Ichigo and the gang don't hang out very often in Bleach. Most of the time, it's implied that they hang out. I guess. But considering all they've been through, you'd expect them to hang out more. In fact, there was a stint where Chad had not been to school in days and Ichigo and Orihime had no idea. I'm like, guys, you guys go to the same school. Do you not talk to each other? Back in the early days, Ichigo and everyone important to us would eat lunch on the rooftop together. Did they stop? I don't know. Anyway, you get the idea. Ichigo and the gang were supposed to be close, but aside from Orihime, he never seemed to regularly hang out with them. But here we see them just vibing over at Ichigo's house. They're just having fun. P.S. Rebirth loves Gintama, and Gintama does this a lot. If you were wondering, Gintama is top 3 anime of all time. Factos. As the commotion continues, Yuki is contemplating the situation and trying to remember what happened before he blacked out. This is where Kubo starts gassing Ichigo up, and he does it throughout the first phase. Yuki says, "I'd heard the rumors, but this representative Shinigami really is stronger than I'd ever imagined." Kubo reminds us of Ichigo's kindness when he brings Yuki some bread to eat. By the way, they're eating bread because Orihime's part-time job is at a bread shop, and she grabs whatever leftovers she can. As they're talking, Ichigo realizes that he hasn't asked Yuki his name, and so he turns and asks. When he does, Yuki doesn't answer. Instead, an unknown individual stands on Ichigo's bed, having come through the window, and introduces himself as Aburn. Now, you're sitting in your room talking with someone else, and a weird man comes in through the window and stands on your bed with shoes on, no less. What are you doing? Well, Ichigo, like the Chad he seems to have become, turns around and says, "I don't know who you are, but I think you'd better get off my bed." Aburn tries to be cocky and says, "I'm sorry, I don't think I heard quite correctly." Ichigo says, "Nah dude, you heard me just fine. I said, I don't know who you are, but you'd better get off my bed." All the while, Ichigo is not in the least bit intimidated. Aburn's about to say no when Ichigo immediately kicks him right out of the window. You can see Orihime being a helpful partner and opening the window so Ichigo doesn't break anything. Ichigo transforms and goes after Aburn. He finds Aburn reeling from his kick and Ichigo nonchalantly tells him to change the battle's location. Aburn, who is seemingly insulted by Ichigo's attitude and tone, tells Ichigo that he should be the one who wants to know more about Aburn, not the other way around. Ichigo just says, "Nope, don't care, follow me," and just turns around and dashes away. Again, I love this attitude from Ichigo. He just doesn't give a damn right now. Aburn reveals his Quincy Cross and unleashes a massive weapon that I honestly find very hard to describe. Whatever it is, I think it's super cool. This takes us into Ichigo's first battle in the final arc, Ichigo versus Aburn. My major takeaways from Ichigo's dynamic with Aburn is that firstly, Ichigo is very confident going into this fight, and secondly, Kubo writes Ichigo to analyze and deduce what he can about the current situation. He notices the Quincy Cross, he notices the Arrancar mask, and he notices that Aburn keeps trying to goad him into using Bankai. Ichigo doesn't understand why that is yet, but he decides to give Aburn what he wants and unleashes his Bankai. Aburn tries to steal Ichigo's Bankai by using the Quincy Medallion. He recites a chant, and when the light hits Ichigo, it starts to melt his gauntlet. Ichigo is seemingly in pain when he breaks out of it and fires against Getsukencho. For some reason, the Bankai appropriation technique did not succeed. The battle rages on in the skies above Karakura town, and after taking a direct hit from Ichigo's Getsukencho, Aburn is basically unable to continue. That's how quick this was. Ichigo speed blitzes behind him and wants to bring in him for questioning. He noticed that Aburn wanted to cause his Bankai to disappear. Ichigo is preparing to bring him in when a shadow appears out of nowhere and Aburn is enveloped by it, sending him away. Some time passes and Ichigo returns back to his room where the others are waiting. While they are there, Yuki gets a phone call from Soul Society informing him that the Soul Society was attacked. Lieutenant Sasakibe is dead and many more Shinigami were killed as well. The intruder hopped into Soul Society, killed Shinigami, killed Sasakibe, sent a message to Yamamoto, and disappeared using an unrecognized transportation medium. Yuki heads back to the Soul Society and later that evening, Ichigo's thinking about the current situation in his room. As always, Ichigo's room is squeaky clean. Take notes guys, take notes. Kubology 101. He's trying to relax, but he can't, so he decides to go on patrol. Yet again, Kubo gives us a look into what I can consider regular life for Ichigo now. He's got school and work with Misakumi, he hangs out with his friends and family, but he always makes time to just go on patrol. As I said in my previous video, Ichigo quite simply just looks out for the little guy who might need some help right now. As he's patrolling, someone falls from the sky and is revealed to be our favorite Arrancar now. She smashes right into Ichigo using super acceleration, and she's in tears because apparently, Hueco Mundo is under attack and Dondo Chaka has been abducted. Oh, right, and Peshe's here too. Ichigo calls for a meeting in his room to discuss the current situation, and we learn that Hueco Mundo has been attacked by an enemy. As expected, Ichigo is going to help. I'm going to stop here and address something. If you're a student of Kubology and you've watched all the videos leading up to this moment, you know not to make this mistake, but I guarantee you, some people out there will say, oh look, Kubo is using Ichigo saving someone as a plot device to kickstart an arc again. It's people like that I have to remind them yet again that Ichigo is a Soul Reaper who is universally recognized, especially now, to be a protector of the innocent. If you need help and you ask Ichigo, he will help you. Nell ran away from Hueco Mundo to the human world to ask Ichigo for help because she knows she can rely on him. That is not a negative on Ichigo's character, that is a positive. The people around him trust him enough to ask him for help when they need it. Okay? I could say more, but I'm not focusing on them right now. Unfortunately, Uryu cannot join them. Heading to Hueco Mundo to directly help Hollows is against his nature as a Quincy, and to nobody's surprise, Ichigo understands Uryu and doesn't push it. The two of them continue to have some fun banter when Urahara makes his appearance and sets up an expedition to Hueco Mundo. Okay, so now we're headed to Hueco Mundo, and the current squad is comprised of Ichigo, Chad, Orihime, Kisuke, Nell, and Pesce. When they arrive, they see Las Noches in shambles, burned into ash surrounded by blue flames. They take cover and analyze the situation when they notice a pile of dead bodies around them. Ichigo covers Nell's eyes as Orihime tries to see if anyone is still alive. We learn that many Arrancar were taken away by the enemy, and Ichigo wants to save them all. That's just the kind of man Ichigo is. So Kubo shows us a battle between Kilge, Opie, and Haribel's Fracciones. Spoiler alert, they get low-defed. When Ichigo arrives at the scene, they're all beaten down as Mr. Kilge stares down Ichigo Kurosaki. Here, we have our second fight, Ichigo versus Kilge. Kilge immediately knows who Ichigo is and tells him that Your Majesty slated Ichigo as a notable threat to be eliminated with the highest priority. Again, Kubo is just adding to the legend of Ichigo by gassing him up. Ichigo fights against the Quincy soldats who try to overwhelm him with number. They all fire arrows at him, but he dodges rather easily. Kilge draws out his weapon and fires an arrow at Ichigo. While this is going on, in the Quincy stronghold, they immediately send word to Yuha that Ichigo Kurosaki has infiltrated Hueco Mundo and has engaged in combat against Commander Kilge Opie. Yuha gets up and says, time to go, send word to the Sternritter. The Vondon Lake invasion of Soul Society begins immediately. Remember what I said. Kubo is gassing Ichigo up to add to his legend. Ichigo has been chilling in the human world and goes to Hueco Mundo to help his dudes out. Cool. The moment Yuha hears that boss, Ichigo is in Hueco Mundo, he immediately gives the order to attack the Soul Society. Kubo is just gassing Ichigo up to the high heavens. The level of hype Kubo is giving Ichigo right now is maddening. Ichigo and Kilge continue the battle, and Ichigo drops his Zangetsu onto the sand and deflects his holy arrow back at Kilge. Ichigo lands on the ground, tosses Nell to Orihime, grabs his sword, and fires against Tensho. Kilge dodges the attack and proceeds to activate his Lit Still. He pulls out a glove and an explosion occurs right before Ichigo. Stepping out of the dome of blue reishi is Kilge in his transformed state. He then informs Ichigo of the name given to this transformation. It is called the Quincy Volstandig, and I think I'm butchering that. Kilge speed blitzes Ichigo and appears behind him. He manages to draw blood from Ichigo as Ichigo puts distance between them. Ichigo is trying to analyze if this is the same or different from what Uryu did in the Soul Society arc. Kilge then informs him that Volstandig is in fact different from the Lit Still used by Uryu. As they fight, Ichigo is dodging Kilge's attacks, but he's getting cut in the process, and as the battle proceeds, Ichigo returns fire with a Tensho, but Kilge manages to withstand it. So right now, Ichigo and Shika is having a bit of trouble fighting Kilge in his transformed state. Kilge reaches out his blade and begins to draw the Ryatsu from the surrounding area, including Orihime's Santen Keshin. As you can see, the Quincy's abilities are incredibly broken. Ichigo braces for an attack when Kilge is blindsided by Ion. Ion proceeds to beat down Kilge and he actually snaps his neck in the process. Haribel's Fracciones think they've won when Kilge emerges and stabs one right through the chest. He pops his neck back into place and activates one of the most deadly abilities in Bleach, the Sclavere. This technique gives Kilge the ability to break down the spiritual components of every piece of matter that is comprised of spirit particles. He breaks down Ion and absorbs him. The absorbed parts add to his power and he gains a boost in abilities. The Hollow Girls retreat and form an invisible defensive dome around Chad and Orihime. Unfortunately, they're not safe as the Sclavere allows Kilge to break down their barrier by absorbing it and them in the process. I don't want to demean the significance of this. All the beings here are comprised of spirit energy and he is absorbing them with extreme ease. Their little bodies begin to break away and begin to be absorbed by him. Chad and Orihime are no different. Things appear to be headed for the worst when Ichigo comes in from nowhere and shatters the disc on Kyoge's head. As it turns out, the disc on his head is what is allowing him to perform this glav-array, and once it's destroyed, he cannot use it. The mere sight of Ichigo's Bankai frightens Kyoge and he starts panicking. Kubo then cuts away from here to the Soul Society and showcases what is happening over there. I won't cover that in this video, you'll get that later. But when we come back, Ichigo is battling Kyoge one-on-one and he's pushing him back. Kisuke is talking to Akon in Soul Society and they're asking how things are progressing here. And what happens here is Kubo just continuing to hype the hell out of Ichigo. Kisuke tells Akon that the Quincy keep trying to steal Ichigo's Bankai, but it doesn't work. Kisuke's like, right now they seem even, but actually wait. Actually, Ichigo has the upper hand. And Kubo just shows you Ichigo, focused, and he's just tearing Kyoge apart. He's overwhelming him with a Getsuga Tensho laced around his blade and Kyoge can only defend himself. Kyoge begins to genuinely panic and the hype just keeps building. He actually knew from reports that if you meet Ichigo, you won't be able to steal his Bankai, so don't let him use it. And Kyoge felt like, yeah, I can still take him though. He thought that once he went into complete holy form, he could defeat Ichigo in singles combat, but Ichigo now is just dominating him. And right now, Ichigo looks so focused. It's just glorious to watch. Kyoge fires a torrent of arrows at Ichigo, but he just parries all the arrows. Kubo is going to great lengths to get this point across. As of right now, Ichigo cannot be touched. The confidence to kick Abrin out and battle him head on, the confidence to head to Hueco Mundo immediately, and everything in between is Kubo's way of showing you that right now, Ichigo does not believe that he can be beat. And the Quincy's know this. In fact, Kyoge is a Stern Ritter. He has the letter J for jail. So he's not some schmuck who's in over his head. He's a Star Knight and a damn good one at that. And Ichigo right now is quite frankly beating him with relative ease. Fullbring Bankai Ichigo is not a joke. I believe that this Ichigo defeats any Stern Ritter that isn't top level. I'm no power scaler, so I won't go beyond that, but this form of Ichigo is actually pretty freaking strong. In this particular scenario, Ichigo's speed is preventing Kyoge from attacking and it's keeping him on the defensive, unable to actually counter Ichigo. Ichigo asks Kyoge if he's actually scared of the Shinigami Bankai, and that statement pisses him off. In that brief moment, he lets his guard down and Kisuke is able to deliver a death blow to Kyoge. Kisuke hands Ichigo his cell phone and opens the Garganta. By the way, yes, I know that Kubo drew Ichigo's clothing wrong here. I don't know what happened, but for whatever reason that's the situation. But now that Ichigo has left Hueco Mundo and is heading towards Soul Society, I'm able to make another important point. The Vondenreich army attacked the Soul Society and an all-out war broke out. These Stern Ritters proceeded to steal the Bankai of Byakuya, Toshiro, Soifon, and Sergeant Komamura, and the remaining captains are now unable to use their Bankai. In the 20-odd minutes since the invasion, the Quincy have killed 2,245 Shinigami and 56 seated officers. These losses are added to by Izuru Kira, dead, Byakuya Kuchi, defeated by As Not and on Death's Door, Renji Abarai, drop-kicked by Mask, Rukia Kuchiki, blindsided by an unknown Quincy and unconscious, Shinsui Kyoraku, took a reishi blast to the face and has lost an eye, Shoei Hisagi, on the verge of being defeated, Kenpachi Zaraki, defeated 3 Star Knights but beaten by Yuha, Yamamoto, killed by Yuha and his remains obliterated. That is the current situation, and before Kenpachi took out 3 Star Knights, the casualty list for the Quincy at the time was 0. And as all these deaths and defeats are happening, Akon contacts Ichigo, and that is why Ichigo is currently headed to the Soul Society. When Akon gets confirmation of Ichigo's initial departure, he sends word to the battlefield that Ichigo Kurosaki is on the way. And when these people hear that Ichigo was on his way, their morale increased because they believed in the legend of Ichigo Kurosaki. They believe that Ichigo will save them. Unfortunately though, Ichigo gets trapped in the Garganta by Kyoge, who uses Ranso Tengai to move even though he's at his limit. So now that he's stuck in the Garganta unable to break out, Ichigo can hear the cries and screams of those currently fighting. You can hear their cries of pain. You can hear the anger in their voices, the desperation, the sadness, the fear, and the hopelessness. And amidst the chaos, some of them scream out, "Ichigo will come for us. Just hold on no matter what. He'll come. Ichigo will come for us." Desperate and out of options, Ichigo starts firing Getsuga Tenshos inside the cage, and the recoil of the blast is hurting him as he remains inside. This moment is extremely powerful, and it symbolizes the reliance Soul Society has on Ichigo. The entire military force is holding on to a single hope of Ichigo's arrival. Ichigo himself knows this, and he wants to protect them all, but he's stuck in there. He can sense that their spiritual pressure is beginning to decrease. Byakuya, Renji, Rukia, and many others. Things seem hopeless, but he doesn't give up. He remains trapped in there throughout Yamamoto's battle with Yhwach, and it's not until Yamamoto dies that Ichigo finally breaks out. What happens here is truly one of the most iconic scenes in all of Bleach. Ichigo speed blitzes one random Stern Reader and low diffs him, causing an explosion. He then proceeds to flash step around the Sarate so fast the Stern Readers can't even keep up with tracking his energy. He goes to Renji, he goes to Rukia, and then to Byakuya. He tells Byakuya that Renji and Rukia are alive. And Byakuya gives Ichigo what should have been his final words. Protect Soul Society. Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo does not say a word, but he doesn't need to. His expression says it all. An expression drenched in nothing but rage and anger. Ichigo's journey throughout Bleach has led him to this moment. A moment where he doesn't feel burdened by the fact that all of Soul Society is relying on him to push back the enemy. He takes on the burden of all those who have fallen, all those who have died, and all those who have perished, and willingly bears that cross. The dying wish of Byakuya Kuchiki is a heavy wish indeed, but Ichigo bears it willingly. He charges towards Yhwach and launches his blade dead set in Yuha's path. He flash steps to it, grabs his sword, and stands ready to battle Yhwach. He asks if Yhwach is responsible for this chaos, and once he learns that Yuha is responsible, his energy erupts from his body and he launches a Getsuga Tenshu at Yuha. Yuha parries the blast and grabs Ichigo, slamming him to the ground. Ichigo goes for an eye poke, but Yuha parries him and stabs his sword through his neck. Yuha prepares to step away when he notices that Ichigo blocked the blade by using Blue Vein. Ichigo then launches a point-blank Getsuga Tenshu at Yuha, who is stifled but only for a moment. Yuha explains that by sending Kilge, a pure Quincy, to detain Ichigo, the memories within his Ryotsu awakened. Kilge's jail is designed to imprison his enemies. They are not meant to imprison Quincy's. Ichigo is obviously confused by Yuha's words when Yuha tells Ichigo that he knows nothing about himself, not even about his own mother. This revelation causes Ichigo to panic, even if for a split second, remembering his mother. Yuha takes his stance, ready to cross swords again. He lunges at Ichigo, parries his blade, grabs his head, and means to draw his sword right in Ichigo's face when a shadow appears. Now, Yuha is forced to retreat. Ichigo, who is witnessing this, is not content with letting them leave. He attacks Yuha, but Haswolf draws his blade and snaps Tensao Zangetsu in two. Yuha leaves his last words for Ichigo. I will come for you again, so heal your wounds and wait. My precious son, born in the dark. So ends the first phase of the final arc. Kubo's goal with this part of the arc is to showcase how important Ichigo and his legend has become. Ichigo has gone from only wanting to protect his friends and family, to reluctantly battling Aizen to save the world, to losing his powers and hating himself for it. And now, Kubo showcases many examples of Ichigo willingly taking on this burden of being a protector, not merely of his friends and family, of everyone. He's willing to help the hollows that are being brutally murdered by the Quincy's. He's willing to help the human souls that have nowhere to go. He's willing to fight in order to protect the entirety of the Soul Society, and he does so because he wants to, not because he has to. That is how far he has come, and his legend and namesake precede him. People now know of his legend. They know of his story. They know what kind of man he is. Both friends and foe know that Ichigo Kurosaki is a defender of the innocent and the oppressed. His enemies make battle plans in order to work around his existence. His allies walk through fire to ask him for help. The morale of an entire military organization went from hopeless to hopeful with the mere message that Ichigo is coming. And when many Shinigami were being killed and slaughtered by the Quincy, you could hear the lot of them encouraging themselves, standing on one single hope: Ichigo will come for us. That is how important the figure and symbol of Ichigo has become for the world right now. He has become a symbol of hope for everyone. Byakuya now trusts him so much that he's willing to accept a non-verbal reply as a foregone conclusion that Ichigo will defend and protect Soul Society. That is the legend of Ichigo Kurosaki. Kubo reinforces this legend by writing Ichigo to be terrifyingly powerful. He writes Ichigo to look strong in every battle he's fought up until when Tensei Zangetsu is broken. And even in loss, Ichigo still succeeded in warding off the enemy, even if for a mere moment. His encounter with Yuha opened up some new questions that Ichigo will need to have answered, but this first phase of the war undoubtedly added multiple pages to what would become the everlasting legend of Ichigo Kurosaki. Hello and welcome to the channel. Flame of Rebirth here to give you your weekly dose of the best Bleach content in the business right now. We began our journey peering into the 1000-year Blood War in Yuha's first invasion. As I explained in the last video, Kubo uses the first phase to establish the legendary status that Ichigo has attained, and after successfully pushing back the enemy, it is time for the Soul Society to lick its wounds and regroup for the second invasion. During this time, Kubo gives all the characters some much needed attention as preparations ensue for the battle to come. As you will come to understand after watching this video, Kubo takes Ichigo into what is to me the final major deconstruction narrative of Bleach's story. Kubo sends Ichigo into the essence of his very soul, and Ichigo arrives at the crossroads of his destiny. This is chapter 7 of the Ichigo series on this channel. Ichigo finally ascends. Before we begin, if you enjoy this content, please be sure to hit that like button, leave a comment, and most of all, subscribe for more. This is the road to 20k and I want to keep the hype going. Without any further delay, class is in session. Kibology 101. Let's do it. So we pick things up after Yuha and the Quincy retreat. The members of Squad 4 are running all over the place trying to deliver first aid to the wounded. While others are getting treated, Ichigo speaks to Akon, who confirms that Kisuke and the others in Hueco Mundo are all okay. As Ichigo is talking to him, he hears Ikkaku angrily screaming at someone because he just got the news that Kenpachi lost in battle. Ichigo is visibly sad to hear this because he knows how important Kenpachi's strength is to the members of Squad 11, especially Ikkaku. Hinataro tries to heal Ichigo personally, but of course, Ichigo refuses, telling him to focus on those who are in dire situations. Shinji approaches Ichigo with news about Renji and Rukia's operations. The good news is that they're alive, but they're in pretty bad shape. After Ichigo gets the update from the doctor, he tries to leave when Rukia opens her eyes and calls out to him. The two of them have some nice banter that warmed my heart to see. Ichigo and Rukia make for very entertaining interactions all the time. She asks Ichigo if he came to Soul Society to protect them and thanks him for it. And as you can see, Ichigo accepts this burden, like I've been trying to get across so far. Shinji drills the point even further by explaining that Ichigo chased the enemy away and that his presence saved a lot of lives. He tells Ichigo to have more pride in himself, and while he's not wrong to say this, it's just not Ichigo's style of living. He won't take pride or credit for something like that. In any case, Ichigo leaves to speak with Mayuri about his broken Bankai. After he leaves, Rukia and Shinji have a short conversation about Ichigo. Shinji makes a point that Ichigo is off worrying about everyone else even while injured, and Rukia asks why Ichigo has a pained look on his face. Shinji's perspective on this is that Ichigo had a tough time getting through this battle, so he's worn out and tired. Shinji's opinion here is a fairly good guess, but you can tell how much more Rukia understands Ichigo compared to Shinji. She sees right through the act and knows that there is something more. Ichigo is hiding something much more serious and trying to bear to learn so as to not bother anyone. Place a mental note right there. We'll come back to that in just a little bit. We see Ichigo in Mayuri's lab discussing his broken Bankai, and the conclusion right now is that a destroyed Bankai can never be restored to its original form. Mayuri gives examples to back up his claim, but I don't want to go into the specifics of that. The point is, Ichigo now has a broken Bankai. As they're talking, Mayuri gets word that Squad 0 is about to arrive, and he and Ichigo rendezvous with the other captains to meet them. We get a short explanation about Squad 0 here. The Zero Division is tasked with protecting the Soul King's palace, which exists in a dimension of its own, high above the Sarite. Shinsui actually gives us a piece of neat information here. He explains that the walls that surround the Sarite, when Ichigo attacked during the Soul Society arc, acts as a defensive mechanism to shield the Sarite, but they are only enacted during emergencies. When there is no emergency, they exist where they're supposed to be, in the royal palace above. This is consistent with Bleach lore. When Ichigo actually attacked all those years ago, the walls just dropped from the sky, from out of nowhere. Apparently, these walls fall from the palace above. Anyway, the Zero Division arrive, and what Kubo does with the Zero Division is what I like to call doing an Oda. You know how in One Piece Oda will come up with these funny looking characters who don't look all that threatening, but in actuality are strong as Kubo does that here with the Zero Division. They all look like a bunch of misfits, but they are indeed the task force designed to protect Soul Society's most vital asset, They mess around for a little bit and grab Byakuya, Renji, and Rukia. The final person they wish to take with them is in fact Ichigo Kurosaki. Obviously, Ichigo refuses. He feels he's not that wounded and still has things he needs to take care of. Ichigo is pleading his case when Urahara places a call from Hueco Mundo, telling Ichigo that Chad and Orihime are doing just fine. Kisuke tells Ichigo to take action for his own sake. Think carefully and decide for yourself what it is you truly want to do. I like this gesture from Kisuke because not only is he putting Ichigo's worries at ease, he is relinquishing Ichigo of any responsibility. The way Kisuke is speaking, he realizes that by saying what he said, Ichigo could realistically leave Soul Society and no one would blame him for it. But of course, he, Chad, and everyone around him knows damn well what Ichigo will do. Ichigo decides to head to the Soul King's palace. To get there, what do you know? They go visit Kukakushibo. After some nice pleasantries, Ichigo and the rest of the Zero Division heads to the Soul King's palace. At this juncture, Ichigo is sent through 3 phases of recovery to prepare for the battle that is to come. The first is Kirinji's hot springs. Ichigo hangs out in the hot springs with Kirinji and they're literally just vibing. Rukia is floating in the water face down and her butt is in the air, which, thank you Kubo. In any case, the important thing to take note of here is Ichigo's attitude. He's not depressed, and quite frankly, aside from that one scene in the rain where Rukia was worried about him, he's been the normal Ichigo you'd expect. There's a lot of fun Bleach lore in this scene, but I'll have to save that for a later video. This video is focusing solely on Ichigo. Kirinji punches Ichigo in the face as a test to see if he's fully recovered, and as it is later revealed, not only did Ichigo tank the hit, he reflexively reacted and countered his punch, injuring his fist. He was also fully naked in the hot springs even though Kirinji's helpers had to wear a ton of protective gear in order not to burn to death. My Fullbring Bankai Ichigo's agenda is thriving the more I read because even though Ichigo's Bankai is broken, he has not lost the ability to perform Bankai. His Bankai transformation has not ended either, he just has a broken Bankai blade. So quite frankly, all this time, Ichigo has remained in his Bankai state, and in this state, he tanks and counters a punch from a Squad Zero member who was known for his speed. Now that's my boy right there, he's got that dog in him. Anyway, from there, Ichigo and Renji, who joined him after recovering, head over to the next palace. The cool thing about Kubo's approach to the royal palace is that he's making everything very comical and jovial. In order for them to go from one palace to the other, they have to literally be launched into the next palace. Ichigo and Renji, who joined him after the hot springs, arrive at Kiryu Hikifune's palace. Here, Renji and Ichigo eat to their heart's content to regain their strength and power. Hikifune cooks up a beautiful string of delicacies and they indulge to their heart's content. As Ichigo eats, he pauses for a second and asks Renji a question. Do you think it's okay for us to be sitting around doing this? And the reason I point this out is because Kubo doesn't give a lot of Renji/Ichigo moments in the show. We know they're great friends who would risk their lives for each other, but there's not a lot of moments where they just level with each other on a friendship basis. Here, we get to see a little bit of it, and I enjoyed it. There's a lot more interesting Bleach lore hidden here that I will make a separate video on, but for now, I do only want to focus on Ichigo. After eating some more, Renji and Ichigo have recovered and they are ready to head towards the next palace, Nimaya Uetsu, the man who created the Zanpakutou. Once they arrive at Nimaya's palace, Renji and Ichigo are hit with blinding lights resembling somewhat of an introduction to a rock show or something. Nimaya bursts through the smoke, much to the chagrin of Renji and Ichigo. There's a ton of messing around between Nimaya and his new guest, which to me is just Kubo having fun with his work. It's a definite tone shift from what was just occurring in the Sarate down below, but it works. Nimaya leads the two Soul Reapers to a house at the edge of a cliff. They walk inside and fall down into a dark pit. Nimaya then summons Renji and Ichigo's Zanpakutou and shatters them, lamenting that their swords are incredibly fragile. As Renji and Ichigo stare up at him, they sense a presence behind them and turn around to witness these shadow figures that Nimaya calls Asauchi. They are the ultimate Zanpakutou with the potential to become just about anything. Renji and Ichigo's task now is to force the Asauchi into submission. The Asauchi, according to Nimaya, are upset about how Ichigo and Renji use their Zanpakutou. Whether you see them as tools, treat them as subordinates, relied on them as partners, as family, friends, role models, students, pets, lovers, sweethearts, that is not the key to understanding the Zanpakutou. And so he intends to teach Renji and Ichigo the truth, starting from a simple question. Which is superior, the Zanpakutou or the Shinigami? After 71 hours and 48 minutes, roughly 3 days and 3 nights, Renji and Ichigo's battle with the Asauchi is over. Renji Obara passes the test. He successfully forced the Asauchi into submission. On the other hand, Ichigo Kurosaki fails to submit the Asauchi, and due to that, Nimaya will not reforge his Zanpakutou. According to Nimaya's own words, The Asauchi did not choose you. This is over. The end. Nimaiya tells Ichigo to go home and to never come back. Soul Society is a place for Shinigami. Mere humans who don't even have a Zanpakutou have no right to set foot in there. Ichigo is obviously not willing to leave without putting up some kind of fight. He lunges at Nimaiya, who fires a Reishi restriction at Ichigo and opens a portal that teleports Ichigo out of the Soul King's palace. After Ichigo is gone, Kubo has Nimaiya give us some important context about the situation. He believes that Ichigo doesn't quite understand what it means that the Asauchi did not choose you. Ichigo has been fighting for himself all this time without even wielding an Asauchi. You need to take a few steps back. Back to your roots. You need to learn who you really are and where you came from, even if it's a trip you won't ever come back from. Ichigo is left standing outside his home with the rain pouring down. Ishin's about to open the door when Ichigo runs away to Misikumi's place. Misukumi has become a refuge for Ichigo when things are going hard for him. Misukumi makes a joke about being an older sister to Ichigo, and maybe that's what Kubo wanted it to be. But for me, Misukumi already having a son always made me feel like she was a mother figure to Ichigo, not an older sister. But I guess it works either way. But now that we've reached this point, I have to take a step back and contextualize everything that has happened. Let's go back to just after Yor and the Quincy's left. Ichigo was dealing with two major issues. The first was his broken Zanpakutou, and the second was Yuha's comments about his mother. When he went to see Rukia, he tried to remain upbeat and most people bought the act he was putting on. Most people, except Rukia, who immediately noticed that Ichigo was carrying a burden. Now, if you've been following the series, you know about my Kubology ideology of deconstruction. It is the writing technique where the writer breaks down a character and exposes his weakness to have him overcome it and ascend to a new level. In the past, Ichigo has undergone two major deconstructive cycles. The first was at the beginning of the Arrancar arc when White was beginning to take over his mind. The second was during the Fullbring arc when he lost his powers, both at the start and at the end of the arc. And I want to draw your attention to two major differences in the way Kubo writes Ichigo now versus then. You will find that in the past, when Ichigo is depressed and suffering internally, he will do one of, if not both of these things. A. He will recoil into his shell and withdraw from the outside world. Or B. He will refuse to talk to anyone about it. These are Ichigo's main reactions when he's met with major internal struggle. But when you look at what Ichigo does in the final arc compared to what he did previously, you notice that Ichigo is actually changing. Allow me to show you what I mean. So, his Bankai is broken. Super big deal. Major issue. In addition to that, the enemy called you his son and name-dropped your mother. You'd expect Ichigo to recoil into his shell and not talk to anyone, but in reality, Ichigo just keeps doing what he always does. Observe. When speaking to Mayuri, he looks normal. When the Royal Guard go and see Kukaku, Ichigo's talking the same way he always does. Through his entire journey in the Royal Palace, Ichigo is just the Ichigo we know. Before, he'd run to his room, he would refuse to hang out with his friends, and he would brush everyone off. But now, he seems to have realized that there are things you can control and things you cannot. Work with me here because I think it's important to apply to your own individual lives. In your opinion, what do you believe is Ichigo's best course of action to repair a broken Bankai and attain answers about his mother? Well, in my humble opinion, looking at the situation as it exists right now, the only two people who can really give Ichigo an answer concerning his mother are Kisuke and Ishin, his father. Those are the only two who know the truth. Where are they? Kisuke is in Hueco Mundo conducting extremely important research on the Hollows and how they steal Bankai, and his father is back home taking care of his two sisters. Okay, cool. Could Ichigo leave Soul Society right now and go speak to his father? Yes, he could. The same way he could have left Soul Society and head over to Hueco Mundo to confirm that Chad and Orihime are okay, but he decided to stay because there were more important matters. The Royal Guard are not going to wait for you to go back home, talk to your dad, and then come back to us. In fact, after this point in the series, the Royal Guard do not set foot in the Society again for the rest of the show. On the other hand, he has a broken Bankai, and the only ones who are capable of repairing it are standing right in front of you, saying, "Come with us. We will fix your Bankai." What do? The answer to me is obvious. You leave with the Royal Guard and you work on what you can control. That is the lesson I wish for you to take from this. In life, there are two types of problems. Problems you can control and problems you cannot. If you want to spend time worrying about circumstances you cannot control, I can't stop you. But I'll tell you this much. No amount of worry ever fixed an uncontrollable circumstance. You ever been in a situation where you're eagerly awaiting a test result? Whether it's a medical thing or a school thing? The idea is very clear. You get your results in 3 days. Does waiting harder make the world go faster? Does it influence what the answer will be? No, it doesn't. Instead, you're better served working hard on the circumstances you can control, and that is all Ichigo is doing here. No point in crying over spilt milk. I gotta fix my Bankai right now. Let's do that. So he does all of that, but he fails at that as well. The Asahichi do not acknowledge him, and he's sent away from the royal palace. What does Ichigo do in this scenario? Does he recoil into his shell? I guess you could make an argument for that, but more importantly, Ichigo goes to see Miss Ikumi and accepts her offer. He takes a shower, he eats some food, and he's just happy to have someone to rely on. That counts as progress in my eyes. He does not leave to go be alone in a corner. He takes refuge with someone he knows he can run to anytime he needs help. That is why I love Ikumi's character. She's become Ichigo's rock in so many ways. But in any case, being with Ikumi doesn't necessarily fix the problem he has right now. That responsibility falls to Isshin, who comes to get Ichigo. I still maintain that this is still progress and development on Ichigo's part, because in the past, people have tried to talk to Ichigo about his problems, and he would always run away from the confrontation. It's happened on multiple occasions in the series. But here, he sees Isshin standing before him. Isshin doesn't say a word. He just looks at him as a silent offer that says, "I want to talk with you." Ichigo doesn't run away from his father. He does not remain inside his shell. He meets Isshin halfway and leaves with him. This is another lesson I want you all to take from this. Like previously mentioned, there are problems that can be controlled and problems that cannot be controlled. Oftentimes, the key to solving a problem lies in help coming from outside yourself. Someone has to come with you with the answer, or at the very least, the key to allowing you to find the answer. When they do, their ability to help you is limited and dependent on your ability to receive the help. A person can reach out a hand, but if you do not reach out in return, there is no connection. That is why I still value what Ichigo does here. It is very obvious that Isshin has come with a resolution for Ichigo, but Ichigo has to want to receive said resolution for any actual progress to be made. Luckily for me in my Ichigo agenda, he accepts and they have a conversation. If you were excited for my narration of the Everything But the Rain arc, I do have to apologize. I'm not going to break it down simply because I've done it already. Look in the top right corner of the screen and you will see a video about White Ichigo. I go into great detail in that video and it will give you all the information you need. Circling back to the latter part of the story, exactly 9 years ago on June 17th, Masaki Kurosaki was killed at the hands of Grand Fisher. The true reason Masaki died is because Yuha Bak performed an ability called Ashvalen, the Holy Selection. As Isshin explains, Masaki wasn't supposed to die that night. He was at home and he sensed Grand Fisher's Ryotsu. He would have gone over there if he felt something was actually wrong. The reason he did not do anything is because he was confident in Masaki's abilities. She was a pure Quincy who had access to her Quincy armory and the Blute ability. So in reality, Grand Fisher would have been no problem for a Quincy of Masaki's status. The real reason she lost is because of Yuha Bak. By stripping her of her powers, she was left vulnerable and that is why she died. Furthermore, Isshin tells Ichigo that Yuha Bak is the forefather of the Quincy. He founded the Quincy tradition and for that reason, his blood runs through the veins of all Quincy. All of Ichigo's encounters with the Quincy begin to take on a new meaning, and the phrase, "my precious son, born in the dark," has new meaning. It was raining throughout Ichigo's conversation with Isshin, and by the end of their talk, the sun begins to rise and the rain begins to stop. Ichigo looks Isshin in the eyes and says, "Thank you." Nothing more, just a genuine thank you. And you can see Isshin look into his son's eyes, and you can tell the pride he feels. And as I'm sitting here writing this, I'm hesitant to make this tangent, but I'm gonna believe that you all will care enough about this to listen, because this moment matters to me. It does, and I'll explain why. Isshin is a single father. He lost his better half many years ago, and is left to raise 3 kids on his own. He did not remarry, he did not get a nanny or some weird helper. No. He did it all himself for the last 9 freaking years. I have limited knowledge in the experience of being a single parent. After all, I'm just some 24-year-old who's only beginning to understand the truths of the world. But I will say this, it can't have been easy. It must have been extremely difficult to raise 2 daughters and 1 son by himself. He must have had doubts about his ability to raise kids the way his wife would have wanted to, and to Ichigo especially. I can't imagine how he as a father felt, knowing the depths of power that rested on his shoulders. His firstborn son is a Quincy, a human, a Fullbringer, a Shinigami, and a Hollow. Like, dude, you know what that means for a person? A character with 5 origins means 5 possible reasons for him to be confused about who he is and who he wants to be. And he must have been worried about making sure he raised his son the right way. And so to see Ichigo now, 17 years old, stand in front of him, having been told the truth about his mother, look him dead in the eyes and say, "Dad, thank you." People berate Kubo for not having backgrounds or not having texts and blah blah blah. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Look at the lore and character specific details you can draw out of one panel where one person says thank you and the other just looks at him. I don't need to be told how Ishin feels because it's right there on his face. Look into his eyes. That is the image of a father who's proud. That is the image of a father who is happy that he raised his son the right way. And that warms my heart. It truly does. What you might say with 1,000 words, Kubo shows you with a picture. Ichigo leaves his home and he's immediately transported back to Nimaya's estate by one of his subordinates. Nimaya used an ability that had a time limit for a return. If Ichigo was not able to figure out an answer in one night, he would not have figured it out ever. Now I don't believe that, but I guess Nimaya understood how dire the situation was. There was no time to lose. Ichigo was sent back into the pit with the Asauchi and tasked with dominating them, or at the very least, having them acknowledge him. As he stands there, Nimaya instantly witnesses every single Asauchi in the pit bow their head in submission to Ichigo Kurosaki. Every single one. Ichigo walks among them and arrives at an Asauchi that has its head bowed. He reaches out his hand and it reaches out towards him. The moment they make contact, the black Asauchi turns white and Ichigo simply says, "It's you." The Asauchi's face is revealed to be resembling that of a Hollow, specifically White Ichigo. But, we'll deal with that in just a moment. Nimaya asks Ichigo to come with him. He will personally reforge Ichigo's blade. Nimaya summons the Asauchi and turns it into a white substance. One of Nimaya's subordinates burns it with a fire blast. The next helper pours a ton of water onto it. Another girl uses her bangs to straighten out the substance and she throws it into the air. Yet another girl takes out a piece of her teeth, turns it into a hammer, and hands the hammer to Nimaya, who ties his hair and takes off his glasses. It's time to get down to business. Nimaya begins to hammer away, striking the blade with both hands, and with each strike, heat pours out of it. Ichigo stands silently, just watching. Nimaya asks what Ichigo is thinking, and Ichigo explains that he's wondering why Nimaya took his shades off. Nimaya explains that he takes off his shades so he can see the color of the flames. He draws Ichigo's attention to the fact that when the Asauchi touched Ichigo, it turned white, just like his inner Hollow. As he continues, he reveals that Ichigo's Hollow is his real Zanpakutou. Aizen created white by using the souls of many Shinigami, and ironically enough, that is how Nimaya's Asauchi are created. The Hollow went on to enter Ichigo's soul, where it fused with his own natural Shinigami powers and became his Zanpakutou, which would then mean that the man who has been masquerading as a Zanpakutou all this time has been an imposter. Ichigo is immediately transported to his inner world, and right here, these next 2 chapters or so of Bleach are quite literally the best moment in the entirety of Bleach. Allow me to explain why, because it is truly beautiful, and it is for moments like these why I defend and spread the message and teachings of Cubology. When Ichigo arrives in his inner world, he's standing on the side of a skyscraper reaching towards the heavens. There are clouds and it's sunny. It's what you'd expect from Ichigo's inner world. The moment he lays eyes on Zangetsu, he realizes his odd similarity to Yhwach, who he just faced. As it turns out, Old Man Zangetsu is the embodiment of the Quincy powers inside him, and his visage is that of Yhwach from 1,000 years ago. Ichigo then begins to think back. I was always trying not to think about it. Back then, when I faced him for the first time, I felt still I had been drawn there by something. Why, when I first set eyes on him, did I find myself remembering someone else? Kubo shows you the pain in Ichigo's eyes, and immediately, a torrent of rain pours down from the skies above. The two stand in the rain, with rain falling on this desolate world they both occupy. Ichigo stares on in horror as Old Man Zangetsu says, "I am not Zangetsu." The moment Ichigo hears those words, the skyscrapers they are standing on cracks and breaks into pieces, tumbling down into the waters below. If you're a student of cubology, you know that when Ichigo's emotional state is compromised, it manifests as dark skies, rain, and a skyscraper crumbling. All three have happened, and both of them are now submerged in water. Ichigo presses the old man for answers, and he reveals that not only is he not Zangetsu, he always used white to teach him any techniques he needed to learn. In addition to that, when Ichigo's life was in danger, the one who came to his aid was always his hollow. Old Man Zangetsu did not want Ichigo to become a Soul Reaper, because he did not want Ichigo to get hurt. Seeking battle would inevitably lead him to more powerful opponents who would hurt him even more. In order to prevent that, he suppressed Ichigo's hollow and became the center of his spirit energy. But along the way, seeing Ichigo try so hard to grow as a Shinigami and a person, he began to root for Ichigo. He began to believe in his potential, and soon, he found himself wanting Ichigo to succeed. He now finds himself feeling a kind of happiness that the time has come for him to step aside. He gives Ichigo his final words. "You have become strong, and I have had the pleasure of standing by your side all this time, watching you grow. What greater happiness can there be? I am satisfied." As he fades away, you can see tears fall from his eyes as a reishi blade is left behind. Old Man Zangetsu tells Ichigo to take hold of the true Zangetsu, and as Ichigo grabs it, he's enveloped by a blinding light. Ichigo is left floating in the waters as he sinks to the bottom. As he's sinking, Kuro takes us into Ichigo's mind. "You're right, there were no lies. In his words, or in yours. You used your Quincy shadow to help me when I needed it. You used your Quincy blood to stop my blood from flowing freely. You lent me your Quincy power to let me win when I wasn't strong enough. It doesn't matter to me who you are, and you'd probably tell me that I'm wrong. But both you and him, I believe that both of you are Zangetsu." Ichigo then stands upright and heads towards the surface. As he's rising, a light remains at the top and he asks, "Don't you think that's okay, Zangetsu?" Ichigo then hurls his hand into the fire and grabs hold of the blade. Ichigo pours his soul into the blade and Nimaya asks him to draw it out. Ichigo uses both hands and draws out the blade. Immediately, the ocean of water that existed to cool down the blade instantly evaporates, as the dust and smoke begins to clear. Everyone around lays eyes on Ichigo Kurosaki, standing upright with understanding in his heart and confidence in his eyes, wielding two Zangetsu blades. Ichigo takes a look at the blades and senses his two partners standing beside him, silent, but still more present than if they spoke. This moment right here is the most important moment in the entirety of the Bleach manga. Ichigo begins to slowly close his eyes as he thinks to himself, "I won't ask you to lend me your powers anymore, and I won't tell you don't get in my way. I won't even say let us fight together. I will fight for myself, because you are me. The blade is me." How can I begin to unpack the layers of storytelling this one line is drenched and engorged in? It's going to be a tall task, but I want you all to understand this as well as I do, so please humor me for a moment. It's going to seem like a tangent, but I promise to tie it all together properly. In the world of Bleach, the main method of combat for the Soul Reapers is the Zanpakutou. It is the way they are able to protect that which is due to them. For that reason, it makes sense to assume that if you wish to be a stronger Shinigami, the best path to achieving that goal is to master your Zanpakutou. That poses a new question. What does it mean for one to master their Zanpakutou? If the key to becoming stronger as a Shinigami is mastering your Zanpakutou, how does one do this? When you peer through the annals of Bleach, you find that the answer to this question is scattered throughout the story, but each piece leads you to this one conclusion. The closer you are to your Zanpakutou, the stronger you will be as a Soul Reaper. The key component to Zanpakutou mastery is synergy and connection with your Zanpakutou. It is for this reason that in the world of Bleach, the older you are as a Shinigami, the stronger you most likely are. Yamamoto, Shunsui, Gitake, Nimaya, Ichibei, and so on. Because they have lived for so long, they have had a larger amount of time to connect, bond with, and synergize with their Zanpakutou. But then you arrive at Nimaya Uetsu, the creator of the Zanpakutou, and he throws a curveball into this logic. Nimaya asks the question. He wants to know what Renji and Ichigo think the true relationship between the Soul Reaper and Zanpakutou should be. Friends? Allies? Masters? Tools? Equals? He says no, that's not the answer. That is not the true relationship between Soul Reaper and Zanpakutou. So follow me on this. The goal is to gain mastery over the Zanpakutou, and the way to do that is to synergize and connect with it on a specific level. However, the type of relationship isn't that of companions, equals, or friends. It's something else. And using Ichigo, Kubo shows us what the true relationship between sword and wielder is. In chapter 541, Kubo titles the chapter The Blade and Me. This title signifies the perceived relationship between Shinigami and Zanpakutou. There is me and there is my power. I must converse with my power. I must understand it, resonate with it, and embrace it. The two of us must become close, and if we operate that way, we will become stronger. Then Ichigo comes along. He learns Zangetsu's name and he naively thinks that he has everything under control. He then realizes that he needed to do more than just ask him for his name. Not only that, the person he wished to destroy, the person he hated outwardly, was the one to whom he needed to bond with the entire time. He now learns that the person he trusted lied to him the entire time, and the one he hated was the one protecting him from the shadows. This synergy within his soul is cracked and fractured. In these moments, there is no Zanpakutou mastery, only chaos within. But after the heart-to-heart exchange, after the truths are revealed, and after all is said and done, Ichigo is left at a crossroad. A crossroad where he must decide how he wishes to relate to his sword. The first thing he does is settle the identities of each person. What do I mean by this? Well, he has to decide who Zangetsu is. And if the other person isn't Zangetsu, what are you going to call him? How will you relate to him? He's got some choices to make. Ichigo decides that Old Man Zangetsu and White are both Zangetsu. In fact, I believe that because the Asauchi can become anything, and because Nimaya asked Ichigo to place his hand into the Inferno and pour his soul into the blade, I genuinely believe that Ichigo's admission of both White and Old Man Zangetsu being Zangetsu is what spawned him having two blades. The Zanpakutou Shikai release of most Shinigami reflect the character, personality, and temperament of the wielder. It's been that way from the get-go. When the blade was initially being forged, it was one blade, but after Ichigo pours his energy into it, it becomes two. I think that had everything to do with Ichigo wanting to wield both of them, because he saw both of them as his Zanpakutou. Ichigo reconciles the differences he has had with both entities. He finally accepts White, declaring that White Ichigo never lied to him. Not even once. He thanked both of them for helping him when he could not help himself, and his final admission nails home Kuba's message. I won't ask you to lend me your strength anymore, and I won't ask you to get out of my way anymore. From here on out, I will fight for myself, because you are me. The blade is me. Zanpakutou mastery is not about two separate entities who wish to understand each other. It is not two different beings trying to connect with each other. It is not a master to student, tool to wielder, brother to brother, or friend to friend. No. The true relationship between a blade and a Shinigami is that you and him are one. The blade and the Shinigami are one. There is no greater relationship than one that says, I now know so much about you. I now understand you to such a high extent that I don't have to ask you for help. I don't have to ask us to fight together. No. I don't have to ask you what you want and check with you to see if you agree. No, none of that. I can fight by myself and for myself because you and I are one. My beliefs are yours, and your beliefs are mine. My thoughts and feelings are yours, and your thoughts and feelings are mine. Logic, reason, instinct, Quincy, Shinigami, hollow, worthless and unnecessary. You are to me simply Zangetsu, and I to you am simply Ichigo. I am a firm believer that stories are not merely fictional narratives that we follow. There must be some takeaway that those who read can use in their own lives. Ichigo Kurosaki stands as proof that togetherness in the world and within ourselves can be attained. Ichigo is a walking contradiction, a soul that is filled with opposing forces at every turn. He shouldn't have balance and he shouldn't have achieved this level of peace, but he does. By understanding each component of his power pool, Ichigo is able to reconcile everything and everyone within himself. And using that template, seeks to fight to defend a world where Soipur, Quincy, Arrancar, and humans can fight side by side to create a better world for everyone. What may have been the hollow for Ichigo in the past may be a weakness for you in some area, perhaps some trauma from years past or relationships long gone. Everyone walks this life carrying their own versions of a cross. Everyone walks carrying some burden upon their shoulders, and we all move forward in the hopes that someday we can reconcile all the worn parts within ourselves and become happy. Ichigo is an example to us all in that the trauma of our past does not have to define us. Ichigo is proof to us all that it is human to feel fear. It is human to feel pain, anger, and sadness. To step back into your shell when things seem grim makes you human. But in that same story, in that same journey, Kubo uses Ichigo to send you all a clear message. The key to rising above your trauma does exist. It may come to you in many different forms, but it does exist. For some, it is the reliance in a deity. For others, it is a greater understanding of their psychological states. For others, it is the completion of their ultimate goal in life. The same way each Shinigami Zanpakutou is different and unique, the paths to our ultimate destination may be different, but it is imperative that you keep moving forward. It is vital that you seek help from those who reach out their hand to aid you, friends, family, and everything in between. It is important to face the fears that plague us and take it all one step at a time. And I guarantee you that at the end of the road, the mistakes and faults that held you down will become the reason you are the strong, reliable, joyful person you end up becoming. And that path will be the reason you can then reach out outside yourself and help others, so that one step at a time, we as a collective people can move forward. You know, one of the biggest reasons I love Kuro so much is that no matter how much I think I know about the content, he still manages to blow my mind with new, interesting details. The latest of these mind-blowing revelations is White Ichigo, or White for short. The character archetype of White has become somewhat of a staple in anime and manga. People see White and think, oh, it's the cliche dark side of the main character archetype. Think Naruto and Kurama, Asta and Leeb, and Itadori and Sukuna. But even though Ichigo and White, along with Naruto, are the characters who popularized this archetype, I came to find that I did not understand White as deeply as I thought I did. I believed White to be the hollow embodiment of Ichigo's raw instinctual battle instincts. Even though we later learned that he is the embodiment of Ichigo's hollow and Shinigami powers, I internalized that demonic image I had built into my mind. He was a monster, craving power and control over Ichigo's mind and body. He was a threat to the world and a pariah meant to be fought back and subdued. And I know that there are tons of videos online that give their own unique perspective on why this is true, but I implore you to hear me out. I will not claim my opinion to be the one true interpretation of White's character, but at the very least, I can offer you a different perspective. To understand where I'm coming from, we have to go to the very beginning. Not chapter 1 of Bleach, but rather the chronological beginning, the Everything But the Rain arc, where it all began. The prelude to this flashback arc is quite simply, Ichigo has been thrown out of the royal palace by Nimaya Uetsu because he failed to subdue the Asauchi. Nimaya tells Renji after kicking Ichigo out that Ichigo needs to find where his soul truly lies. Upon returning home, his father seeks him out with the intent to tell Ichigo the truth about the nature of his mother's death. As the story goes, Isshin heads to the world of the living on a mission and encounters a hollow. This particular hollow was clad in black armor with white hair and a white mask. This hollow, as we later find out, is called White. He looked like a hollow, but his hollow hole was blocked. And as Isshin fights it, he notes that it has the appearance of a hollow but fights like a Shinigami. The battle raged on and White ends up firing a Sero. At that juncture, Isshin upgrades his theory that this is not just a hollow but a Menos. Now, fast forward a little bit and Isshin enters his Shikai state and gets cut by Aizen, who is cleverly hidden using Kisuke's camouflage cloak. As Aizen prepares to leave, Kaname and Aizen have an exchange that is extremely important. 1. He asks Aizen to call the hollow by its name, White. 2. He notes that White is on a completely different level from the other hollows they created because he is the first hollow they created using the soul of a Shinigami. And 3. Aizen explains that the reason he is called White is because despite the jet black armor that covers him, what lies within can only be described as white. Now I have a few things to say about these 3 facts. Firstly, in my personal opinion, I believe that white, within a literary context, alludes to purity in its uncontaminated form. It is neither good nor evil, not necessarily. The point is that it's pure, and that is what white is. Secondly, Aizen calls White a prototype. He's not the final product. In fact, if he is indeed the first hollow formed using the soul of a Shinigami, he is most definitely unperfected. In other words, the White we see now is a failure. He wasn't good enough to meet Aizen's expectations. Keep these ideas in mind as we progress. The next scene of importance is Masaki's intrusion. Masaki tries to save Isshin and gets bitten by White. After being bitten, she calmly blows its head off. In the coming chapters, Masaki succumbs to the hollow hole being formed on her. Ryukin and Isshin are then approached by Kisuke, who has a plan to save her life. Now, on the first page of chapter 535, and what might be the most important part of this video, Masaki is falling down a deep, dark abyss and she's thinking to herself, I'm falling down a peaceful hole, quiet, dark, and lonely, but strangely, I'm not scared. I know somebody down there needs me. Who? She opens her eyes and gazes upon the shape of a hollow mask, but this time, White is not covered in black. No, he's in his purest white form. The white soul trapped in black armor is no longer bound. What is the significance of this scene? We may not know everything, but we do know a few things that are factual. Masaki's soul is now in the same location as White. In other words, when Masaki claims that she's in a deep, dark abyss that is lonely, we can assume that White, who shares this location, feels this emotion as well. Beyond that, when she claims that she's not scared, that someone down there needs her, who else but White could be the one who needs her? And if White truly was this evil demonic monster fueled by instinct and lust for power, would Masaki conclude that he needed her? Now before we go on, there's something that we have to understand. Between Kaname and Aizen's description of White along with the timeline of White's creation, which is not very long ago, you could very easily think of White as a baby, a blank slate only acting on survival instinct. So between the attacking of Isshin, the Soul Reapers, and Masaki, he's operating on the only logic available to him, instinct. So right before Isshin comes to save Masaki, just like a baby who cannot comprehend his own thoughts and desires, he reacts on instinct and seemingly tries to swallow her whole. Before anything happens, Isshin arrives and slashes him with the Getsuga Tensho, saving Masaki. Now, there is an important detail to understand about Masaki and White's relationship. As explained by Kisuke Urahara, her soul and the hollow inside must be tied together with an incredibly strong reishi that ties the soul. In other words, Masaki and White will be bound. Now, this might be a little bit of headcanon, but I'll let you decide if this holds any weight. I believe that based on Urahara's explanation of the bond that will form between Masaki and White, this reishi tie is very similar to the bond between Shinigami and Zanpakutou. The Zanpakutou is born from the Soul Reaper and the two are one. So while this isn't one soul breaking into A and B, it's soul A being bound to another soul B, so the origin is reversed but the end result could be the same. If that's the case, that means that the rules that apply between Soul Reaper and Zanpakutou would apply here as well. In other words, when Old Man Zangetsu describes that he's able to share in Ichigo's emotions and feel the effect of Ichigo's despair, which is the rain falling and the skyscrapers crumbling, it's very possible that White in this newfound relationship with Masaki can share in her emotions as well. If White can indeed do this, that would mean that the subsequent life Masaki lived, filled with love, warmth, light, and joy, was shared with White. I'm not saying that White will automatically feel the same thing Masaki feels, but now he knows. Now, the naive baby can learn. He can experience. He can decide for himself what he wants and desires. So what does White desire? How does he interact with Ichigo? If we move forward chronologically, Ichigo charges into Soul Society and battles Renji. After defeating Renji, Hanataro finds that a hollow mask shielded Ichigo from the fatal blow. Now, I ask that you do not assume anything yet. First, let's lay out the events as they transpire. After that, you can decide for yourself. So Ichigo moves on to battle Zaraki, and after snapping Zangetsu in two and stabbing Ichigo through the chest, Old Man Zangetsu arrives and takes Ichigo into his inner world. This is the first time we see White Ichigo. Now, there are some very important things to consider here. First, what does White call Ichigo? Partner. He doesn't call him by a condescending name, he calls him partner. What does he do as they battle? He starts instructing Ichigo. He starts teaching Ichigo about the folly of his notion and perspectives. Here's a hollow we think to be motivated by his desire to take over Ichigo's body and soul. If he truly wanted to, why bother teaching Ichigo at all? I'll let you answer that after considering all the details. Their battle rages on and Ichigo has a resolution, earning back Zangetsu's blade. After he leaves, White and Old Man Zangetsu have a small conversation. Zangetsu apologizes to White and White responds by saying that Ichigo is the king of this world. I'll help out any way that I can. Again, this is the White who supposedly wants to take over Ichigo's body and mind, but here comes a line spoken by White that really threw me for a loop. He tells Zangetsu as he's fading away and he says, "Praise him well, because his power will eventually be mine." Many people see this line and just like myself, assume that White is talking about taking over Ichigo's mind and so on and so forth. But consider this. In chapter 541 entitled The Blade in Me 2, Old Man Zangetsu reveals his true intentions. He tells Ichigo that he is the source of the Quincy power inside him. He is Yuha, but he's also not Yuha. He reminds Ichigo that the one who came to his aid whenever his life was in danger was never him, but his hollow. He goes on to say that he did not want Ichigo to become a Soul Reaper, and for that reason, suppressed his power that was not yet mature so he could personally become the center of Ichigo's power. Why did he do this? Because if Ichigo continued to walk the path of the Shinigami, he would head into conflict and have to eventually be killed by him himself. If you want to know who he means by himself, he's referring to Yuha Bach, but I'll make a separate video breaking that down, so don't worry. But moving on, we know that Old Man Zangetsu has a change of heart, and that's all good, but the point is, White knew that Old Man Zangetsu was the center of Ichigo's power because he was suppressing him, and for that reason, when he says that the power will be mine, he's not talking about Ichigo's mind, but rather, he's talking about becoming the center of Ichigo's spirit energy. And why does White want to make sure he's the center of Ichigo's power? Why? Because Old Man Zangetsu, before having a change of heart, would have inevitably led Ichigo to his death. Again, I won't force my belief on you, but hopefully you are beginning to see the trend. We fast forward to Ichigo's battle with Byakuya, and there are more fascinating details to go over here. In one of the most iconic moments in Bleach, as Byakuya strikes his blade down at Ichigo, White catches it and says a few words to Ichigo. He says, "Fool, I told you, I can't allow you to die." Yet again, there are two ways to interpret this. This is either White looking out for his own personal preservation, or he actually means it when he says, "I cannot allow Ichigo to die." There's an extremely important detail hidden here that we will come back to. We head into the Arrancar arc, and with the arrival of Yami Yargo and Ulquiorra Schiffer, Ichigo heads into battle. He makes quick work of Yami, but feels his hollow start to take over, and Ulquiorra then makes the comment that Ichigo's Ryotsu is fluctuating. When it's low, it's garbage, but when it's high, it's stronger than mine. Luckily for Ichigo, Urahara comes in for the save. White's next manifestation is when Ichigo fights against Hiyori in the Visored hideout. Hiyori fights with the intention of drawing out Ichigo's hollow, and Ichigo is hell-bent on preventing himself from holifying. White does manage to take over Ichigo's body once he blacks out, but he doesn't just black out. In the manga, she actually slashes Ichigo right across the chest, and Ichigo is profusely bleeding. He already put his mortal life in danger, and that's what draws White out once Ichigo blacks out, who then chokes Hiyori until she's saved by the others. So we move forward, and Shinji has Ichigo trying to overcome his hollow. Ichigo enters his inner world and sees White. Now what does White call Ichigo here? King. He calls Ichigo King. Ichigo asks where Zangetsu is, and White says a line that we did not believe until a lot later in the story. He says, "I am Zangetsu." I won't reiterate the plot-specific details here, you guys know the story. White gives his instinct speech, which I will assume you already know, but there are some important things to note from their encounter this time. Number 1, I'm conscious of the fact that this is a manga and sometimes this happens in battle, but why does White explain to Ichigo what he is lacking? Why does White point out, yet again like he did against Zaraki, the flaws in Ichigo's mental perspectives? Why does White Ichigo constantly assume the role of teacher when interacting with Ichigo? Think back to their previous encounter. He swung Zangetsu by the cloth on the blade, and what does Ichigo do in Sokiku Hill? He imitates White and does the exact same thing. White uses the Black Getsuga against Byakuya, and what does Ichigo do? He copies White, and in this very battle, White accuses him of merely copying his move. During this battle, White clashes with Ichigo and then, while their swords are clashed, releases a Getsuga Tensho. What does Ichigo do against Grimmjow the very next time they see each other? He clashes swords with Grimmjow and then uses Getsuga Tensho. White flash taps to Ichigo and palms him in the face before hurling him away. What does Ichigo do against Aizen? Palm him in the face and hurl him away. Why is this happening? White performs a move, Ichigo copies it. White teaches Ichigo a concept, Ichigo learns it. This being, who is supposed to be a demonic beast of rage and anger who wants to overtake Ichigo, seems to be doing everything but that. I won't force my opinion on you, but you can see the hints Kubo is laying down. So after Ichigo impales White, without even feeling like he lost and with a grin on his face, he accepts Ichigo as king and threatens Ichigo that if he shows weakness, he'll overcome him. And his final warning to Ichigo is this: if you really want to control my power, until our next meeting, make sure you don't get killed. Now I have a question. More examples lay ahead, but what is the one commonality when White takes over Ichigo's body? When Ichigo's mortal life is in danger, or at least when Ichigo blacks out. If White truly wants to take over Ichigo's body, why is he telling Ichigo not to die? He is working against his very desires when he does this. Remember that. We'll come back to it. So Ichigo masters Holification and powers his way through Grimmjow in their second battle, and then fights his way through the Prevaron Espada until he encounters Ulquiorra for the second time. Here, Ulquiorra overwhelms Ichigo and stabs a hole through his heart. Many people point to this and wonder, if Ichigo's dead here, why isn't White taking over? Well, I don't think Ichigo died here. Before Ulquiorra leaves, he tells Ichigo to leave this world immediately if you can still move. If you can't, stay there and die. The words Ulquiorra chooses alludes to this fact: Ichigo isn't dead yet, but if he doesn't get help of some kind, he will die eventually. So Grimmjow saves Ichigo and they have their final battle, but the next time we see White is against Ulquiorra. Ichigo dies and White completely takes over Ichigo's body, pushing him to a victory against Ulquiorra. It's important to recognize that Aizen viewed White as a failure. The Espada were all considered as successful experiments, and Ulquiorra's second release, Segunda Etapa, stood at the apex of these new creations. White Ichigo as an entity within Ichigo surpassed his creators and became a true Vasulorde, one powerful enough to overcome the strongest Espada, who I believe is Ulquiorra. Interpret it however you will. But this is yet another example of White intervening to save Ichigo, and not only does he defeat Ulquiorra, he goes one step further. Ulquiorra is universally accepted as the Espada with the strongest regenerative abilities, but even he cannot regenerate his internal organs. Ichigo had a hole blown through his chest. Without a doubt, Ichigo's lungs and heart were absolutely destroyed, but White showcased regenerative abilities surpassing that of even Ulquiorra to keep Ichigo alive. Again, you can interpret this however you will, but we established that if Ichigo is blacked out or in mortal danger, White is able to overtake his body. Why is White constantly doing things that act against the supposed desire of his? Why heal Ichigo when it only makes your job harder? Do you see where I'm going with this? Ichigo goes on to battle in the war in Fei Karakura town and with the help of his father, fights against Tensai Zangetsu in order to learn the final Getsuga Tensho. Okay, so the important thing to take note of here is that when White sees Ichigo, he calls him partner yet again. And 2, it is no small deal that Zangetsu and White suddenly for the first time decide to work together. Before this point, It was always one overtaking the other just so the other could do the same at a later time, but here, in this moment, the two become one. And so when Ichigo feels nothing but sadness emanating from their blade, not only is that old man Zangetsu's emotion, it's also White Ichigo's. And if it is, why is the supposed demonic hollow feeling sadness for Ichigo? Why is it that Ichigo feels that this hollow along with old man Zangetsu does not want to kill him? Why is that? Well, Ichigo goes on to defeat Aizen and we don't see White again, not until the reforging of Ichigo Zanpakutou where old man Zangetsu reveals everything. Ichigo reaches full synergy with the manifestations of his Quincy and Arrancar powers, and that results in Ichigo attaining an immense amount of strength. That would be the last time we see White Ichigo because he does not appear again. So what I've done is try to refrain from imprinting my own opinions onto you. I've tried to simply present you with the details and context of the situation to allow you the opportunity to come to your own conclusion. So please let me know your opinion in the comment section down below. But my personal opinion when it comes to the character of White Ichigo is that he has been greatly misunderstood. I do not believe that White is evil. I don't believe he's a demonic pariah hell-bent on attaining power. White has always had one goal: to protect Ichigo in his own way. Think about it. Kaname describes White as a pure being and gives him that name for that very reason. When Masaki went into soul suicide, she explicitly says that the hole she's falling down is dark and lonely, but that she wasn't scared because whoever was down there needed her. I believe that Masaki saved White from his eternal loneliness, and when Kisuke bound their souls together by way of the Reishi tie, White was never alone anymore. White was able to share in Masaki's joy and happiness, and then, when White was transferred to Ichigo upon birth, he would have had a front row seat to seeing Masaki give her life to protect Ichigo. I won't say that this is 100% true. This is my opinion based on the story as I saw it. But when I look at the way White protected Ichigo, when I look at the way he preserved his life by spawning his mask to protect his internal organs, when I look at how he chooses to educate Ichigo on instinct and Zanpakutou relationships, White was never evil, he was only playing the part. By assuming the role of the demon chasing after Ichigo, he was able to give Ichigo a reason to grow in strength and power, in order to ultimately keep him alive. Why would he tell Ichigo to stay alive if Ichigo's death gives him what he presumably wanted, more control? Why bring Ichigo from the brink of death when a dead or close to death Ichigo is perfect for overtaking his body and claiming control? It doesn't make sense to me, not unless he doesn't actually want Ichigo's body and is merely putting up a facade. In a summarized version, this is what I think really happened. White Ichigo was nothing but a newborn creation when he was lauded as a failed experiment and discarded by his creator, Aizen Sosuke. In the dark pit he existed in, he was lonely, scared, and afraid, but he was saved from that solitude by Masaki, who formed a Reishi bond with him. In order to repay that debt to Masaki, who saved him, he now took on the duties of protecting the one whom Masaki gave her life to protect, Ichigo. But being the hollow that he is, his methods weren't what you'd expect. Instead of being a shoulder to cry on to Ichigo, he preferred to be an obstacle for Ichigo to overcome, one that would in turn grant Ichigo the power to protect himself. He accepted being viewed as a demon, as long as it meant that Ichigo had a reason to get stronger, and he promised himself that he would always be there if Ichigo was in danger of dying. He would step in to fight if Ichigo could no longer fight. White would become the protector of Ichigo, the one who protects, and throughout the story of Bleach, he has always made sure to keep Ichigo safe. Understanding this perspective on White has allowed me to appreciate his character so much more. He's more than the cookie-cutter dark side of the main character. The white soul that was trapped in black jet armor is no longer bound. He is free, and with his freedom, chose to be the silent, watchful protector to the son of the woman who saved him. It's beautiful, truly is. What is going on, guys? Welcome to the channel, where we're presenting you with the best Bleach content in the business right now. In last week's video, we peered into Ichigo's adventures in the Soul King's palace as he sought to regain his broken Bankai. His journey led him to having a very important conversation with his father, and the subsequent effect from having said conversation allowed him to finally step into the realm of the elite. That is where we find ourselves now. The final deconstructive narrative of Ichigo is complete. His inner demons overcome, and his spirit rekindled. The Quincy have taken over the Society, and battles have begun all around Soul Society. Yuha Bach bears his fangs to the old world, and the old world stands ready to push him back. Kubo now has to prove to us and himself that the path Ichigo took to get here was worth it. Kubo now has to establish Ichigo as a powerhouse worthy of the journey we've walked thus far. And I gotta tell ya, it's not perfect, it's objectively not, but true Zanpakutou Ichigo finally allows Ichigo to be the Shinigami he was always meant to be. As always, before we begin today's Cubology lesson, I gotta make sure you guys did your homework. Make sure you like and leave a comment, but your main task is to make sure you are subscribed and that your notifications are on. If everything's taken care of, you are cleared to proceed. Cubology 101. After Ichigo gains his new Zanpakutou, Kubo goes away from him and focuses on other things. The Quincy attack, and 3 hours after their second invasion, Ichigo is ready to leave the royal palace and head towards the Soul Society. Ichigo is now wearing a new outfit, and I mean, when I saw it, it reminded me of Magi. It seems very desert-like. Why Kubo went for this look, I have no idea, but do I like it? Yeah, I do. It's different. Ichigo's looking around trying to find the pillar they used to come up to the palace in, but the royal guards shoot down his enthusiasm and reveal that he's going back on foot. Senjumaru activates a staircase leading from the royal palace all the way down through to the Society down below. According to Kurinji, it is a week-long journey using normal Shunpo. Ichigo seems unsurprised by this and simply remarks that if it takes a week using normal Shunpo, I figure I can make it in half a day if I really hurry. Now, I'm no fan of Kubo's love for using time to determine how long a trip will take instead of using speed or whatever, but I don't care enough to bother. Point is, a week-long trip using normal Shunpo will only take 12 hours if he really hurries. While the pleasantries are continuing, Ichibei comes to Ichigo and reveals that the Quincy started their invasion 3 hours ago. Hearing this, Ichigo quickly dashes down the stairs, receives her ice balls from Hikifune, and calls Kisuke. He informs Kisuke that it will be a while longer before he makes it. He tells Kisuke to remain steadfast. Even if the battle starts to look really bad, just hold on until I get there. I promise I'll sort things out. Students of Cubology will know how important of a scene this is. Now more than ever, Ichigo was fully comfortable bearing the weight of the entire world on his shoulders. Knowing very well that the hopes and dreams of the entire world could be resting on his ability to get the job done, he still confidently tells Kisuke that even if things look bad, don't give up. Hold on until I get there. I will sort things out. Kisuke's thoughts are depicted without him saying a word. The same Ichigo who was scared to draw out his Zanpakutou. The same Ichigo who ran from Kisuke when training with him is now heading back from the Soul King's palace and sending word that I will take care of everything. From his sensei to student perspective, Kisuke has got to feel really proud. And I think he was. As he soars towards the Society, Ichigo covers his face with his turban thingy and increases his speed. Kubo then goes away from Ichigo and showcases many different battles, including Kenpachi vs. Gremmy. In the aftermath of the battle, Kenpachi is assaulted by the Quincy girls and is on death's door when Ichigo arrives to save the day. Now Kubo, in preparing for Ichigo's arrival, dedicates an entire chapter to the hype building. Chapters like these don't get much hype in manga format because they literally become speed reads, but they are important for an anime. Ruki is running towards Kenpachi's location and she immediately stops and looks towards the sky. High in the skies above, the air begins to shift, and something akin to gears unlocking appear in the sky. Soaring towards the tip of the Shikanmaku, a being is breaking the sound barriers and headed straight for the Society. Everyone on the battlefield has ceased their fighting and is watching in awe as this unknown character speeds towards the fight. Rukia notices that the Ryatsu belongs to Ichigo as Ichigo's cape is fluttering in the wind. Suddenly, there's a huge explosion in the sky mimicking that of a Hollow's mask. Ichigo lands on the building and breaks the entire thing down. He didn't stick the landing. Standing bewilderedly, the Quincy girls are stunned and look on in confusion. Right in the next panel, Ichigo has gotten up from the debris and walked right past them while patting himself on the back after failing to land effectively. He walks over to Kenpachi and he's so cocky as he does it. Like he knows that Kenpachi hates that he's in this state and Ichigo just rubs it in. The hell? You're all beat up. I never thought I'd get the chance to say this to you of all people, but I'm here to save you. Ichigo now stands ready on the battlefield. Now the cool thing about this scene is that when Ichigo was getting beaten up by Noritore's henchmen back in Hueco Mundo arc, it was Kenpachi who came to save him, and when he did, he made sure to rub it in. So Ichigo's just returning the favor in his own unique way. As Ichigo and Kenpachi converse, Candace attacks from behind with a lightning fist. Ichigo grabs her arm and hurls her into a nearby building with tremendous force. The other Quincy's jump into action and surround Ichigo. This moment will be very cool to see in the anime because the character action of Ichigo's body language is just sublime. He's dodging their attacks, but he has this look of innocence and amusement on his face. Even after Lil Toto tries to eat him alive, Ichigo just casually evades her mouth. Pause. He then strikes all three in quick succession and knocks them into the building nearby. They're all surprised at his strength, and you can see the look of shock on their faces when they realize that this is Ichigo Kurosaki, top of the list on the war potentials. Candace erupts in a bolt of lightning, angered that Ichigo dirtied her clothes. She slams a heart-shaped gear on her side and a bow pops up. She grabs it and fires an attack she calls Galvano Blast at Ichigo. Ichigo just tanks the hit. His outer clothes rip off and we get to see the new Ichigo, wearing clothing designed by the Royal Guard themselves. He wears a standard Shihakusho with an X-shaped white feature along his torso and something akin to a captain's robe below the waist. It's like a version of his Bankai cloak in that it gives him that extra layering of clothing. The Quincy girls all summon their bows and prepare to attack as Ichigo grabs his two blades. As they clash, Yuha is happy that Ichigo has returned. The Quincy fire their arrows and Ichigo nonchalantly evades them and tosses them into rubble yet again. Candace then enters her complete holy form and god dang, those legs are wow. Just like, Candace is top 5. Like, she's gotta be top 5. Anyway, we must stay focused, my brothers. We have to stay focused. Candace lunges towards Ichigo and summons a lightning bolt, using them as swords, and she clashes with Ichigo. She fires a lightning bolt at Ichigo, who makes a horizontal swing with a shorter sword and fires a Getsuga Tensho. This attack completely neutralizes Candace's arrow, but she follows up with an even greater lightning attack. Ichigo doesn't even try to dodge, he just tanks the hits. Candace increases the power and force of her attacks and fires a massive bolt of lightning at Ichigo. And Kubo has blessed us with this very interesting shot, and it's very... Anyway, Ichigo dashes towards Candace and makes a cross-shaped swing, which unleashes a cross-shaped Getsuga he calls Getsuga Jujisho. That's Ichigo's official second Zanpakutou technique after a standard Getsuga Tensho. As the attack heads towards Candace, instead of dodging, she tries to block the attack and Ichigo has to tell her to dodge it instead. As stubborn as she is, she insists on blocking the blow and she loses an arm because of it. Ichigo's attack causes a cross-shaped mark in the sky, parting the clouds above. After regenerating her arm courtesy of Giselle, Candace intends to rejoin the battle, but she's sniped from behind by Basby, who attacks the other girls in the process. Ichigo basically has a huge bounty on his head, and every Quincy worth their trade wants to take the glory of defeating Ichigo Kurosaki for themselves. Of course, Basby's attack doesn't kill any of the Quincy girls, and now, after a few more Quincy join the fray, Ichigo is staring down 8 Quincy. 8v1. Those are really tough odds, but you should see the look on Ichigo's face. The man is not bothered in the slightest. He's prepping to battle them when a light shoots towards the sky. He hears Yuha's voice, who reveals that the clothing Ichigo is wearing is woven from the bones and hair of the Zero Division. It's basically Ichigo's own personal Oken. It allows him to pass through the 72 barriers separating the Sarate from the Royal Palace. But the drawback from coming down to Soul Society using this garb is that once you pass through the barriers, they cannot be closed for another 6,000 seconds. The moment Ichigo learns this, he charges towards Yuha. There's no hesitation. He's very clear in what he has to do. As he dashes, Menina slams his head into a building, dragging him across multiple buildings in the process. She prepares to punch him again when Ichigo jumps into the sky. Behind him, Nanana attacks him, but Ichigo evades that as well. He continues his pursuit of Yuha when Robert Akutron points his gun at Ichigo's head. Mind you, he took out Shinsui's eye and he's in an even better spot to hit Ichigo, but Ichigo still evades this attack and counters. As he counters, Basby grabs him from behind and is about to land a blow when Renji comes in for the save. I expect the anime to give us more of this Shinigami vs Quincy battle than we got here, but for now, we focus on Ichigo, who is charging towards Yuhabak. As he draws closer, Haswolf is preparing to intercept him when Uryu fires an arrow at Ichigo. Ichigo parries the attack and his countenance changes when he realizes who shot the arrow. From Ichigo's perspective, Uryu should still be back home, which is kind of weird because the fate of the world is on the line and the opponents are Quincy. You'd think someone would go and check on Uryu, but whatever. Ichigo inquires as to what Uryu is doing here, and Uryu simply tells Ichigo to go home. He takes aim and unleashes Lake Reigen, a flurry of Quincy arrows, but Orihime's son Tenkeshin protects Ichigo as she and Chad emerge from Hueco Mundo. Uryu does not speak to either and turns to follow Yuha into the light, which leads them into the palace above. In classic Kubo fashion again, the rain starts to fall. Why? I have no idea. probably because Ichigo is stunted by what he just witnessed. The dude can control the weather with his emotions, I just know it, it's gotta be. Anyway, Chad grabs Ichigo and hurls him into a building, reminding him that he has to act quickly. Ichigo intends to kick Uryu's ass and bring him back. As they all agree on the plan, Kisuke arrives and begins preparations to ascend to the Soul King's palace. In Mayuri's lab, Kisuke has set up something similar to Kukakushiba's cannon and is preparing to launch Ichigo and the others into the Soul King's palace. And then, in what was a surprise for me when I initially read this all those years back, Chad asks Ichigo what he thinks about Orihime's clothes. Ichigo begins to blush, and the entire scene is just Kubo's way of slowly informing you of what he will do when the story is over. Ichigo x Orihime. It was always gonna happen. Yoruichi makes her entrance and partakes in more comical scenes with the others. Before they officially launch, Gotchu Shiba makes his coveted reappearance and joins in with the others, mimicking their initial trip into Soul Society all those years ago. With that, everyone readies themselves and Kisuke launches them into the sky. As they ascend, everyone reminisces about the past and Ichigo's stance is clear. Our mission this time is to defeat Yhwach, and while we're there, we'll beat up Ishida and drag him back. They arrive at the palace and notice that it's awfully quiet. No one's around at the entrance and they assume that the battle is over. They look around and see Ichibe's mutilated body lying on the ground. Orihime runs to try and save him when Ichibe speaks into Ichigo's mind and asks him to say his name out loud. When Ichigo does this, Ichibe opens his eyes and puts his body back together, citing that all his power lies in his name. He took a smidgen of Ichigo's power and restored his body, albeit without his full power for the time being. Now, I don't really want to go too deep into this, but you're telling me that Ichibe was able to use just a smidgen of Ichigo's power to fully recover his body? That's some serious power. He asks Ichigo to stop Yhwach, who has defeated Squad 0 and is headed for the Soul King. Ichigo and the others run towards their destination. They arrive at the Spirit King's quarters and Orihime lifts them up to the inner shrine. They arrive to see Yhwach standing before the Soul King. He turns and challenges Ichigo, who looks on with confident eyes. Yhwach has some more monologue before stepping aside to reveal the sword embedded in the chest of the Soul King. Ichigo immediately blitzes past Yhwach and grabs the blade. Yhwach challenges Ichigo to draw the sword out, and when Ichigo does, Quincy markings akin to the Quincy Blute appear on his arm and he slashes the Soul King, cleaving him in two. As Ichigo watches on in horror, Yhwach proclaims that this is the end of the Soul Society. Yhwach explains that his Shrift is the Almighty. He can see the entirety of the future and he can strip or bestow any powers to anyone. His Ryatsu dwells in his sword and he bestowed it onto Ichigo. It flowed into Ichigo and called out to his blood, beckoning him to cut down the Soul King. Ichigo overpowers the Quincy provocation and breaks free, dropping the sword. He grabs his blade and clashes with Yhwach. Meanwhile, Yoruichi sets up a trap and asks Orihime to heal the Soul King. She tries, but she fails. At the same time, Ukitake, who was down below in the Serete, activates his Minihagi ability and takes the place of the Soul King. Yhwach asks why Ichigo is content with allowing a being like the Soul King to exist. Ichigo's answer is a reiteration of his conviction. I came here to stop you, and to protect the Soul Society, the human world, and Hueco Mundo. Yhwach calls him out on his supposed arrogance, choosing to defend the entire world, and Ichigo's reply drives home the point even further. Even if someone else could take my place, that wouldn't mean I could just run away and do nothing. He grabs hold of his blade and fires a Getsuga Tensho at Yhwach, destroying the shrine. Yhwach then wonders why Ichigo continues to say stop instead of kill, even though he is the object of his vengeance. Their clashes continue, and as Yoruichi was working on helping the Soul King, Yoruichi gets hit by an arrow from out of nowhere. It is revealed to have been shot by Ishida. His involvement distracted Yoruichi and her barrier explodes. Having been thwarted a second time by Uryu, Ichigo screams out to Ishida. Ichigo presses him for answers, and Ishida's response is basically that you came here to stop His Majesty. I will not allow you to do that. Yes, I know that him being here means the entire world is going to be destroyed in one way or another, but I am here because I am a Quincy. The other Star Knights leap into battle and Uryu shoots the ground beneath Ichigo and the others. As they fall, Lilibara prepares to snipe them down when Uryu fires his arrow instead, seemingly pushing Ichigo back. They regroup and discuss ideas on how to counterattack. Ichigo wants to use Ryatsu footholds but is worried about what would happen to Chad and Orihime if they get attacked while riding on Orihime's Santenkeshin. On that note, Yoruichi elects to use a different method and opens a Garganta. Stepping out of the Garganta is the former Sexta Espada, Grimmjow Jaggerjack. A rivalry is rekindled with Ichigo and Grimmjow reuniting. The two are about to have a clash when Nell joins the fray. Nell completely overwhelms Ichigo and Orihime is a little bit worried, just a tad bit. More reinforcements arrive in Ririka and Yukio, and there's some mind-bending complex breakdown of how Yukio and Ririka are able to go into a separate dimension and then ascend to the Inner Holy Shrine, but I'm not going to go into detail on that. The point is, they aim to break through the Quincy defenses in one fell swoop and ambush them. As they are being transported, Kubo gives us a very nice moment between Ichigo and Grimmjow, where Ichigo asks Grimmjow why he came over to his side. Grimmjow's perspective is simple. If Yuha wins, Hueco Mundo will cease to exist, and if Hueco Mundo disappears, he will have nowhere to kill Ichigo. The doorway opens and they all step out to see a changed Soul King's palace. Yuha Bak remodeled the entire city to his suiting. The Spirit Palace has fallen into enemy hands and Yuha is now in control of everything. The gang heads towards the palace and they run into Askin Nak Lavar. Grimmjow engages with him and is soundly defeated by Askin's devious schemes. Ichigo runs into Askin next and they have a short battle. Ichigo is low-diffed by Askin, who uses his gift ball to immobilize Ichigo. You might think this choice by Kubo was wrong, and maybe it is. All I'll say in reference to this is that the Quincy Elite Four are not to be trifled with. Askin bested Ichigo rather quickly and stands as proof that these Quincy are not a joke. Kubo switches to other battles in the Soul King's palace, and when we pick back up with Ichigo, he runs into Uryu, who is being confronted by Hashvalth, who challenges Uryu to kill his friends as proof of his allegiance. He fires arrows at Ichigo, who dodges them and clashes with Uryu. Uryu parries Ichigo and grabs a Sele Schneider. He fires it at the ground Ichigo was going to land on and Ichigo falls down below. Orihime saves both him and Chad and they regroup to analyze the situation. Hashvalth intervenes and Uryu tells Ichigo to run for it while he hauls Hashvalth off. He notices that because Hashvalth has Yuha's abilities, Yuha is vulnerable right now and asks Ichigo to go find him. The two exchange some words and Ichigo leaves with Orihime and Chad. They get attacked by some stone men and Kubo has Ichigo protect Orihime. It was quite sweet of him. He's holding her little head to make sure she's okay. Chad and Gonja remain to fight these stone men, leaving Ichigo and Orihime to fight Yuha Bak. This brings us to the final battle of the Bleach franchise, Ichigo's clash with Yuha Bak. So we've arrived at the single most controversial point in all of Bleach. And before I begin this massive undertaking, because make no mistake, this is the most difficult video I have ever had to write thus far, I have to give you all a disclaimer. I love Kubo, I know you know this, but we have to be honest. This final battle is very convoluted and in many ways, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I can see a skeleton of what Kubo wanted, I can see what he might have had in mind, but the execution here is poor. So what I'm going to talk about here will not be clear, it will not be easy to understand, and it will have gaps in logic. This is simply because the source material in of itself is lacking in cohesiveness. So I'm going to try my best. You know I will. Just go easy on me if it doesn't make sense. And if I'm all the way wrong, we'll see what happens when the anime adapts it. Ichigo vs Yuha Bak. Here we go. Yuha is asleep, and he dreams a dream. Ichigo stands before him in his old Shikai form, the one before he lost his powers against Aizen. He unsheathed his Zangetsu and slashes Yuha. Immediately, Yuha wakes up and realizes it was just a dream. Outside the main door, Ichigo and Orihime stand ready. We get Kubo's final data point on Ichigo and Orihime's relationship. He prepares himself and tells Orihime, "I'm counting on you to protect me. Can you do that for me, Inoue?" And her answer is a resounding yes. Ichigo has gone from constantly being relied on by Orihime and having to protect her, to confidently trusting her to watch his back and protect him as he fights against the most powerful being in the Bleach universe thus far. Orihime's character arc is finally brought to its conclusion with this admission by Ichigo. They both enter Yuha's throne room and Yuha remarks that he's happy to see Ichigo, his child of darkness. Everyone in the Soul King's palace can feel Ichigo's spiritual pressure rising as he prepares for the battle. He starts walking towards Yuha Bak and Yuha comments on him not drawing his blade but knows that Ichigo's Ryatsu is so powerful that it has taken the shape around him as though it were shielding him. He recognizes that Ichigo is strong, but notes that this is merely the power he has always had. He decides not to use his almighty so he can have a conversation with his son. Ichigo tells him, "I already have a father, and it isn't you." Now that puts a smile on my face. Ichigo knows who his father is and he's proud that it's Ishin. He draws his blade and charges towards Yuha. Energy pours out of him and he unleashes a Getsuki Tensho. Yuha's energy blocks his attack and lunges at him. Ichigo prepares to counter when Orihime blocks Yuha's attack, allowing Ichigo to recover. As you can see, Orihime is playing the role of a healer and a defender from long range. She doesn't need to be told to act. She does so on her own and actually succeeded in warding off an attack from Yuha back. Yuha's energy goes around Orihime's shield and Ichigo slashes it with his other sword before dashing towards Yuha, who remained seated. They both clash and Yuha asks Ichigo a question. What point is there of grieving her death? She died because it was her time. Her life served its purpose, to give birth to you and become my nourishment. Ichigo is enraged by this when Yuha launches him into a pillar. He then gets up from his throne and beckons Ichigo to attack. Ichigo stifles for a moment as Orihime runs towards him, but he ignores her and lunges at Yuha. His dark shadows overwhelm Ichigo, but he just gets back up and attacks again and again and again until Orihime reaches out and grabs his shirt. She asks him to calm down for a second, and he turns to Orihime and looks at her. She immediately lets go of his clothing and Ichigo runs back towards Yuha. You can see the change in expression on Orihime's face. She goes from being worried about Ichigo and what he's doing to focusing on helping him achieve whatever plan he has in mind. As Ichigo continues to clash and battle against Yuha, Orihime heals him from a distance. Again, Orihime is playing her role perfectly. Ichigo glances at his sword and notices that it's turning white. He immediately calls out to Orihime and she instantly knows what to do. She summons her shield and protects them both. As he catches his breath, Orihime confirms her theory, and yes, Ichigo was not charging in without a plan. There was someone he wanted to wake up by drenching them in Quincy Ryotsu. His blade begins to turn white and there's a massive explosion. From the smoke, Ichigo steps forward with a new form we have aptly called the Horn of Salvation. Orihime is stunned to see Ichigo like this, and she's fearful of him until he turns and quiets her worries. Orihime looks on in wonder as Ichigo reassures her that I'm still myself. Kubo goes out of his way to draw a panel of Orihime with love literally in her eyes. Ichigo explains that Old Man Zangetsu represented the Quincy power he inherited from his mother, and his inner hollow, which fused with Shinigami powers, is what he inherited from his dad. Both sides are quiet when they are balanced, but breaking the balance allows them to come to the forefront. He would have liked to be able to control which one comes out when, but since he hasn't gotten good at doing that yet, he used Yuha's power to trigger them awake. Yuha smiles from ear to ear as Ichigo steps outside Orihime's shield while grabbing his other blade. Ichigo powers up and destroys the entire shrine. Yuha begins to draw his blade when Ichigo blitzes to him and grabs his hand. While holding Yuha's hand, he raises his sword to cut Yuha and causes an explosion, but Yuha parries Ichigo's swing. He knocks Ichigo back and cuts him in the process. As Ichigo is being hurled away, he starts charging up against Tensho. He takes one sword and reaches it out towards his horn as a crescent moon forms. But as he does so, the blood from his wounds ascend towards the Getsuga Tensho. He combines his holified Getsuga Tensho with a Grand Ray Serra to produce a Grand Ray Getsuga Tensho. He launches this attack at Yuha and it hits its target. Yuha is injured by this, but he breaks through Ichigo's attack as Ichigo recoils off the wall and clashes with Yuha, who consequently awakens his almighty ability. He recognizes Ichigo's power and admits that he cannot let his guard down any longer. Orihime watches on as the battle for the fate of the world continues. Ichigo crosses blades with Yuha and parries his blade. He then reaches out to grab his other sword and Yuha counters by summoning another one of his Reishi blades. As Ichigo gets launched back, he prepares to land on the ground when a blade-like attack pierces his foot. He immediately jumps up and intends to bounce off a pillar, but that pillar is also laced with the same kind of trap. Ichigo falls to the ground and dodges Yuha's swing. Ichigo is mulling over different ideas on how to defeat Yuha. Yuha sees that Ichigo is thinking, trying to conjure up a chunk in his ability, and challenges him to stand right there where he is. As Ichigo looks on, he is immediately pierced by another one of Yuha's traps and falls to the ground. As Ichigo tries to regain composure, Yuha stands before him and explains that the future is not a single straight line stretching from the past. Instead, it is like countless grains of sand scattered outward from the present. Each one of those grains of sand is a future. They represent one of countless possibilities. When people speak of hope that the future can be changed, Yuha acknowledges that yes, the future can be changed. However, to change the future is to merely shift from one of those grains of sand to another. But he has the ability to gaze down upon all those grains from on high, watching as his opponents jump from one grain to another. He tells Ichigo to continue leaping between those grains of sand. Kubo then goes on to show us something quite interesting. He shows us Yuha's perspective. Like I previously mentioned, Yuha is looking down from above, watching people jump from one grain of sand to the other, and Kubo actually shows us what he sees. It's an Ichigo jumping from one grain of sand to another, but oddly enough, the Ichigo we see is Ichigo in his original Shikai form, the same form Yuha dreamt would kill him. As Yuha tells Ichigo not to succumb to despair, Ichigo pushes back at his rhetoric. I know all about despair. I've encountered it again and again, and every single time, I've conquered it. Flashes of his memories peer through his mind as he grabs both of his swords and holds them side by side. With resounding confidence, Ichigo screams out, Bankai, Tenza Zangetsu. But almost immediately, Ichigo's sword is snapped in two. As he looks on in horror, Yuha drops half of Zangetsu's blade. Yuha explains that Ichigo's Bankai is such a dangerous Bankai that he took the precaution of snapping it in the future. He then proceeds to break Ichigo's horn the same way he did his Bankai, and he throws it at Ichigo, who parries it. Yuha teleports behind Ichigo and slams him into the ground. As Ichigo tries to regain his posture, he's immediately cut across the torso by Yuha and launched onto another pillar. Yuha wastes no time and lunges at Ichigo, who's left vulnerable. Orihime jumps into action and blocks Yuha's swing with her shield, but Yuha breaks through it and cuts Ichigo right across the chest. He reveals that the Almighty is not merely the power to see the future, it is the power to alter it. As Ichigo looks on in absolute horror, Yuha tells him once again, try not to succumb to despair. He tells Ichigo that his power is no different from your own power. Just as your powers allow you to influence the single instant that you can see with your eyes, mine only allows me to influence the multitude of futures I can see with mine. So show me that you can change the future. No matter how wondrous the future you choose to create, I will already have seen it, and I will show you that I can slice apart even the new future that you have wrought. For the third time, he tells Ichigo, do not succumb to despair. In sheer frustration, Ichigo screams out in anger but continues to be beaten down by Yuha, who grabs Ichigo and begins to absorb Ichigo's power. His horn fades away and he stumbles to the ground, defeated. Yuha Bak laughs maniacally as he revels in his victory. He opens a portal and walks through it, intending to destroy both Soul Society and the human world. Renji and Rukia come to Ichigo's aid as Orihime tries to repair Ichigo's Bankai. She fails to do so, but due to assistance from an unlikely ally in Tsukishima and Ginjo, Orihime is able to restore Ichigo's Bankai. Explaining how Tsukishima and Orihime counters Yuha's ability is potent enough for its own video, but for the purposes of understanding this video, note that Tsukishima inserted himself into Ichigo's past by stabbing him, and created a past where Yuha had not broken Ichigo's Bankai. Orihime is then able to use her ability to reject his broken blade and reform his Bankai. Ichigo and Renji speed towards the Society to confront Yuha again. As they run through the Dangai, why they're running through the Dangai I'll never know. Yuha went from the Soul King's palace to the Society below. You don't need a Dangai to get there. Ichigo's body is reeling from Yuha's attack and he's having trouble moving forward. Renji, being the faithful friend he is, picks Ichigo up and helps him along the way. The two share a very heartfelt moment where Renji thanks Ichigo for allowing him to reconnect with Rukia, and Renji pledges to always be there for Ichigo if he needs him. The two share a smile and continue their advancement towards the Society. Now, Yuha and Aizen were duking it out while Renji and Ichigo were headed to the battlefield, and while I would love to give you my exact thoughts on their encounter, I have to keep this video focused on Ichigo. The important takeaway from Yuha vs Aizen is that throughout their battle, the rendition of Ichigo and Renji we see is not Ichigo and Renji. It's Aizen utilizing his Kyokasui Getsu to manipulate Yuha. The real Ichigo doesn't show up until the end, when Aizen is impaled by Yuha and reveals himself. Ichigo stabs Yuha from behind and unleashes a Bankai Getsuga Tensho. The destructive capability of his Bankai actually kills Yuha, but he brings himself back to life using his almighty ability. Aizen is blindsided by Yuha and Ichigo has his sword knocked out of his hand. As he reaches to grab it, he's overwhelmed by Yuha's dark shadows and engulfed by it. Yuha begins to overrun the entire known world of Bleach as he nears completion of his goal. All hope seems lost when an arrow pierces Yuha's chest from behind and it is revealed to have been shot by Uryu. The silver that appears due to the Ashvalen is called the Silver of Stillness. By mixing it with the blood of the one who activated the Ashvalen, it interferes with all of the user's abilities, and for a single instant, eliminates them all. Ichigo reaches for his sword and launches a final attempt to kill Yuha. He takes a final swing as Yuha blocks his sword with his hand. The white on Ichigo's blade begins to shatter, and all that remains is Ichigo's old Shikai blade. Yuha recalls that the dream he saw back then was a glimpse of the future, not a dream being shown to him by Hashval. Ichigo slices at Yuha Bak and cuts him in two, killing the Quincy Empire King. Okay, so that right there is the battle as presented by Kubo, and it makes some kind of sense in some places and no sense in others. What I would like to do now is attempt to give you some perspective and understanding of what Kubo tried to do and maybe what he should have done. Let's start from here. Yuha Bak's almighty powers. The Almighty is said to grant its wielder the ability to see the future and change the future. More specifically, as explained by Yuha himself, the future is not a single straight path stretching out from the past. Instead, it's like countless grains of sand scattered from present to future. Each sand is a possible future, and for one to change their future is to jump from one grain of sand to the other. Meanwhile, Yuha Bak, the wielder of the Almighty, is able to see all the grains of sand from on high, and he is able to witness the multitude of futures available to said person. Now, I might be wrong in my perception of this, and you know what? If I am, I'll own it. Let me know if it makes sense to you in the comments down below, but this is how I understand this ability. Because the future isn't one reality, but instead multiple possible realities, when Yuha says he can see the future, it does not mean he can see what choices people will make, but rather he can see the available options that people have and thus counter after they have made their choice. In other words, when he tells Ichigo to take heart and continue to change futures by jumping from one grain of sand to the other, Yuha does not know what grain of sand will be chosen. He knows what reality lies in each grain of sand, but he has to see Ichigo jumping from one grain to another for him to be able to take effective action. So when Ichigo decided to choose the future where he goes Bankai, that in a sense is Ichigo jumping from a grain of sand where he isn't in Bankai into a grain of sand where he does use Bankai. And then Yuha, standing from on high seeing this, is able to assess where he's going and use his powers to affect that future, breaking Ichigo's Bankai. Now, as to the specific detailed way he breaks a Bankai in the future, I have no idea. You'll have to ask Kubo. Second point, it is possible for a future Yuha has not seen to exist. What do I mean by this? This whole jumping from one grain of sand to another concept that I've been using assumes there's a set number of future possibilities available. And yes, in most cases, if the options presented to a person are limited, there can only be so many futures. Let me give you an example. If for whatever reason you are confined in a room and offered 3 food options in rice, meat, or pizza, depending on how specific the environment is, there are only 4 futures that can arise from the question, what food will you choose? You'll either pick rice, meat, pizza, or refuse to not eat at all. There is a finite number of options available to you because of these specific circumstances. But even if you take that concept and expand it to Yuha's supernatural level, where it goes from 3 to 3 million or whatever crazy number there is, it is still possible to create a different future if you've got the right people. Case in point, Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu and Tsukishima's Book of the End. In Tsukishima's case, the Book of the End allowed him to insert himself into Ichigo's past, thereby creating a past that is different from any past that would have happened. The past then proceeds forward into its own future where Yuha's power is not active because it's a brand new timeline created by Tsukishima's own ability. Aizen is another person with the ability to create a future Yuha cannot see. Because of Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis, he is able to put Yuha under his spell and cause the future Yuha believes he is seeing to be incorrect, thereby creating a future that Yuha is unable to see. And then thirdly, my goodness, this has got to be the hardest script I've ever written. Thirdly, Yuha's ability is limited by his own intelligence and wisdom. What do I mean by this? As broken as the Almighty is, it is still dependent on Yuha Bak's ability to know which futures will be chosen by his opponent and which future is most important. Understand that this is a crazy ability. Yes, absolutely. But each person has a nigh endless number of possible futures that they can choose at a moment. Think of it this way. Yuha is fighting Ichigo and Ichigo has 100 possible futures that Yuha can see at a given time. As time progresses forward and circumstances change, the possibilities also change, becoming smaller or bigger. And then add Renji, add Rukia, add Aizen, and add Orihime. All these participants in his specific fight have an ever-changing multitude of futures that Yuha has to see and perceive with his own mental fortitude. My point here is, it would be incredibly easy and logical for Yuha to make mistakes about which future is most important or most dangerous, and we get a few examples of this. When Yuha is asleep and resting, he has a dream where Ichigo attacks him in his sleep and slashes him with his old Shikai Zanpakutou. Yuha dismisses this as just a dream and ignores it. Fast forward a few moments later, when Yuha is explaining the concepts of the future being like grains of sand to Ichigo, Kubo shows you what Yuha sees, and it's an Ichigo jumping from one grain to another. That presumably is what a representation of what Yuha sees, and the Ichigo he sees then, yet again, is Ichigo in his old Shikai Shinigami form, but yet again, he ignores it. Fast forward to when he encounters Aizen. He believes that his almighty is strong enough to overcome Kyoka Suigetsu and makes grand statements about how he knew that the first person he sent flying was Renji, and that the one whose arm he cut off was Ichigo. In reality though, none of them were Ichigo or Renji. They were all Aizen playing the part of Renji and Ichigo. He has to be wise enough to notice gaps in his own logic for his almighty to work effectively, but he's limited by his own intelligence and deductive skills. And then we have the final and biggest blunder of Yuha. For some strange reason, Aizen undoes Kyoka Suigetsu, which I don't think he did. I think Yuha made contact with Aizen's body, and Aizen's body is Kyoka Suigetsu, so he became invulnerable to it. But whatever. He overwhelms Aizen and gets hit by Still Silver. Him being unable to see Still Silver coming is just a plot hole. Was he only focused on the future side as it pertained to Ichigo and not thinking about anyone else? Maybe. I don't know. Because it's not clear. Everything else is speculation, and speculation is not fact. So it's a plot hole, plain and simple. But he gets hit by it, and when Ichigo takes a swing, Yuha remembers his dream. What he saw at that moment was a glimpse of the future he saw with his own eyes. But he thought it was a dream Hashwald was showing him. These examples prove that even if the Almighty had the broken ability to literally perceive every single future possibility, they would still be limited by Yuha's ability to understand them. If you want to put your tinfoil hat on, and this is like 60% BS, I know it is, but I'm gonna just throw this out there. The future flows forward from the present and scatters outward like grains of sand. Each sand is a possible future, and each subsequent future builds off the future chosen before. In other words, if Ichigo picks a future where he activates Bankai, he cannot then take a future where he didn't. The future has become the present and will become the past. It's gone. So Yuha sees a future wherein Ichigo wielding his old Shikai Zanpakutou kills him. So right there is a grain of sand out there where Ichigo wielding his old Shikai kills Yuha Bak. How do we get there? I don't know. It's a toss-up, I suppose. All I know is that it exists as a possibility. The Almighty at that point has done its job. It has shown Yuha the future where he dies. He then dismisses this premonition to be a dream/nightmare and ignores it. He focuses on the possibilities that are more logical, I suppose. Ichigo is standing before you with two blades, and even when he combined them, there's white and there's black. How could we possibly get to a future where he's wielding his old Shikai blade? Yuha keeps countering Ichigo as he jumps from one grain to another and to another, but fails to impact the one future he dismisses as a dream sent to him by Hashwald. So in reality, if we want to be dreamers, it is entirely possible that the future that he dismissed as not real in the lead up to it had Ichigo using his Bankai, breaking his Bankai, and fixing his Bankai. This dismissed future could quite possibly have been the one where Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu impacts Yuha's foresight, and it could have been a future where Uryu Ishida is able to blindside Yuha with a Still Silver arrow. The point here is, the Almighty did not malfunction. It showed him a future where Ichigo Kurosaki, wielding his old Shikai blade, kills him. Yuha just willingly chose to ignore it, and that is the future that ended up becoming a reality. As far as Ichigo's Bankai is concerned, Kubo came out and gave a little more detail about it. I will explain this to the best of my ability. As far as I have understood, the true form of a Zanpakutou is one that includes a scabbard. In other words, there is the sword and there is the scabbard, which is another word for sheath. Saifushi and Zangetsu are the only two swords without a scabbard in Soul Reaper history. When Ichigo attains his dual wield, it would seem that technically it's not a dual wield. From Kubo's explanation, the two swords are split into a sword part and a scabbard part. The longer blade seems to be the scabbard and the smaller seems to be the sword. When he puts the two together for Bankai, it is almost like he is sheathing his sword and combining sword and scabbard into one. This is where it gets a tad bit complicated. When Ichigo fought Yuha, he exposed his larger sword to Quincy Ryatsu in order to awaken his hollow, and so on that particular sword, Quincy and hollow mixed together. Again, that sword seems to be the hollow blade, and that is why the sword manifested as white after being exposed to Quincy Ryatsu. So we fast forward and Yuha Bak, after defeating Ichigo, absorbs his power. Now, Kubo goes out of his way to have Ichigo say, "The Quincy power inside me and the hollow power that was mingled with it is vanishing, turning into white." The reason Kubo specifies Quincy and hollow is because in order to awaken the hollow, he had to mix Quincy with it. So when Yuha took back the Quincy power, he took back the hollow as well. After that point, Tsukishima comes in and with Orihime's help, fixes Ichigo's Bankai. His involvement creates a future where Ichigo's Bankai is not broken, but did nothing to impact Ichigo's Quincy and hollow powers being stolen. So the white part of his blade is lacking in any realistic spiritual essence right now. He's operating mainly on his Soul Reaper abilities. He gets to the battlefield and the white starts to crack because again, there's no spiritual backing to it right now. Eventually, the scabbard, which is the white part of his blade, breaks away and all that is left after Quincy and hollow are gone is Shinigami. And uniquely enough, the blade that is left is the sword that best represents Ichigo's pure Shinigami powers. In essence, as Kubo describes it, Ichigo's Bankai blade is unsheathed, and he strikes Yuha down with it. Wow, that was... wow. The final thing I'll say about Ichigo from a battle perspective is that true Zanpakutou Ichigo, from a battle perspective, is a combatant with probably 5 main abilities. You can use a Getsuga Tensho with either blade. He can fire 2 Getsugas to form a Getsuga Jujusho. He can combine Getsuga with a Ground Ray Sarah to form a Ground Ray Getsuga. You can probably double that to form a Ground Ray Getsuga Jujusho. And he has a Horn of Salvation Holification ability. From there, he goes Bankai, and even though we're not sure about what his Bankai does, it definitely possesses enough destructive power to kill Yuha Bak. Ichigo definitely proved that from a power output perspective, he is one of the strongest beings in all of Bleach. His resistance to Hack's abilities like Askin's poison is really low, and he could get beaten by one of those guys if he's not careful, but the pure unbridled power within is undeniable. A decade passes and Soul Society has been made anew. Captain Kyoraku has now been the head captain for 10 years and technology has progressed. In the world of the living, Ichigo Kurosaki married his longtime friend and had a kid named Kazui. Rukia and Renji also became parents to a young girl called Ichigo. It has become a world of peace after Yuha's defeat. Kubo opens up the chapter with a stunning picture of Ichigo, standing with his sword strapped to his back and a look of maturity embedded into his eyes. After the last vestiges of Yuha's power passes, Aizen, who is once again trapped in Muken, recalls Yuha's final moments. Yuha grabs Ichigo's blade and tells him that the path is now closed, the path to a world without fear. He tells him that the human world, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo belong together as one. They should have been brought together so that life and death may mingle as one and the fear of death destroyed. He reaches towards Ichigo and speaks directly into his ear, sharing his final words with the Son of Darkness. Life and death will not lose their form, and all living things will continue to live their lives in fear of death for all eternity. As the Empire King falls, Ichigo looks on, unfazed by his words, but almost with sadness, pity, and understanding in his eyes. Kubo then offers Aizen the responsibility of narrating Bleach's final moments. Aizen believes that the world Yuha wanted to create might have been devoid of fear, but in a world without the fear of death, men would be unable to face that fear and move forward. Sure, they could have walked forward by living, but it would be different from the progress made while conscious of the fear of death. We have given this act of walking onward a special name. We call it courage. And in a way, this ties together the story of Bleach. Bleach is a story about Ichigo Kurosaki, but the world of Bleach is one where the fear of death looms heavily over its inhabitants. The threat of being devoured by a hollow cripples the hearts of many. Even the death gods themselves fear death. And even a being like Yuha, as powerful as he became, could not outrun the fear he felt as a baby, when he felt the cold embrace of death caress him in her arms. Even he wished to escape to a world where death no longer existed. But Kubo makes his point and lets us know that death, while it is truly a scary thing to consider, provides all of humanity with a reason to appreciate the life they have. And this act of living, despite knowing that one day you might die, is called courage. Ichigo Kurosaki was born in a pit of death, the son of a death god and a Quincy, the offspring of two sides that wish to kill each other and have wronged one another in the past. He has been able to see ghosts and commune with these creatures of death as though they were human beings. Death has knocked at the door of his friends and family many times, and he himself has heard the call of death many times. But as scary as those moments were, and they were scary, they provided him with an opportunity to grow, an opportunity to sharpen his blade, and an opportunity to display courage. Step by step, our substitute Shinigami learns about the world. He witnesses the disconnect in the world around him and learns about himself along the way. He is met with failures at every turn and almost falls victim to the weight of disappointment looming over him. The bonds he has forged over his life remain by his side, and at different points in his life, a different bond becomes the reason he is able to overcome adversity. He ascends into the level of being what he was always meant to be, and stands as a defender of not just his family, not just the town, not just an afterlife, but the entire world as he understands it. He strikes down his enemy, splitting him in two, and saves the world. He is then able to facilitate his dream into reality. He settles down with his beautiful partner and he has a son. He has a closely knit unit of friends and family, and he is still able to wield the power to protect. He is happy. If you clicked this video with the intention of learning the true ability of Ichigo's Bankai, I'm informing you now that I do not know any more than the community already does. Only Kubo knows and only Kubo can answer that. I'm not here to tell you what Ichigo's Bankai is. However, I'm here to break down everything else in the way you've probably never heard of up until this point. So I implore you to stick around for this. It'll be worth the time. I promise. Also, if you're an anime only, just skip this one. Spoilers everywhere. Ichigo Kurosaki's power system is one of the most complicated subjects in the Bleach mythos, which is extremely ironic given the fact that he is the main character. His abilities are so unique, and they lean into so many Bleach concepts that it's not merely a matter of recognizing it, but also understanding the proper way of perceiving Ichigo's power. And so, grab your Kubology notebooks and come with me on a deep dive into what I believe is the true way of understanding Ichigo's power in the world of Bleach. The Soul Reaper combat system is divided into multiple parts ranging from Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido, but the true foundation of Soul Reaper combat is the Zanpakutou, broken down into two parts, the Shikai and the Bankai. For a Soul Reaper to be powerful, these are the two most essential courses of action they need to take, attaining and mastering both their Shikai and their Bankai. That in of itself would be simple if that were it. But the deeper you get into the Bleach world, along with its intricacies, the concepts become a lot more nuanced and complex. When a Soul Reaper attains a Shikai, they learn the name of their Zanpakutou, and along with it comes what I like to call an affinity. Now, this is not a word Kubo uses in the manga. I'm using it now because it will become integral to understanding my later points. When I say affinity, I think of it like this. Ryujin Jaka is a fire-type Zanpakutou, and so it has a fire affinity. Hyorin Maru is an ice-type Zanpakutou with an ice affinity. Soifon Suzumebachi has a poison-type affinity. Aizen has hypnosis or an illusion-based affinity. So you get the basic idea there. Now, from the affinity, the Zanpakutou can have what can be simply called techniques. Aizen's Kaizen Simon is a Kyokasui Getsu technique. Toshira's Ryu Senka is a Zanpakutou technique. Taka Oni, Ida Oni, Ningeki Kitsatsu, Tenningen, and so on and so forth. I know you guys understand that much so far. There is the Zanpakutou affinity, and then there's the Zanpakutou technique. So, with that in mind, allow me to ask you this question. What is Zangetsu's affinity? If you understand the definitions I raised above, what would you consider Zangetsu's affinity to be? Are you saying Getsuga Tensho? I can understand why you might give that answer, but I don't think that's right. Allow me to explain. Zanpakutous are not shared. Everyone has their own because they are born from an Asauchi and it's a deeply personal matter. That is why Bleach Movie 2 was so problematic. creating a situation where two Soul Reapers had the same Zanpakutou. It fundamentally does not make any sense. And so, if Ichigo's Zanpakutou ability is Getsuga Tensho, then no one else should be able to use Getsuga Tensho, except that Isshin Kurosaki has used Getsugas many times in the story. This question opened a Pandora's box of possibilities that led me to dive deeper into the lore in pursuit of more understanding. So put Getsuga Tensho to the side. That'll be the first block of this, we'll come back to it. The best way for me to understand and find out what Ichigo's Zanpakutou affinity or ability is to try to understand what exactly Ichigo's Zanpakutou is. It is no secret that Old Man Zangetsu lied to Ichigo by creating this falsehood that he was the true embodiment of Zangetsu. We know that to be incorrect because the true source of Ichigo's Soul Reaper power is White Ichigo. That's a largely accepted notion. And Old Man Zangetsu gives Ichigo multiple examples where, whenever he needed to teach Ichigo something about his Zanpakutou, he would always call on his hollow to be there. An example is against Kenpachi, and another is when training for the final Getsuga Tensho. That all made sense, except that there's a very tiny issue here. The issue here is the Bankai. Let's go all the way back to the Soul Society arc. Ichigo is training with Yoruichi in the underground caverns Kisuke created, and she's brought with her a device called the Tenshintai. This is a device made by Kisuke to forcibly draw out and materialize the soul of his Zanpakutou to allow the Soul Reaper to achieve Bankai. When Ichigo stabbed his sword into this device, the one who showed up was not White, but in fact, Old Man Zangetsu. Now, the context here is that Ichigo is trying to learn Bankai, and yet, the one who is in fact his real Zanpakutou is not here. Furthermore, by having Old Man Zangetsu separate from White 2 other times to do the job, against Kenpachi and during the final Getsuga Tensho training, it's suddenly odd that nothing of the sort happens here. The questions compound when you realize that we don't actually see Ichigo attain Bankai. Kubo cuts away from the training to the execution platform, and the next time we see Ichigo, he's not only attained Bankai, but also learned Getsuga Tensho, all off screen, away from our perspectives and viewpoints. That creates a problem. How are you learning Bankai when your Zanpakutou is not present? How are you learning Getsuga Tensho when your Zanpakutou did not teach you? Ichigo appears before Byakuya and he goes Bankai into what he calls Tensa Zangetsu, and we see him have an outfit change. Knowing what we know now, you take a look back at his Bankai clothing and you notice a stark resemblance to Old Man Zangetsu and nothing to do with White. Byakuya takes one look at Ichigo's Bankai and he says, "Whoa, wait, is that it? Is that little thing your Bankai? You can't be serious. You just enjoy treading on the things we hold sacred. That move of yours is not Bankai. No Bankai could be that miserable." That's what Byakuya said. Now, I know what you're thinking. Byakuya is just saying that because he doesn't believe Ichigo had the potential to achieve Bankai, but both things can be true. A line can have double meaning as a way to misdirect. White Ichigo is an example of this. He said, "I am Zangetsu," and we were like, oh, that means he's taking over Zangetsu and so he is Zangetsu, but actually no. Even though that was true, he meant it literally, that I am Zangetsu. So this story technique by Kubo isn't new. Byakuya could simultaneously be speaking about how Ichigo does not have the ability and the potential to achieve Bankai, while simultaneously looking at Ichigo's Bankai and saying, bro, that is not a Bankai. Both things can be true. Ichigo fights Byakuya and gets a sword in his foot and a Byakurai through his chest. As he stands there motionless, White takes over Ichigo's body and combats Byakuya. He then says, "You're no good at all, Ichigo. Every bone in your body is creaking from the weight of your own spiritual pressure. But I'll show you how to use Bankai." Now that strikes me as odd. I'm like, so wait a minute, White, what do you mean you'll show him how to use the Bankai? You're the Bankai. How are you going to tell me that you're going to use Bankai when you're the Bankai? Unless, of course, fast forward to Ichigo's visor training. He goes into his inner world and White's waiting for him. White and Ichigo both go Bankai and they clash. When they do, Ichigo says, "When the hell did you learn to use Bankai?" And you know what White's response was? White says, "Isn't it obvious? I learned it the same time you did." Now wait a minute. What do you mean that you learned it the same time I did? My brother in Christ, you are the Bankai. What are you talking about? And before anyone says White is just lying or faking, let me make something clear. Old Man Zangetsu lied to Ichigo, but White did not. White told Ichigo many times, "I am Zangetsu." Ichigo just rejected him, but even though he was rejected, he was always there when Ichigo was on death's door to save him. So White is not a liar. He's a lot of things, but he's not a liar. Standing on the principle of these scenes, this is what we can conclude. It's general knowledge that the Bankai Ichigo used pre-Thousand Year Blood War, the Blade is Me, was not born from Ichigo's true Zanpakutou, because Old Man Zangetsu was repressing his power. I am not here to debunk or rebuke that statement. With the evidence I presented to you, I am simply affirming it. Old Man Zangetsu and White share the same body. In order for a Bankai to be attained, the Zanpakutou must be present, and so, even though Old Man Zangetsu was the one who showed up, technically, White was there as well. He and White shared the same body, and so technically, White was present when Ichigo learned Bankai. However, because White was not the accepted true source of Ichigo's power, the resultant Bankai ends up being inauthentic. Furthermore, when you think about Old Man Zangetsu being willing to separate from White when teaching Ichigo a technique, it actually makes sense why he didn't do that for the Bankai training. The context of Ichigo's Bankai training is such that if Old Man Zangetsu had White be the one to appear, the secret about him being a fake would have been revealed and Ichigo would have noticed the inconsistency. He was not ready to reveal the truth to Ichigo, and so he made sure that he was the one to appear. And because he and White inhabit the same body, White confirms this by the way, and because Old Man Zangetsu had some measure of control over how much power White could have over Ichigo's spiritual energy, he was able to leak out enough power to allow Ichigo to achieve Bankai. This then effected in Ichigo's Bankai resembling Old Man Zangetsu rather than White with his color, his cloak, and his blade. In addition to this, we have an example in Renji which establishes that it is possible for one to attain a Bankai that is of a different name. Renji's Bankai is Hihiyo Zabimaru. However, Ichibei reveals that Zabimaru lied to Renji and did not give him his real name. His real name is Soho Zabimaru, and that is proof that you can have an inauthentic Bankai with one name, and then when you realize what the true Bankai is, you are granted another name. However, in Ichigo's case, the fact that Tensai Zangetsu is the name of his Bankai before and after he gains his true power is proof that White was present during his Soul Reaper Bankai training. Present, but silent. Present enough to grant Ichigo a true Bankai name, but not present enough to grant Ichigo a true Bankai ability and power. I have always wondered what Ichigo's Bankai ability is, and not Thousand Year Blood War Ichigo. I mean the Bankai we already know before the final arc. When Ichigo fought against Grimmjow said that Ichigo's Bankai just gives him a speed increase. If we are to take Grimmjow's word to heart along with the obvious speed increase Ichigo visually gets, that's an awfully simple Bankai. Ichigo Kurosaki, one of the most talented Soul Reapers in history, with a power system made of the most complex soul types in Bleach, has a Bankai whose ability is just speed. Relative speed if you want to be nice. The stronger he becomes as he grows, the higher the increase in speed, but still, it's just speed? That's it? His Bankai is sounding fraudulent by the minute, especially when you compare it to the other Bankai in the series. So what we can conclude is that the Zanpakutou Ichigo uses for majority of the series, especially his Bankai state, is inauthentic. That part is well known. What is not well known is the details and nuances that inform that conclusion. So we know that White is the true source of Ichigo's Soul Reaper abilities, but we're still on the hunt for what Ichigo's Zanpakutou ability is. And so, let me present you with what my answer is, and then I will give evidence to back up my claim. In my opinion, based on the research I have conducted, I think that it is feasible to say that Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakutou has the ability of holification. Not merely the act of holifying, but the ability to take on the characteristics and abilities of a hollow and apply it onto himself as a Shinigami. That may or may not surprise you, so let me explain my thought process. In the world of Bleach, there are beings known as Arrancars or Visors, two sides of the same coin. On one side, you have Arrancars, who are hollows given Soul Reaper powers, and on the other side, you have Visors, Soul Reapers who are granted hollow powers. The nuance here lies in the details. For example, let me use Shinji Hirako. Shinji was born a pure Soul Reaper. That is, he is 100% Shinigami. His power pools are made up of Shikai and Bankai. After living a life of soul reaping, he is then caught and injected with Hollow Reiatsu, giving him the ability to holify, donning a mask, and gaining Hollow Reiatsu, which lets him use Setos and whatnot. But the two power pools he has are different. They are fully separate. He has Soul Reaper powers and also has Hollow powers, and both these powers are inside him but are still separate. Now in Ichigo's case, this is entirely different. White, the original White, was a being created by Aizen. White had a battle with Isshin and Masaki and he bit Masaki. Now, that White, the White that bit Masaki, was killed by her. The he that is him is gone, but his Ryatsu is now inside her and takes root within, materializing a form of its own. In this state, I would like to assume that he retains all his memories from before, but there's really no evidence to suggest that is the case. At the very least, it's like an asexual offspring of the real White who is now dead, but now has a genetic offspring living on within Masaki. This new being then forms a reishi bond with Masaki, binding their souls together and the two become one. This is way before Ichigo is even conceived. This happens when Masaki is in high school. She grows up, she enters college, she meets Isshin, they get married, and then Ichigo is conceived. And in that instance, Ichigo is the offspring of a Quincy, Masaki, and a Soul Reaper, Isshin. So in theory, he inherits the genetic trait of Shinigami and Quincy powers. Because Masaki has formed a reishi tie with White, she now has Hollow Ryatsu within her. Not merely Hollow Ryatsu, this Ryatsu is of the potent kind that can take on a visible form she and Isshin are able to see. This unique set of circumstances creates a situation where Ichigo's natural Soul Reaper powers, which he's gaining from his dad, and the Hollow powers which have become one with his mom, naturally mix together and become his Shinigami powers. It's not like Shinji, who is a fully formed Soul Reaper injected with Hollow powers. Ichigo's Soul Reaper powers from conception, from its origin, from the very beginning, are embodied in this person we call White. Yet again, I would actually theorize that the being we see as White is yet another spiritual offspring of the White inside Masaki, because I don't think there's evidence to suggest that a Hollow, like the actual full Hollow, can be passed down from parent to child. I don't think that's the case, because if the Hollow itself passed down to Ichigo, then does it mean that after Ichigo was born, Masaki no longer had Hollow Ryatsu within her? Probably not. I think of it as a spiritual successor. A spiritual asexual offspring of White is what passed on to Ichigo. One that is naturally one with Ichigo. One that is so natural that Ichigo can then say, "You are me." If the White in Ichigo is the one from all the way back with Aizen and then Masaki, then it's not truly Ichigo, is it? This White we see as Ichigo's power is well and truly Ichigo. They are one. They were conceived and created together, and that is why Ichigo can look at him and say, "You are me." They literally look the same. Like, White Ichigo is Ichigo of a different color, literally. So think about it like this. Old Man Zangetsu takes on the visage of Yuha Bog, but he's not actually Yuha Bog. He's a spiritual successor, or you can say he's a genetic offspring of Yuha Bog, but he's not literally him. The same thing applies here. And so, if White, who is a Hollow, is Ichigo's Soul Reaper powers, then Ichigo's Zanpakutou, Shikai, and Bankai will be born from White. And if that's the case, can we not then say that the qualities that White possesses, the characteristics which White has had impact Ichigo's body, can we not then say that those abilities are Ichigo's Zanpakutou abilities? Can we now say that Zangetsu, as in White, has the power of holification? Like, think about it. Shinji and the Visors can use a Sero, but they have never combined a Sero with a Soul Reaper ability. Ichigo, on the other hand, uses a Grand Ray Sero with a Getsu Getensho, something that has not happened before. The only way Ichigo is able to use a Sero with a Getsu Getensho is if Ichigo's Shinigami and Hollow powers at its core are mixed, naturally mixed. And so, from that perspective, I can then take a look back at the entirety of Bleach and take a completely original look at the events that transpire. What do I mean by this? Well, think back to White Ichigo. What characteristic has White displayed? What powers and abilities has he shown? If White has it, then Ichigo is able to use it himself as his own if he wants to. Donning his Hollow mask is Ichigo expressing use of his Zanpakutou in a very unique original way. Cladding his body with Hollow Ryatsu to form a horn and hollow markings across his body is not a simple holification. Shinji can't do that. Kensei can't do that. Horn of Salvation is a Zangetsu ability. No other individual with Hollow and Shinigami powers has shown anything even remotely close to what Ichigo did. The reason Ichigo can create Horn of Salvation is because his Shinigami and Hollow powers are one and the same. In fact, let's take it a step further. Ulquiorra is universally known to be the Espada with the highest and strongest regenerative abilities. That is a well-known fact. However, Ulquiorra cannot regenerate his internal organs. Despite that, White Ichigo in his Vasto Lorde state was able to regenerate Ichigo's internal organs, proving that White Ichigo has stronger regenerative abilities than Ulquiorra Schiffer. If White can do that, Ichigo should be able to do it as well if he got in the gym and trained as he's supposed to. We all know Ichigo's not doing that. The point of all of this is to say that Ichigo Kurosaki, because his Hollow and Shinigami powers are naturally one and the same, has a Zanpakutou ability for Zangetsu, and it is quite simply Hollowification and the positive battle effect of taking on characteristics of a Hollow. Speed increase, strength increase, increase in durability, a Sero, a Bala, a Gran Rey Sero, and perhaps even a Sero Oscuras. Those are all Ichigo's genuine Zanpakutou abilities. They just don't seem that way because they're Hollow-like, but no one else is using these attacks in combination with their Soul Reapers like Ichigo is. So hopefully, that made sense. I really hope that made sense. There's still one last problem. There's still one teeny tiny problem. Throughout all of this, I've kept this attack on the back burner, and for good reason. If Ichigo's Zangetsu ability is Hollowification, then what the hell is Getsuga Tensho? Okay then, so for this one, we gotta strap in and we gotta dive deeper into Kubology. We're gonna go subatomic for this one, alright? Like I stated before, a Zanpakutou ability cannot be shared by two people. The affinity can be the same, but the ability is specific to the Soul Reaper. You can find an Asuichi that was originally someone else's, but eventually you will imprint your own soul onto it and it will become truly yours. If Getsuga Tensho were to be perceived as Ichigo's Zanpakutou ability, then no one else should be able to use it. However, Isshin Kurosaki has demonstrated multiple times to be able to use Getsuga Tensho. Not only that, he has knowledge on the final Getsuga Tensho, stating that his Ingetsu made it very difficult for him back then. Now this opens up a whole new avenue of things to discuss. First of all, the fact that Isshin can use Getsuga Tensho is proof that Getsuga Tensho is not a Zanpakutou ability. It is a Zanpakutou technique. I will restate that. Getsuga Tensho is not a Zanpakutou ability, it is a Zanpakutou technique. Using Isshin and Ichigo as a guide, we can conclude that the Getsuga Tensho is a technique that is hereditary, and that it is passed on from parent to child. I cannot speak for Isshin's dad or his dad or whoever, that's beyond me. But at the very least, we know that the Getsuga Tensho is a technique that is passed on from parent to child. Furthermore, it makes more sense when you contextualize that with the final Getsuga Tensho situation. If the final Getsuga Tensho is a Zanpakutou ability, it makes it weird that both father and son can perform it, since Zanpakutou abilities are supposed to be deeply personal matters. But if you look at the final Getsuga Tensho as the ultimate form of a technique passed down from father to son, all of a sudden it makes more sense why Isshin and Ingetsu can have a final Getsuga Tensho, and then Ichigo and Zangetsu can also have a final Getsuga Tensho. It doesn't answer everything, but just the simple act of viewing Getsuga Tensho as a technique instead of an ability makes a world of difference. Think back to when Ichigo first used Getsuga Tensho. He explains it to Byakuya. At the moment of attack, it consumes my spirit energy and fires a super high concentration of spiritual pressure from the tip of my blade. Then, the attack is magnified and discharged as a super high density beam, giving it an incredibly amplified swing. There's nothing inherently, special about this when you think about it. Ichigo releases his spiritual pressure, the Zanpakutou absorbs it, and then re-releases it as a high density beam swing. Isshin can do this as well, and it works the same way as Ichigo, even though Isshin's Ingetsu is a fire type Zanpakutou. That's an important fact. Isshin Kurosaki's Zanpakutou ability is fire. His affinity is fire, but he has the Getsuga Tensho technique. I'll go one step further. On Club Outside, Kubo talked about Isshin's usage of the Getsuga Tensho. This is Kubo, and I quote, this is Kubo, I'm quoting. Isshin's Getsuga Tensho is different from Ichigo's in that it's a close-ranged attack in which both fire and Reiatsu are released in the form of a slash. What that means right there is like a fancy Bleach equation. This is Kubology 101, we're getting surgical in here, right? It's like a fancy Bleach equation. So, alright, the idea here is that Isshin has a Zanpakutou affinity, it's fire, and he has a hereditary Zanpakutou technique, Getsuga Tensho. Isshin combines the affinity with the technique to form an even stronger attack. He takes the fire from Ingetsu, adds it to the Getsuga Tensho, and fires off a flaming Getsuga Tensho. Now, take that principle and give it to Ichigo. Ichigo's Zanpakutou affinity is holification. His hereditary Zanpakutou technique is Getsuga Tensho. So what does he do? Ichigo takes the Gran Rei Sero ability of his Zanpakutou, adds it to his Zanpakutou hereditary technique of the Getsuga Tensho, and fires off a Gran Rei Getsuga. That is the mathematical, scientific, philosophical, and logical equation that proves to me and everyone that Ichigo's Zanpakutou ability is indeed holification, because the Getsuga Tensho functions as a technique its users lace with their actual Zanpakutou power to then release. Ishin takes his fire affinity, adds it to the Getsuga Tensho technique to get his flaming Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo takes his Zanpakutou affinity of holification, specifically the Gran Rei Sero, adds it to the Getsuga Tensho technique, and fires off a Gran Rei Getsuga Tensho. So there you have it, guys. That right there is, in my opinion, the proper way of perceiving Ichigo Kurosaki's power in the story of Bleach. What he is an extremely powerful character with even more potential than he realizes. He's a terrifying anomaly, and you can see why Yuha Bach did not want to fight this dude. He broke that man's Bankai immediately and said, "Nah bro, I'm good. I'm not fighting this Bankai." That's how powerful Ichigo could be if he took it more seriously. So let me know what you think down below. I know I said some crazy things and I probably made a ton of mistakes, but I'm here to listen, I'm here to learn. Let's talk about it. So guys, if you made it this far, please do subscribe. Alright, if you made it this far, you gotta hit subscribe. Let's grow this platform, let's grow this channel, let's grow this community. Subscribe and join the realm. Let's make this amazing. Anyway, that'll be all for today. This is your boy Rebirth, signing off until the next video. Peace out. Have you heard of the legend? The legend of the human boy thrust into the mythical world of the gods of death, soul-eating monsters, and beings on a level of existence that surpasses your wildest dreams. This is a story of friendship, a story of determination, ambition, pain, sadness, loss, fear, sacrifice, and courage. It is the embodiment of one man's journey to find balance within himself and the world around him. This is the legend of Ichigo Kurosaki. They say that Ichigo Kurosaki was a gifted human being with the ability to see spirits from a young age. His life was relatively normal until he encountered the female Soul Reaper Rukia Kuchiki, a Soul Reaper from the 13th Squad of the Gotei 13. Rukia was sent there to protect Karakura Town from the Hollows, but during a fierce battle against a Hollow attempting to consume the soul of Ichigo and his family, she was heavily wounded and broke the sacred Soul Reaper law. She gave her powers to Ichigo. That night, Ichigo Kurosaki became a Soul Reaper, and in his first encounter with a Hollow, he showed no fear and struck down the Hollow with 3 blows. He would then take on the job as Rukia's substitute and protect Karakura Town from many Hollow attacks, including the elusive Hollow known as Grant Fisher. In fact, they say that Ichigo Kurosaki actually wounded a Manos Grande and banished it from the world of the living. The seeds of what would become a legendary Soul Reaper were already taking root. In a cruel twist of fate, Rukia Kuchiki was apprehended by her older brother, captain of Squad 6 and current leader of the Kuchiki clan, Byakuya Kuchiki. Ichigo Kurosaki held his own against Lieutenant Abarai, but was soundly defeated by Byakuya, who left him broken, beaten, and powerless, having shattered his soul chain and soul sleep. That should have been the end of Ichigo Kurosaki, but he did not give up. Surprisingly, Ichigo Kurosaki had Soul Reaper powers of his own, and with the aid of the exiled ex-captain and head of the Department of Research and Development, Kisuke Urahara, Ichigo and his band of misfits stormed into Soul Society in an attempt to rescue Rukia Kuchiki. The tales of his strength and accomplishments would only grow from here on out. He defeated Jidambo, the fearless gatekeeper, who until meeting Ichigo had a perfect record of stopping intruders. He clashed with the captain of Squad 3, Gin Ichimaru, a prodigy who was once known as 100 Swords Gin. Ichigo fought back this captain and lived to tell the tale. With the walls to the Society fully erect, one would think that he would give up and turn back, but no. Despite the existence of the Shikanraku, which is made of Seki rock, a rock that repels all forms of reishi from above and below the Society, Ichigo, with the help of the Shiba head Kukaku Shiba, forced their way through the barrier by way of Hiroshi Kaku and invaded the Society. Never before had anyone attempted a stunt as crazy as this and succeeded, but his feats do not end there. He clashed swords with Ikaku Madarame, 3rd seed of Squad 12, the combat squad of the Gotei 13, and defeated him in battle. He then fought against Renji Obara in a battle to the death and managed to defeat him. Refusing to give up, he forced his way towards the Repentance Cell and ran into the monster that is Kenpachi Zaraki. Zaraki and Ichigo had what can only be described as a battle for the ages as Ichigo pushed Kenpachi to his limits and powered himself to a stalemate against the mighty captain. Ichigo would forever gain the respect of Kenpachi, and it is said that to this day, Kenpachi seeks a rematch to settle the score once and for all. After an intense face-off against Byakuya on Repentance Cell Bridge, Ichigo Kurosaki was taken in by the Flash Master and former captain of Squad 2, Yoruichi Shihoin. She took him under her wing and taught him how to achieve the pinnacle of Soul Reaper's soul release, the formidable Bankai. With Rukia's execution drawing closer every passing minute, Ichigo Kurosaki stormed onto Sogyoku Hill in the presence of multiple captains and lieutenants and parried the Sogyoku, thought to be the equivalent of a million Zanpakutou. He rescued Rukia Kuchiki, handed her off to Renji, a foe-turned-friend, and bested 3 Shikai-released lieutenants without the use of his Zanpakutou. He would then finally have the battle he desired. He would finally battle Byakuya Kuchiki. Their clashes atop Sogyoku Hill will be remembered forever, as Ichigo Kurosaki showcased the Bankai he achieved in less than 3 days, Tensa Zangetsu. They say that just with the release of his Bankai, a tornado formed atop the execution platform on Sogyoku Hill. His tremendous speed terrorized the elite captain, and Byakuya Kuchiki was forced to use his most powerful technique, Senbonzakura Kagayoshi Shuke Hakuteiken. The skies atop Sogyoku Hill were painted in a fierce clash of white and black. After the dust settled, Byakuya Kuchiki would admit defeat and Ichigo would claim his victory. His battle was not yet over because the captain of Squad 5, Aizen Sosuke, rebelled against the Soul Society and declared war on the world. Ichigo was a pawn in Aizen's plan, and as Aizen rose towards the sky, he commended the young man for his deeds. Ichigo was well on his way to becoming a legend. On this day, Ichigo had been the catalyst for Soul Society's salvation. Without the invasion of Ichigo and his friends, Aizen might have stayed hidden for longer and assassinated all who stood in his way, taking over everything from within. Ichigo was Soul Society's savior, and Soul Society repaid him by instituting him as an official substitute Soul Reaper. With that, Ichigo returned home and there was peace. For a while. Aizen Sosuke ordered his army of Arrancar, hollows who would cross over to the realm of the Shinigami, to attack Karakura Town. They say that Ichigo Kurosaki was soundly beaten in battle against these foes, and to counter this attack, the head captain sent a task squad, led by Captain Hitsugaya, to aid Ichigo Kurosaki. They fought back multiple attacks from the Arrancar as Ichigo was approached by a former captain of the Gotei 13, Shinji Hirako. Shinji would take Ichigo under his wing and teach him to control his newfound hollow powers. You see, Aizen intended to break down the borders between Soul Reaper and Hollow by using the Hogyoku, and Ichigo is such a being. Ichigo Kurosaki was born with Hollow and Soul Reaper powers, a truly generational feat. Unfortunately, Ichigo Kurosaki's friend Orihime Inoue was captured by the Arrancar and abducted into Hueco Mundo. This was Aizen's ploy to lure Ichigo into Hueco Mundo, the wellspring of the Hollow. Ichigo stormed into Hueco Mundo, fighting his way through the Prevadon Espada, defeating the battle-hungry Grimmjow Espada No. 6, and making his way to the Espada No. 4, Ulquiorra Schiffer. The accounts of this battle are relatively unknown. Only 2 people witnessed this battle, Orihime Inoue and Uryu Ishida. According to them, Ulquiorra defeated Ichigo and blew a hole right through his chest. This was certainly meant to be Ichigo's end, but the hollow inside him would awaken, and the battle that ensued can only be described as a systematic beatdown by Ichigo's hollow on Ulquiorra. He severed his arm, smashed him into gigantic pillars, and caused destruction that ravaged the land for miles. Ichigo would defeat Ulquiorra and recover from his wounds. He would then be instructed by the captains who came to aid him and his allies to head directly to Karakura Town to help in the battle against Aizen. Upon arrival, the captains would switch their strategy to protecting Ichigo from being attacked by Aizen in order to give him the best chance to defeat him once and for all, since Ichigo is the only one to not have seen Aizen's complete hypnosis. Captain Yamamoto would give Ichigo the opening he desired, but even though Ichigo landed a devastating blow, it would prove ineffective against Aizen's regenerative powers. Reinforcement would then arrive in the form of Ichigo's father Isshin Kurosaki, Yoruichi Shihoin, and Kisuke Urahara. While they fought Aizen, Ichigo clashed with Gin Ichimaru for a second time, but even though Ichigo had come a long way in terms of strength, he was bested in battle against a former captain and ultimately spared. As Aizen left to Soul Society, intending to create the Okin by destroying the real Karakura Town, Isshin and Ichigo found a way to stifle the restrictive currents in the Dangai, and after overcoming an inner struggle between himself and his Hollow and Zanpakutou spirits, Ichigo emerged from the precipice world older, stronger, and intent on defeating Aizen. After forcing Aizen out of Karakura Town and onto the outskirt wastelands, Ichigo pushed Aizen Sosuke to his very limits with his fierce physical prowess and his newly acquired final Getsuke Tensho technique, Mugetsu, the Moonless Night. That was to be the end of Aizen Sosuke, but his regenerative powers proved to be truly formidable as he managed to survive Ichigo's final attack. Luckily, Kisuke Urahara's sealing Kido kicked in at the 11th hour and Aizen Sosuke was sealed and defeated. Ichigo Kurosaki managed to push him to his very limits and allow for Kisuke's technique to take effect. Ichigo saved the world, but the cost for his power would soon emerge to claim its due, as he lost his powers soon after. Soul Society would not leave their debt unpaid, as Urahara was commissioned to forge a reishi blade that would restore Ichigo Kurosaki's powers. Right in the midst of a confrontation between Ichigo and the first substitute Soul Reaper, Ginjo Kugo, Rukia Kuchiki stabbed Ichigo with a reishi blade and restored his Soul Reaper powers. Re-energized, Ichigo struck down and killed Ginjo Kugo, and in a last act of respect to his substitute Soul Reaper predecessor, buried his body in the world of the living. Peace was finally attained, and all was well until Soul Society received a warning from the past, a warning of a blood war to come. While on a trip to Hueco Mundo in an attempt to save Don Chaka, Ichigo ran into a Quincy named Quilge, and after defeating him, Ichigo was told of the battle occurring in Soul Society. Soul Society was attacked by the Vandenreich, a Quincy army led by the Quincy king himself, Yuha Bog. Ichigo rushed towards the Serite, breaking Quilge's jail, thought to be unbreakable by anyone without Quincy blood, and made his way to the battlefield. He made quick work of a Stone Raider and defiantly launched his sword right in the path of Yuha Bog. Even though Yuha proved to be stronger on that day, Ichigo dealt him the only blow he suffered in battle, despite the fact that he had fought against the head captain moments before. Ichigo tried his hardest but was defeated and his Tensou Zangetsu was broken. With Soul Society in shatters, Squad Zero came down to their aid. They requested a few things, one of which was to escort Ichigo Kurosaki to the Soul King's palace. Upon arrival, Ichigo was sent through the various captain quarters and sent off on a journey of self-discovery. He was confronted by his father and learned the truth of his lineage, birth, and power. Within the powerhouse of his soul existed Quincy, Soul Reaper, Hollow, and Fullbring Ryotsu. The revelation of all the secrets surrounding who he was were finally revealed as Ichigo finally achieved true synergy and balance within himself. The progenitor of the Zanpakutou, Nimaya Uetsu, would then reforge Ichigo Zanpakutou into two dual-wield swords. Ichigo Kurosaki became only the third Soul Reaper in history to wield two Zanpakutous, behind Shinsui Kyoraku's Katen Kyokotsu and Jusuru Okitake's Sogyo no Kotowari. Ichigo received battle armor formed from the very bones of the Squad Zero members to allow him to pass through the barriers between the Soul King's palace and the Serite. The range of his energy as he approached the battlefield spanned over the entire Serite, as Ichigo landed onto the battlefield to save Kenpachi Zuraki, who was heavily wounded in battle against the mightiest Stone Knight, Gremmy. Ichigo would make quick work of the Quincy girls who attacked him and even managed to hold off more Quincy's before charging towards Yuha Bog. Unfortunately, Yuha opened a gateway to the Soul King's palace and immediately ascended, prompting Ichigo and the others to pursue him. During his confrontation with the Quincy Empire King, Ichigo would mistakenly cut down the Soul King and begin the countdown to destruction. They say that the Quincy blood that existed within his veins reacted to the presence of the Soul King and could not allow such a being to live. Luckily, through the efforts of Yoruichi and Ukitake's Mimihagi-sama, worldwide destruction was abated for a while. Ichigo would then make his way to Yuha Bog's throne room for the final showdown, in what can only be described as they battle for the fate of all the worlds. Ichigo would reveal the effects of his inner synergy by unveiling his Horn of Salvation ability, along with his Grand Ray Getsuga technique. These attacks destroyed the entire Inner Holy Shrine, but Yhwach refused to be defeated. Fearing the power of Ichigo's Bankai, using his ability to see the future, destroyed Tensei's Zangetsu and left Ichigo for dead. Ichigo's allies would come to his aid and restore his power using a combination of Orihime and Tsukishima's powers, and with newfound resolve, Ichigo would head towards the battlefield yet again. As Ichigo's former enemy Aizen Sosuke battled Yhwach, Ichigo came in from behind and slashed Yuha, but yet again, the Quincy King refused to be beaten, rewriting futures where even he had died. Just when all hope was lost, Uryu Ishida, wielding a silver arrow, struck Yhwach and robbed him of his powers, allowing Ichigo the opportunity to cleave the Quincy King clean in two. As the fallen king died, he grabbed onto Ichigo's blade and spoke his final words. Those who breathe will continue to pass each day, living in fear for all eternity. As Ichigo looked down, he could only feel pity for the fallen king. Even he was unable to escape the terrifying gaze of the reality that is death. What he failed to understand is that the fear of death is what gives those who live a reason to tread forward and overcome their fear. Their ever-growing journey overcoming fear is what is known as courage, and Ichigo Kurosaki embodied that journey, plagued by the fear and guilt of being the reason his mother died, plagued by the fear of losing himself and his sanity to his hollow, plagued by the fear of not being able to protect what he held dear. He tread onward, overcoming adversities, falling, crying, weeping, lashing out in anger and rage, but still he walked on, down the path we call courage. And what awaited him at the end of this journey was a name left immortalized, a story left eternal. His memory would live on forever in the history of Soul Society as the human turned Soul Reaper who gave everything to save the world. This is a legend of courage. This is a legend of sacrifice. This is the legend of Ichigo Kurosaki. Hi guys, Rebirth here to bring you the final chapter of this Ichigo analysis series. It has been such a fulfilling journey thus far, and you all have made this such a tremendous success. I truly believe that each and every single one of you has come to appreciate Ichigo Kurosaki's character in your own unique way after watching this series. Unfortunately, I do have to bring you the final part of this multi-chapter series. It's time to take a look at Bleach's new arc, Howl from the Jaws of Hell, and you might think that there's not much to discuss here. But oh my dear viewers, when it comes to cubology, there's always a lot to discuss. As always, if you enjoyed the video, please do not hesitate to hit the like button, leave a comment, and subscribe. As of my writing of this video, we are sitting at a little over 19,000 subscribers and the number is rapidly rising. Be sure to join the realm if you find what we do here entertaining. Without wasting any further time, let us begin. In August, Kubo blessed us with a one-shot chapter that is seemingly meant to kick off a brand new arc for the series. In this chapter, called No Breaths from Hell, we are reintroduced to our favorite substitution Yagami Ichigo Kurosaki. Now, I'm going to come at this from a unique perspective. I'm first going to elaborate on what we learn in the arc, and then I'll speak on the importance of where we could go with this. I think you'll find it very interesting to consider, and it should get your cubology brains cooking, which is always my goal when I write these videos. We catch up with Ichigo, who is at Keigo's new ramen shop with a few friends. The more I see of Ichigo's dad haircut, the more I like it. It's basically Ishin's hairstyle with a tinge of Ichigo awesomeness in it. Renji invites him to a Kanto Reisai, a ritual performed for captains who die in battle 12 years after their funeral rites. Rukia and Ichigo have some fun banter. I especially laughed out loud at Rukia accusing Ichigo of keeping Orihime at home to do the chores. Ichigo is based, as you can see. JK, I'm only joking. I'm sure he and Orihime have a nice homemaking relationship that keeps both parties satisfied. Later on, Ichigo meets up with the other lieutenant and we get more information about adult Ichigo. He converses with the others in a very laid-back, casual manner. Kubo seems to try and showcase the way in which all the respective parties interact. I imagine that if you took the same situation and switched out these adult characters for their younger selves, there'd be much more chaos and childish antics, but right now, despite their comfort level being extremely high, it's still mature. We come to understand that Ichigo is a translator. Now, as to what he's translating exactly, I'm not sure, but I think it's quite intriguing that Ichigo is a translator. Allow me to explain. The reason I like this touch by Kubo is because the principal job of a translator, at least a language translator, is to read, understand, and comprehend a piece of one language and convert it into another language for someone else to understand and comprehend. It requires a fairly deep understanding of two different cultures, and quite possibly, Ichigo could be a master at translating multiple languages. That warms my heart because so much of Bleach has to do with different soul types in constant modes of disarray. Ichigo, in many ways, is the embodiment of a translator for the Bleach world. He is and continues to live his life as a human being, which allows him to connect with souls of humans who just died. He is also a Soul Reaper and has extensive knowledge of the Soul Society and the Shinigami customs, some of which he agrees with and some he does not. He has voiced his displeasure with many Shinigami concepts over the years, and some of his opinions stretch from his understanding of what it means to be human. You also see that Ichigo has experience in what being a hollow is like. Obviously not as much as a true hollow, but he can understand characters like Grimmjow, Harrybell, and Nell to some level, certainly better than most Soul Reapers can. And even though he has the least connection to his Quincy heritage, his innate Quincy abilities and his relationship with Uryu and Ryukin, who were Quincy's, allows him to have a decent amount of perspective on the Quincy lifestyle. My point here is, Ichigo the translator fits his character in more ways than one, and I love that Kubo gave him that job. Ichigo and the others are then ambushed by beings we come to know as ghouls from hell, and Ichigo and the other lieutenants make quick work of these monsters. Szayelaporro makes his return to the Bleach franchise and ambushes Renji and his daughter Ichika. Renji is struck by Hell's chains, but Ichigo slices them apart with extreme ease before confronting Szayelaporro. It is at this point that we get the revelation about Soul Society's captains being thrown into hell. Ukitake Zanpakutou pierces Szayelaporro's body before he is able to reveal too much. As he is returned to Hell, eyes begin to form on the skulls that guard Hell's gate, and seemingly at the center of all of this is Ichigo Kurosaki's son, Kazui Kurosaki. Now, I recognize that there wasn't a lot of characterization for Ichigo in this chapter, being the first chapter of a new arc and all, but I want this video to be an exercise in what we have learned thus far. This is where you can put all your lessons to the test, and you can set the bar for what you want from Kubo in this coming arc. Allow me to elaborate further. All the aspects of storytelling I've spoken about over the course of this series has been focused on events that have already happened. The Bleach story was largely concluded when I made my analysis, and the truth is, having the ability to see things from the start to the end makes my analytical job much easier. I try my best to give you the insight into what I was thinking back when I initially read the content, but the fact of the matter is, a lot of my opinions have been shaped by my ability to know the story from start to finish. But now that a new arc is seemingly upon us, we can put Kubology to the test. We can hold Kubo accountable, and we can test out these concepts I have tried to lay out for you all. And so, allow me to share with you what I think about Kubo's future as it pertains to this new arc. I think you'll find it quite intriguing. One of the most important aspects of Kubology I have tried to highlight is the idea of the deconstructive narrative. It's the process where authors of a certain character will isolate a character or ideal and break down the essence of who they are in order to expose the true reality of said concept. Kubo has deconstructed Ichigo Kurosaki many times throughout the story of Bleach, and I have championed this approach by Kubo. But there is something important to understand about deconstruction as it concerns characters. If you isolate a specific part of a character and say that you want to deconstruct it, after the process ends and the character has been broken down and built up again, you have to make sure you do not fall into the trap of deconstructing the same thing again. This is a rather basic, straightforward concept that makes a lot of sense when you just stop and think about it. In the Arrancar arc, Kubo deconstructed Ichigo by exposing his reaction to his hollow threatening to take over. He became incredibly depressed, and we had to sit through and observe how Ichigo reacted to his life spiraling out of control. At the end of that cycle, Ichigo learned that running or ignoring his fears would solve nothing and faced it head on, allowing him to defeat White and gain his Holification ability. Now, after doing all of that, imagine if when Ichigo fought Ulquiorra and lost control, he decided to do the exact same thing he did before and retreat into his shell and not want to do anything else. That choice would just erase the work we did in the last arc to get Ichigo to this point in the first place. The point I'm trying to make here is that you should not deconstruct the same character weaknesses more than once. If you do it once and the character grows as a result of it, you should not do it again. Not for the same weakness. If you are going to deconstruct your character again, you need to focus on a different aspect of his psychology. That brings us to this new Hell arc. Ichigo has come a long way since the start of the story. He's a grown man with a wife, a family, and a job. Coming off the heights of the Fullbring and Year Blood War arc, Ichigo is not confused about who he is. He's a guardian of the oppressed and the weak. Be it a wayward soul that needs saving, or an entire military organization, Ichigo is there to protect you. He is no longer haunted by memories of his mother, and he no longer blames himself for her death. There are no doubts in his heart concerning these things. He overcame despair and stands proudly as the substitute Shinigami of Karakura Town. So now that Hell is threatening to take over the world as we know it, how should Kubo handle this? I believe that it is still beneficial to the character of Ichigo and the overall story of Bleach to deconstruct Ichigo again. Now, if you've read the chapter, Kubo places Kazui in a very prominent role and sets him up as an important character moving forward. From destroying the vestiges of Yuha's energy in the last chapter of Bleach, to now seemingly leading souls to hell, there is no shortage of questions surrounding the character of Kazui Kurosaki. But here's the interesting thing. We've had 2 chapters where Kazui has been showcased, 686 and this Hell chapter one-shot. Between 2 of these chapters, we have not seen Kazui and Ichigo interact once. We haven't even gotten hints of what type of relationship they have. Kubo goes out of his way to give us information on Renji's and Rukia's relationship with Ichika, and I love them for it. It's truly heartwarming. And look, I know it's only been 2 chapters. I'm not saying that Kubo needed to show us anything. I'm just pointing out that Kazui and Ichika are the flag bearers for the next generation of Bleach heroes, being the offspring of majorly important characters in Renji, Rukia, Orihime, and Ichigo. He gives you information on the Ichika side, but gives next to nothing on Kazui's. I believe that this is by design, even though I realize that this isn't necessarily groundbreaking. I believe that we're going to go from deconstructing the teenager in Ichigo, the traumatized son, and the unpowered Soul Reaper to deconstructing the conflicted father. That's right. I think that it only makes sense to explore Ichigo the father, but not just him as a straight up father. No, much deeper. How has being a husband to Orihime, a translator as a career, a Soul Reaper as a desire, and a father to Kazui affected Ichigo's life? Is it perfect? Or is it difficult to balance all these aspects of himself? What important occasions has he missed as a result of hunting hollows? How did he introduce Kazui to his spiritual awareness? How does he feel about Kazui being a bit of a free spirit who refuses to be caged? And most importantly, on the scales of importance, being the guardian of the oppressed and the weakened. How will Ichigo react to the reality that his son has been unfairly sending seemingly innocent souls to their ultimate demise? Should Kazui become deranged and fall into ruin? What does the substitute Shinigami who saved the world twice before do in that situation? How much love does a father have for his son in comparison to the existence of the world? These are the questions that Kubo should ask and explore in great detail. Yhwach's blood runs through the veins of every Quincy, including Ichigo and his son Kazui. Kazui seems to have inherited a significant portion of Ichigo's power. One of the most unique things about Kazui is that when he transforms into his Shinigami form, he does not separate body from soul. Instead, his soul overtakes his body. White was transferred from Masaki to Ichigo upon birth. Did Kazui inherit some aspect of White, or will Kubo take this in a unique direction? Ichigo's Quincy power manifested itself as Yhwach's visit from 1000 years ago. Does Kazui share this ability? And will he have an updated Yhwach personification? Old man Zangetsu seemed to have retained memories of Yhwach himself and conducted himself as such. Would an older personification be the Yhwach we most closely remember? It's not impossible. Furthermore, one of the biggest sources of Ichigo's woes was the lack of balance within himself. Being a human, Hollow, Quincy, Fullbringer, and Shinigami was a source of great concern for Ichigo because all these embodiments are constantly at war with each other. Ichigo did not have to deal with being a Soul Reaper until he was 15, and his spiritual awareness wasn't high until just before he met Rukia. In contrast to this, Kazui is a young kid and already has enough awareness to perceive Soul Reapers, hollows, and ghouls. He already has enough power to seemingly summon spiritual animals like the koi fish he rides on, and his connection with spiritual entities seem to be so strong that he can open gateways to hell. And he's just a kid, like an actual kid, not like a 15-year-old. He's an infant child. All the signs right now tell me that we're headed towards an intimate clash between father and son. In the same way that Yuha was the one to kill the Soul King, one he referred to as his father, and then had to do battle with Ichigo, one he called the Son of Darkness, is Ichigo fated to cross swords with his own son for the greater good of the world? And if that is the case, what choice will Ichigo make? All of these possibilities are getting me so excited for what is to come for the character of Ichigo and his relationship with Kazui. If Kubo plays his cards right, we could be looking at a truly heartfelt tale about a line of powerful figures in Bleach history who were seemingly destined to cut down their own fathers. Yuha Bak did it to the Soul King, Ichigo did it to Yuha, and now Kazui might do so to Ichigo. I am so ready to see where this goes. Well guys, that brings my Ichigo Kurosaki series to a close. I truly hope you guys enjoyed this as I have poured my heart and soul into this series. I have tried my best to get you guys the best possible content I can, and while I understand that it's not always good and I'm not always right, I have stayed true to my vision and interpretation of Kubo's magnus opus, and I believe that the term Kubology will become a mainstay for the Bleach fandom moving forward. I would like to officially announce that the next 2 character analysis videos will be on Orihime Inoue. We're going to take her through the Kubology filtration process and see what gems we can extract from her character. After that, I think it's time we visit the God King himself, Sosuke Aizen. Anyway, with that, this is your boy Rebirth, bringing you the best Bleach content in the business. Signing off, until the next lesson, see ya.